Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Mother said the following, "Son, you must become a shaman, you have the makings, the divine power will protect you. If he does not choose the path of the shaman, then one day he will have a great grief." After that, the hero's mother forced him to do religious things. Now, every time I stumble across poems with spells, he was shaking with fear. Little did he know then that he had already chosen a different path in life, so I forced myself to study. So more than 10 years passed. During this time, the guy became a full-fledged member of society and died. There was an accident so ridiculous, my mother once said that this is the way to become ghosts, but what's amazing is that he was reborn. Is this the afterlife? Everything my mother said was true. People don't understand what they haven't experienced themselves. He understood it well after death. Right now, what is he doing? He's in the classroom where the lesson is taking place, and they keep talking about activating magic jinns. He teaches the Magic Academy what happened. Then we see a big city and then a train station where there are a lot of people. Then the car, which is allowed to pass in turn traveling. The ticket inspector checked each ticket. So the guy went inside the 403rd compartment, the 4th car and the 3rd door. Here it is. There was a man inside, but he was elderly and reading a newspaper, and he also said hello to the guy. The train pulled away and they rode on through the winter scenery, the boys sitting in silence. The boy looked up and noticed that the man was reading about the end of the war in the kingdom of Utah. It ended with the victory of France. Finally, the Civil War is over, the guy said out loud, and the man looked at him and said it was true. He kept wondering when it would end, but not too long ago, the prince's faction was gaining strength. What a relief that it was over so early after all. The guy apologized for not introducing himself. His name is Ludger. The man doesn't have a last name, so you can just call him Gerard. He noticed from the guy's clothes that he looked like an aristocrat. That's right, a hero from the fallen nobility. Where the man goes, he goes to the capital of the Linderan Empire. The Exilian Empire is truly suitable for sightseeing, thanks to its advanced magical engineering. The hero goes to the Ice Peak. He is a newcomer to the Imperial Academy of Exilian. The man was surprised and very pleased, because the guy is so young, so he has incredible abilities. He wasn't embarrassed at all, to be honest, he barely passed the selection. They say that many passers fail the exam, so the guy should still be proud of himself. He thanked the man, saying the same person had heard rumors about the Utah Civil War that they had discussed earlier. Rumors of a hero who helped the princess faction win. It is said that he was not a magician or a high-ranking knight, but only a wandering mercenary of Machiavelli. The man reacted calmly, but why is this so? Because this is just a rumor, how else to react? The hero was sure that this was true, because Machiavelli is the one who is looking for this thing all over the world. It's one of the names the guy used to reveal his identity. The man asked if the guy was going to become a class leader at the academy. This is how he will be responsible for a second-year student. Just a second year, he has much more potential than the man thought. The guy was surprised by his look and asked if something was wrong. The man asked to wait, but right now there was some kind of explosion, everything inside was shaking. Maybe the engine blew up, but that's impossible, it's protected by magic. It was an assault, they were in a fighting stance, but how can it be an assault on this train? Probably planning to rob rich aristocrats and merchants. If this explosion is their work, then surely there is a magician among them. First, they need to escape or hide from the car. The guy asked me to wait a bit, he'll just get his top hat. The guys got out, they seem to be the only passengers in the 4th car. Passengers of other cars, will they stay in their cabins? The rooms are equipped with defensive magic, but it is unlikely that once the outer barrier has been destroyed by magic, it means that the cabins are no longer safe. The breakdown happened in the 3rd car, that's right, it's just around the corner, shouldn't we go check it out? If he had been a man, a robber, he would have started with the 1st car. That's where the 1st-class passengers are, so the guys were lucky. They should take the opportunity to escape, they just need to hold out until the police arrive. A man jumped through the window and hit the guys. It fell to the floor and smashed the window. The guy told the man to back off. The attacker's eyes were angry and he was also wearing a green kerchief to cover his face. It seems that he was not in the best condition, but suddenly he took out a knife and rushed at the guy. He used magic to protect himself, and he was sent flying several meters away. Whether he killed him at all or not, he only knocked him out for a while. The man warned the young man that it was dangerous, but it's okay, he's just going to interrogate this attacker. The guy put his foot on his chest and told him to tell him why he attacked the train. He grunted, but the guy wasn't joking, so let him answer. He said that dirty people like him should die. So he opened up his jacket, and inside was a bomb with 1 second left on it. The man shouted to the guy to hide, but he did not have time to do anything. There was a huge explosion. As a result, the guys found themselves on the street, grouped together. The man asked if the guy was okay, but he wasn't. There was only a hole in the wall of the belt, but the man was nowhere to be seen. The man looked around, and then suddenly noticed that his skin was peeling off. The suit had cost him dearly. It turns out that a young man with long enough hair was hiding under this mask. Why is it that wherever he goes, something always happens? The name Machiavelli used as a cover didn't make much sense. The guy just picked a popular name from his past life memories. Because of the constant travel around the world and the atrocities committed by him, he constantly needs to change his identity. Machiavelli was just one of those masks. It was truly a difficult day for him. He had attracted too much unnecessary attention for someone hiding his identity. Fortunately, the princess and her group were reveling in their triumph, but when they came to their senses, he was already gone. Then I hopped on the Arcane Punk train to get to Linderun. That's how he ended up at the train station, but seriously, why does something always happen when he's around? The guy watched his suit fly overboard into that hole in the train. He thanked Ludger, who would have thought that a catastrophe would happen on such and such a day. The bomb exploded violently when the train was hit by an electric shock, which doesn't seem like much of a coincidence. Only a lunatic with the idea that we're all going to die together could have done this. Maybe he's not doing it for the sake of robbery, but to get out of the train. God, the ticket collector came up to the man, he asked if the man was okay, and then he looked at the hole in the train and didn't understand what it all meant. The guy said it was an armed attack, it looked like they were heading to the first car, and he thought they should stay away from it. The man was going to evacuate all the passengers to the back of the train, and he should go too. But suddenly the guy attacked the controller. What is he doing? Does he think that such a pathetic game will affect him? Armed robbers do not attack trains moving at full speed somewhere unknown, and the defensive spells surrounding the trains just don't turn off. It's an incredible feat to do this without any help from within. The controller was scared, and then angry, he took a knife out of his sleeve and pointed it at the guy. But let them not even think, they really act quickly. Who they are, what they are trying to achieve. The guy took this man hostage and pointed the legs of his neck since he keeps his mouth, then let him move. But suddenly he heard a sound, it couldn't be that. Suddenly bullets flew, they pierced through the man but did not hit the guy. He was sure he hadn't given him a chance to signal, but it had been planned. There were several people standing in front of him. Not resenting the fact that the guy was still alive, he came out after all this. They may not even expect to be able to kill him, they pointed their guns, but the submachine guns didn't fire. They realized that this guy, he's a magician, he used magic on the cannons. The guy tried to charge his attack, but the neutralizers didn't work. The attacking team didn't expect Mac to be on the train, let him give up or do it in a nice way, and they will give him a quick death. But this guy doesn't look like an ordinary mage, maybe at the 4th stage like the others, but based on that, the attacker won't be able to identify him. Approximately 10 minutes had passed since the explosion, and it would take forever to get out of the mountainous area. Also, the hero could not just wait for help, then he would have to jump. So the guy didn't do it, he jumped out of the hole in the train. The men were ordered to check if this was really the case, no one saw him, they thought that he really jumped off. But suddenly the man heard something, the guy was on top of the roof, but how, apparently, did he use the magic of flight? Is it even possible to climb onto the roof of a train using flight magic? The others should have just kept quiet and found him. Ordinary people can't do that, and he and a few people have to stay, and the rest go to the first car. They aimed their partner's weapon when they spotted him. He was running to the end of the train, and it was necessary to intercept him there. But when they opened the door, there was a trap. How in such a short time did he manage to do it? And in truth, how completely different it is from all the magic that the chapter has seen before. This hero has increased the effectiveness of magic to a new level. He's no longer a hunter or a mage, just like a mercenary. The men looked up, it was terrible, it separated the cars. The head should have realized this earlier, but it won't gain anything from destroying them. The shoulder straps were unhooked, the train went forward, and part remained behind. The guy leaves, plus they can't get on the train to catch up with him. The man remembered the guy's face and would hunt him down and then kill him. Well, what is this? What kind of monstrous magical energy? Where did it come from? So, the guy was in the carriage with them, he used his magic and directed them at them. How did he end up here? It was definitely a trap, and now they're finished. Magic dealt a blow to men that made them feel bad. How the guy dealt with all of them, that's all. He survived. The man laughed at the hero, because he is terrible, why he killed everyone. There is no remorse in it at all, they are just patriots fighting for peace, said a man without a hood and with a burned head. And the people he killed, the man didn't have time to finish, as the guy said that the man is more crazy than he expected. They were the ones who tried to kill him first, weren't they? So what gives him the right to be mad at him now? He would have said that to the people he killed, he kept saying how he would hunt him down and kill him, he really is pathetic. The guy planned to let them go and run away if he didn't see the man's face. And since they were going to look for him anyway, it was best to deal with everyone here and now. While they were talking, suddenly an ice flow appeared in the man's head, the guy was afraid. A girl in a white suit with long hair came out from behind. She asked if the hero was okay, he must have been scared, but there's no need to worry so much. This man broke in half and fell to the floor. The ice knights arrived to help them. The other attackers were also met by the knight. They didn't understand how they got here. How did they even use flight magic in this weather? The knights were prepared for anything, and they used their powers to take out the attackers. A certain guy fought 3 at the same time, and he did it well. He reported that the second car was also cleared, and the first car was reported by another knight. All the passengers were safe. A report was being sent to the vice captain, and they had finished cleaning up the train. Pizza the captain was a girl who said that they had done a good job and should escort passengers to the next station. Lieferbelk. The train arrived at the station. A man was sitting inside. The girl asked again if he was all right. He met with the terrorists. But it was thanks to the knights that he sat down, and he just needed to think about something. Since the girl wouldn't bother him like this, she was late in greeting him. Her name is Veronica Devilly. Some people were walking on the train. They apologized to the girl. She asked if they had a problem. She's the leader of the knights. Yes, she's Vice Captain Veronica Devilly. The man showed his ID card. He is Romulus, a police officer of this city. I heard that there was an attack on a train on a mountain range. True, but the knights eliminated all the robbers. They were thanking the knights for their work, but there was something unusual about the report. The girl asked what was so unusual about it. The train would soon be swarmed by reporters. Even if the barrier was removed, the magic belt penetrated too easily. Therefore, they assumed that they had a person among the train that set off the explosion. This makes sense. Of course, it's just a guess. Since she has shown herself appropriately, they will release them quickly. The girl understood everything and asked the man if he had heard it. Would it be good if he answered honestly? Now the guy's in trouble. He doesn't have any trouble identifying Gerard. He bought the ticket in the usual way and was identified when boarding the train. The problem was his current situation. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like an elderly man. If he was caught now, it would get to Kenny quickly, and if he was lucky, he might be able to escape. But there are too many police officers and knights nearby. Escape is simply impossible. It's also Vitsa, the captain, who looks like a man with terrifying strength. She might be talking to him now and laughing, but at other times, she's ready to kill him. The girl asked if he was okay. The Riga police officer checked the lists and apologized for the trouble. You don't have to worry about joining the army because he will only establish his identity and leave. If he has the guy's ticket, can he take a look at it? In compartment 4-3 was Ludger Selassie, a man in his 20s, and Gerard, a man in his 40s. The policeman asked where the other man was now, but after the explosion, he left the compartment to check the situation. At that time, the train was crossing a bridge over a precipice and it fell into a hole in the car. The cop was lost in thought and sweat was rolling down the guy's face. He asked the guy to wait a minute. The policeman didn't understand, but she explained that he had been fighting the terrorists before they arrived. Why would he do that if he was in league with them? He was fighting, so that's what happened. He apologized to the guy, Sir Ludger. They looked in his description. He was appointed a professor at Tiorn. The guys were very surprised. The guy was embarrassed, but said that everything is exactly like that. Just like they said, he's a newly appointed professor. At the train station in front of him, I apologize again for the inconvenience, but he said that he thanks them because he got here comfortably. The policeman offered to accompany the guy to the academy, but then said that it is not necessary because the man is not required to do this. But after all, the hero is one of those who will educate the future of their empire. The guy replied that no, he wasn't comfortable traveling with the two of them. He had already stopped somewhere to rest, so the two of them didn't have to worry about him. Since he insisted, the guy turned around and said he was leaving. And I also said goodbye to the girl, albeit briefly, but it was nice to meet her. She responded to the guy in return, if this is fate, then they will definitely meet again. The guy walked off into the crowd. He did it to him. Sorry about Sir Ludger, but thanks to him, the boy was saved. How glad he is that photography is not yet so well developed in this world. Distinguishing these two guys with photos will be a daunting task. Now that his problems are solved, all that's left is for him to get out of here and change his identity. But suddenly someone called him by name and the man had seen him talking to the knight. It was Wilford, an employee of the academy. He came to meet him because of the news of the train attack. This man was very happy that the guy survived, and now he asked to get on the carriage and take him to the academy. The guy turned around, but still got into the carriage. They started off. Now he's totally screwed. Just think that they sent someone to escort him. Besides, this man doesn't look like an ordinary employee. Athletic body, and the guy didn't feel his presence. He was definitely a knight. If the guy tried to escape using excuses, they would immediately consider him suspicious and set up surveillance. We need to get out of this somehow, but on the other hand, this is a great chance for him. As long as that man is considered dead, he is no different from a ghost in this country. This means that no matter where he ends up or disappears, no one will look for him at all. It's better for him as long as he has a specific personality, like now. Perhaps he would pretend to be this guy and act according to the circumstances. They arrived at the academy, the big gate opened, and it was incredibly beautiful inside. Tjorn Academy, that is, this entire space is the academy. This place is much bigger than he imagined. The man will take him straight to the director. A guy can leave his luggage to a man. The academy was incredibly beautiful, with large pillars inside, and was empty. The guy introduced himself as Ludger. He's here as the director was looking for him. He walked into the office, and there was a girl sitting at a desk, and there was nothing around her. She was waiting for a guy. She is the director of this academy, Eliza Velu. It was light in the office. How did he get there? She heard about what happened on the train. The hero is in perfect order. The knights came to his aid in time. She clapped her hands. That's just great. He's the new professor after all, and his reputation would be ruined if something happened to him. The hero cannot believe that she is talking about the opinion of others in such a situation. It's not that simple, but more importantly, the guy has been feeling something strange ever since he came in here. Maybe he was imagining something. This guy had met the director before. Could it be that she realized that he wasn't him? The girl said it was their first time meeting, but he was so tall and manly. Apparently, he was wrong. He thanked her for the compliment, even if she says it out of politeness. She is sure that the guy will be popular among students, and she was touched. She handed him a piece of paper, even though he had already been informed, but it would be nice to refresh his memory after all that had happened. The period of their contract is 2 years. His salary is indicated in the document. They will also provide him with food and shelter. What kind of contract is this? He's still going to get out of here as soon as possible. The guy didn't have time to finish when he noticed the payment of 30 gold per month. If this is converted into the currency of the continent, it will be 30 million dinars. That means it's 300 million won. The girl asked how he got the perfect conditions, didn't she? The guy said that everything is quite good. It's much better than not bad. It's a jackpot. He's so relaxed, which means they expect a lot from him as an academy professor. Would he even be able to do this job at this academy in a school for geniuses? In any case, he is already here. If he suddenly loses ground, it will be suspicious. He has no choice but to agree. Cheating, bluffing, and reading the atmosphere is what he's good at. He has read the contract, and now they can sign it. He has enough experience and excellent knowledge of theory. He will definitely cope with the role of a professor. The director was happy. She is happy to work with him. Guys, shake hands. It's only 2 years. He has to stay here for only 2 years and will be free. Night fell. The guy was in his house. He has 3 weeks before the start of the semester. This will definitely be enough time to prepare. He didn't even think that they would give him an entire mansion. Now he's a professor at the Academy of the Laughing Guy. It's already been 27 years since he came to this world. He's someone who was born with memories of his past life, but no abilities at all. He could only rely on himself because of his clueless parents. The hero got out of any situation before this time. Never would he have thought that he would become a professor at the academy. Technically, this is a fake job. No, more precisely, he was accepted for a fake position. But in any case, he needs this new identity. And the person he plays perfectly is the right person for this. He's from a fallen noble family in the Quieten Kingdom, an only child and an orphan at that. The letters that he receives from acquaintances are only greetings, so he is not close to them. This means that no one will suspect that the guy is not him. There is no better disguise than this. Now he needs to prepare lectures and gather information about this academy. He'll start by exploring the area. Come to think of it, he hasn't eaten anything since he got off the train. So it's better to do everything tomorrow. Where did they say the cafeteria is? In the morning, the guy was already drinking coffee and reading papers. 2 weeks had already passed. Time flies so fast. He was able to find what he needed and also managed to prepare for classes. After a week, you can already start acting. Apparently, clients will start arriving soon, so we should go back and prepare for the lecture. Suddenly, a girl sat down on a chair behind him. What a relief for her that he was saved. She was worried that something would happen to him. The guy stopped and froze. Why hadn't he been in touch for 2 weeks? The others are also worried about what he's doing here. The guy puts his mug back on the saucer. He has something to do and also believes that this person has come for him. This man is here because of Ludger. The attack was an accident. They didn't know that the train would be attacked, and besides, the girl needed information about this academy. But he needs information about Tjorn, too. She didn't understand if they hadn't already sent it to him. The guy just wants to check their information with reality. The girl understood, but what was going on here? First, he must play along so that he is not suspected. Did she take care of everything? Of course, before infiltrating, they eliminated all the key figures of the academy. They also took care of the traitor. The girl hopes they broke all his bones and left him to feed the pigs. Wouldn't that be a better end for someone like him? Everything is not good, he thought. We must get a grip on ourselves right now. The girl apologized because she had to personally make sure of that and inform the guy. What is she talking about anyway? The guy told her to forget, so what does she want from him? It had been half a month since he was here, but there was still no information, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She is sorry, but she needs to be quiet. The girl dared not only to take everything on herself, but also to suspect him, which was starting to annoy the guy. She's trying to make them even more suspicious, right? It depends a lot on his mood, no doubt. This man is afraid of Ludger. The guy thinks it's time for them to show up and asks how many of them are there. She replied that 31 men from the 3rd squad and 7 from the 1st had successfully penetrated, and all the others from the 1st squad also took up their positions as planned. Everything is in its place, the guy said. It's just fine now that he's found out about the situation, they can end it there. The girl agreed for the next meeting, just let her come to the agreed place. Why did she tell him to come there? The girl was afraid. Why else would she dare order him around? It started raining, the girl apologized, and the guy said he didn't want to hear any excuses. It will decide when a meeting is needed and only meet with those of equal rank or higher if they ask. Above it, what does he mean by Squad 0? That's right, as long as Squad 0 doesn't address him personally, let her not dare to disturb him. This guy is much more dangerous than the hero thought. Killing the Academy's bigwigs, feeding the traitor to the pigs. It's a bunch of f***ing madmen. The guy should get out of here, but the girl turned to him and asked him to wait a minute. What is it she wants to know? What will he do when he calls them? The guy didn't think about it. Should he explain something to her? Of course not. She said goodbye to him. In his room, the guy studied the biography of this hero. He's a fallen noble, he had no family, not only is he the youngest 4th-ranked mage, but he's also a professor at this academy. This is terrible, the hero should have realized this earlier, his past was too perfect. All this was specially prepared for implementation. He had to infiltrate this place without using his real identity. The emails he received are encrypted messages. What a bloody horror. The guy was so he didn't think he'd chosen a terrible time bomb. He believes that the information in the letters was deciphered and quid. Of course, he felt something wrong when I read these letters, but the problem is in the 1st squad. They must infiltrate the academy as professors and ingratiate themselves. And after the invasion, actions will be reported in the course of events. The catch is that he doesn't just have to worry about the academy anymore. Seriously, the more he thinks about it, the funnier it gets. What kind of head of a secret organization would die in a robbery? He's one of the agents sent to the academy to spy, isn't he? If he has enough ability to be an agent, then shouldn't he have survived the attack? Well, about the dead or good or nothing in any case, now the guy has to hide from all organizations. The academy and the secret organization, maybe it's even a good thing that they found it today. Based on the words of that person, their organization consists of 4 detachments, such as 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Even though he doesn't have any idea about 0 squad, it's already good that he even found out about them. Now it is more important to find out who else is in the 1st squad. If they know each other, they will immediately understand that he is an imposter. So right now, the guy has to be extremely careful. Right now, the best thing for him to do is use the academy to get rid of everyone. No matter how good the members of this organization are, they still won't be able to do anything against an academy that has enormous power and money. In addition, he must provide information so that no party suspects anything. It will be a real headache to hide from both organizations. The guy sighed. 2 years, he hopes that he won't get caught. Morning came, and now the first day at the academy. Did the students hear the news? About the element magic class, they will have a new professor. The new professor is teaching 2nd-year classes. That's probably because he's quite capable. No wonder the last professor left so suddenly. He lost to the student, which he still had to do in front of witnesses. The girl was sitting and thinking, but a friend turned to her and said that they seemed to be talking about her there. What had she done to make them say anything else? The girl just taught the professor a lesson because there was something wrong with his magical abilities. This is true, but still, the guys have heard that the new professor is quite famous, but not only was he a police officer, but also published a lot of articles. It turns out that he is really very good, like not some mediocrity. Well, did the guys know that this professor is from our noble family? In fact, everyone is sure that his lessons will be easier than ever. That's all they know about him, she thought dully. A guy came into the office, went behind the teacher's desk, and said it was a pleasure to meet everyone. He is the new professor. The students were shocked because the schedule has not yet been approved. He will sometimes be late for classes, but he will definitely give all the materials for self-training. Since his lessons on the manifestation of magic, he will teach more than just theory, and also focus on using theory in combat, not just on paper. In addition, not only 2nd-year students can attend its lessons, 1st-year students can also join. He asked for silence and also understands that they will have a lot of questions, but he won't lower the class bar so they don't have to worry. The student asked the question, can they find out why freshmen can also join their course? It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. As a teacher, she believes that it is her duty to teach everyone equally, regardless of their year of study. Of course, he understands that his classes will be different, but they'll be hard to convince if he doesn't explain everything in detail. Well, the guys will be bored if he tells them everything. If they are interested in his course, then let them come to the next lesson. Finally, he will warn everyone about one thing. If there are students here who are sure that his classes will be easy because he is a new professor. As a teacher, he would do anything to make them regret such thoughts. The guy was very serious, so he asks you not to sign up for his course. He may have been preparing for classes, but if there are not enough students, then life will be easier for him. Second-year students should be proud if they are invited to study with their first-year students, right? And the guy immediately told them that his lessons would be difficult, so why would they bother? With that, the lesson was over and he asked, are there any questions? The guys have heard that he is a military man and he really doesn't look like the others. I wonder if he's actually as high-ranked as the rumors say. Everyone had a lot of questions, but they didn't have the guts to ask. The blue-haired girl looked thoughtful. Since there are no questions, the start of the semester ceremony will be over. The guy was walking down the corridor. He didn't expect that the students wouldn't have any questions at all. He thought they would at least want to know more about him. But all the better for him, all the answers that he had prepared beforehand were not useful. Wait a minute, maybe they didn't ask him questions on purpose. This is the case, he should be friendlier. Maybe he hurt his pride or something. In the corridor, as he passed the students, they all looked around. The guy assumed, but it turned out to be true. He apologized. Later, he was approached by a girl with pink hair. It was Selena, who was pleased to meet him and who was just as much a new professor as he was. Since it's so nice to meet him too, does she have something to do with him? She asked him if he'd had lunch yet. Next, we see a man standing on the street. He is also very pleased to meet you. His name is Bruno. He teaches the art of creating and summoning golems. Standing nearby was Professor Esmeralda, who is in charge of curses and illusions in the defense against black magic class. Hero, glad to meet you. His name is Ludger. He teaches the manifestation of magic. So this is meeting new teachers, right? Up close, the guy is even more beautiful. He thanked for the compliment, and in the distance, another person stood and watched it all. They looked at each other, and he immediately turned away. The girl said it was Professor Chris, who was the first to arrive at the academy. As you can see, he is a nobleman. That's like a noble and a fallen noble and 3 commoner professors. All with completely different social status. Each of them is a leading specialist in their field. This means that one of them is in the first squad. I was the first to arrive at the academy. That's too vague. Chris couldn't stay here any longer. He had come to find out what the new professors were like. He can't believe it's a fallen noble and commoners. He said not to bother him with anything and have fun on your own. Especially a hero, he's just a fallen noble, so don't let him get conceited. This man is one of those who judge people by their origin. Don't pay attention to what he says and take it to heart, Naomi said. He's fine. It looks like this man doesn't want to have lunch with them, then they'll start eating. Everyone agreed. It would be nice. Now the hero is glad that he will not have lunch alone. Night has fallen, and we see someone sitting at home and texting at an unusual computer. Had she heard anything about the new professor? Yes, he is the youngest mage to reach the 4th rank, and it is also said that he served in the police. In addition, it was reported that he participated in the search for cryptid, and he is also a freelancer in the magic tower. Is it all true? He can't allow a member of the first squad to be disrupted. The girl will do it in such a way that you need to interest as many students as possible. She had her glasses on the table. Then we see the students. They were surprised that freshmen can also participate in the course of that guy. It sounded tempting. Should they go there? The next morning, we see the hero walking down the hallway. Finally, today is the first class. I wonder how many students he has left. He definitely warned them that his course will be difficult. So he doubts that there will be many people. Even if there were students left, it was only because the rest of the classes were already full. Most likely, there won't be more than 30 of them. The students were discussing yesterday's post. When the teacher entered the classroom, he noticed a lot of people. He didn't understand why there were so many people here. Just let no one tell him that all the students who might have come were here. At first glance, there are more first-year students. What did they forget here at all? Don't they feel pressured to study with their elders? It looks like someone is trying to get rid of it from here. Well, no, maybe the students took his words as a joke or something. This is an academy, a place where the best students from all over the world gather. Perhaps they took it as a challenge. The guy was outraged. He had no choice. Since there is a new student here, he will introduce himself again. His name is Ludger, Professor of Magic Manifestation. He has to give it his all. The students already had a question. Speaking of theory, Will he talk about all 4 specializations? But he said to refrain from asking questions until he gave them the right to do so. As he sees the guy here for the first time, if someone else interrupts the lesson or interrupts him, then lose points. Well, they can also earn them, so let him keep that in mind. Well, since the question has already been asked, the hero will answer it. It will teach all specialties, 4 specializations: dispel, elementals, telekinesis, and reinforcement. These are ways to manifest magic. Usually, professors teach only 2 of the specializations, but the new professor will teach all 4 somewhere. She wondered if it looked like he was showing off. Since this is the first lesson, it will show you something that everyone might be interested in. He displayed the 3rd level flame arrow fire magic. With the help of manifestation, they add heat, combustion, condensation, acceleration, expansion, and diffusion to its base. Using these 7 factors, complement one another and correct the technique. The method he had just shown the students would allow them to cast spells 3 times faster than usual. Everyone was shocked because he had shortened the spell. Is this even possible? The girl asked her friend if the professor was telling the truth. She believes that this is impossible if you do not change the entire spell completely. You can use scrolls that contain magic, or reverb memories, but they all have one drawback: limited use. If he says something like that, you know it, then the girl is disappointed in the professor. He sees that the guys have a lot of questions and will answer a couple of them. A second-year student asked the question, what does he mean by shortening time? What he said about the time of the demonstration is as follows. A first-year student asked the question, does this mean that they will improve spells? Not at all. If they are already using completed spells, then it will become completely different. It will also show you a method that will shorten the time without changing the spell. Suddenly the girl interrupted and said that it was simply impossible. The guy didn't answer her. She's Flora Lumos, a sophomore. She said it was impossible, but it was Flora, and she had finally said something to the professor. But he wasn't allowed to make comments, just questions, but he would listen to her. How can a student claim that something is impossible? Reducing the time spent on a spell can only be done through scrolls and residual spells. He says he can do something that no one else has ever done before. Personally, she doesn't believe him, even if it's not that they can't improve it, but that they just didn't do it, he said. Magic doesn't develop because society is too conservative. Meanwhile, science is rapidly developing and has already become a dangerous competitor to magic. They try to say that science is better than it, but he only says that magic stands still. So the girl is wrong. If no one has done this before, then the guy will do it. She was angry. He was serious. Why was he so sure of himself? Since simple explanations are not enough, he will show everything by example. She said that her name is Flora, whether she knows the average time to create a fire arrow. She said that it depends on the caster rank. 3 magicians spend 10 seconds, so it will take him 5 seconds. This is correct, but does not encourage the use of the rank system in this question. Students will be on the same skill level as him if they attend his lectures. Well, then it's 5 seconds anyway, although it might be faster. This is very presumptuous. Well, maybe she'll show it to everyone here. The girl stood up and agreed. She managed to do it in front of the whole class. She's really fast. That's what the daughter of the Lumos family means. The spell duration is 4.87 seconds. This speed makes you doubt that she is just a second-year student. The manager praised her because it's amazing, but she doesn't need praise, but it's slow. The girl was surprised by this comment. The minimum record of a rank 3 mage is 4.41 seconds too slow. She will become faster if she develops this skill. Well, he once again repeated that this time of 4.41 seconds is slow. The students were shocked at how fast the supervisor can be if he says this. The guy said to look carefully. The fire arrow should look something like this. She was surprised what he was doing. It wasn't a fire arrow spell. The guy pointed his wand and used magic. A ring appeared there. Everyone was amazed at what was going on. The spell ended in mid-flight, taking less than a second. The girl was also startled. This technique was something completely different now. He didn't even take a single step necessary to complete the technique. He asked if everyone saw it. He will show you again if someone missed something. The guy managed to repeat it. Everyone also kept silent and opened their mouths. All their knowledge will be completely changed. The fire arrow that he used earlier took 0.24 seconds. This is significantly different from the established record. However, at the same time, it is quite strange because what he used earlier was not a fire arrow, but it was definitely a fire arrow. To make it easier for them, they can call this technique to use the technique. Technique for using technique. What does it mean? This is what gives them a certain result when they present this kind of project. Magic uses its body as a tool and consumes magic power as fuel, while the program itself is called a technique and its active state is called magic. And the guy calls it primary code. Primary code? She had never heard of such magic before. Who was he, anyway? He asked if he had dispelled the girl's doubts. It was true. She'd interrupted his class without permission, just as she'd intended, and all because she was thinking too narrowly. The girl agreed with his words. Their actions were clearly aimed at undermining the authority of the teacher, so Flora Lumos, she gets 10 penalty points. Just as someone like her could be punished, the girl turned around and left. However, the teacher continued, the fire arrow that she showed was excellent. For this, he will give her 10 points. It looks like it exits at 0. He doesn't belittle the student's abilities, she really was great. The girl responded with gratitude, but it turns out that those penalty points paid off. What a relief for the entire class. The girl returned to her desk. Her friend asked if everything was all right, of course, but she thanked her for her concern. The girl so steadfastly endured everything that I expected from such a student, even though she was sitting at the table and was very angry. Now they can start the lesson, the teacher said. It will teach students the primary code, only some students of those who succeed. So if they want to learn this, then let them try their best. The students were shocked, everyone was talking so badly about him, and the guy was worried that he chose a terrible class, but this is amazing. He really got into this beautiful academy. The clock showed 12 lesson, it was over for today, everyone was leaving, the teacher also left the class. The students were thrilled with how incredible he was. Primary code, they can't believe they saw something like this today. Of course, the sight of something like this is impressive, said one of the students. They only belittle their abilities, which are already stingy. That's why commoners are so worthless. This student walked up to a guy who was shocked by the teacher's skills. There was no one around, so he walked over to it. It turns out that these words were addressed to this boy. The guy asked if he was bullying him, but of course he wasn't. He started cursing while the guy was looking down on Baron Felio's eldest son. But the guy said it wasn't like that. A girl came up to them and asked if this high-ranking person was talking about the lands right on the border of the empire, who complained that such an academy now accepts children as well. Well, it's much better than enrolling some idiot from a family like his. The guy got very angry and started using magic against this student. How dare he insult a noble? For this, he will pay the price. The guy stood there in silence, then cleared his throat for him to hold on. They would see what would happen to him if he attacked them here. He doubts that the academy will turn a blind eye to this, even if the guy is a noble. Didn't he count the rules before entering? And before you threaten him, he should also assess the situation. Doesn't he notice other people in the audience? He looked around and said that the guy was going to pay for this and later left. The student thanked the new acquaintance for his help. He is Aiden. His name was Leo, and don't mention it. The guy was disgusted to watch this arrogance, which is justified only by the status of a nobleman. This disciple is so good, but the guy even heard what he just said. However, he's leaving. The guy suggested we go together, but how would he know where he was going? Isn't this the alchemy textbook, the one in his hands? If yes, then the student also goes there after this lesson. He can do whatever he wants and doesn't need to be so obvious at all. He means something, that he's a country boy, a commoner, and that he can't do magic. Ah said that he didn't know much about such things, but then he should know how things were going at this academy, because in the second year there are guys who are extremely strong. First, this is the girl who showed her magic in class. Yes, the one who interrupted the lecture. She has a bad reputation, so you should stay away from her. Rumor has it that the previous professor left because of her. The next one is the gemstone, the Exilian Empire. The third princess is Erendir von Exilian. It wouldn't do any good if they were commoners to get close to royalty. And she was also in this class, that's right. And finally, the person who leads all the nobles for 2 years of the academy, Proiden Valberg. When they speak of it, they are referring to one of the 3 Grand Duke families. They think commoners like them are insects, so it's best to stay away from them. Come to think of it, that guy was also from their group, the one who molested the disciple. So now the student is blacklisted. Yes, but can't do anything about it, maybe something else. His new friend can't figure out if he's brave or just plain. He would tell him a little more as they walked. Would the guy like to have lunch together? A student asked him. But why would they do that? Next, we see a man with white hair walking down a corridor. And later we see our hero. The reaction of the students was much better than he thought. Even this was not expected. This world is similar to the 19th century on their planet, because of the magic of technology development is significantly different from the 21st century. Therefore, the primordial cat was created with the help of science and magic. He didn't even think that the reaction would be so good. When his teacher first saw his work, it wasn't so bad, he said. So the teacher didn't even have much hope. It may allow you to use magic faster, more accurately, but as long as it's limited to rank 3 magic, it's bad. The hero can't teach them, only the primary code. If he doesn't want to get caught, then he should prepare more things that he can teach them. He went to the door, apparently it was his office. The guy opened the door, went inside. There was a girl standing there, she was scared, and Bose greeted the professor. As far as he's concerned, the interior here is just wonderful, isn't it? The academy provides all its professors with their own private office, so he can do whatever he wants here. It was the headmistress, so how could he find out what she was doing here? But isn't she supposed to be here? He just asked her why. Honestly, it's a little annoying. It's all because he's a precious professor of the academy. As the headmaster, she has to take care of him. Why did his body get so itchy every day when their eyes met? In any case, why was he so calm? She was hoping to shock him with her appearance. He apologized, but maybe he doesn't think so, but he's shocked. It's even more shocking than a night run from a ghost. Why was she in the study when he opened the door? All the other professors were surprised and told the girls he was the last professor she attended. Well, why did she visit absolutely everyone in her personal account? Maybe it was much more important why it was the last one. Just don't let her say that she came for him. No matter how secretive the organization is, as the headmaster, she will definitely know about the conspiracies within the academy. Maybe they're checking him out now, but that's totally unfair. As long as he's the head of a secret organization, he doesn't belong to them. She had heard that he invited freshmen to his lectures. Why? He does not intend to teach students of a certain year one of study. Don't worry so much, she doesn't scold him, she likes this method of teaching. This year, many great students have been enrolled, and there are also some who use unique magic. The hero has just received a list of documents. In any case, since the princess is registered in their class, the girl asks to make sure that there will be no problems. She doesn't ask for special treatment, but they'll get in trouble if something happens to her. What a princess! A girl has high expectations for this professor. It's great that he finished his first lesson without incident. The girl got up from the couch. She doesn't worry anymore, as the students really enjoy his classes. He offered her a cup of tea before leaving, and she thanked him, but didn't. Since she has a lot of work to do, so she declines his offer. She would visit him later and hope that he would enjoy working here. The girl went out the door and closed it. There was a man waiting for her and asked how this guy was feeling right now. Is it trustworthy? Director, no idea. She's mostly focused on people who she feels are very dangerous, but she doesn't have any leads yet. The man thought that things are solved by themselves when the director herself personally puts her hand to them. She thought so too, but she didn't think he wouldn't even flinch. After her charming gaze twice, this guy would definitely have been affected by it if he was rank 4, but has absolutely no reaction, in her opinion. It means that he resists with willpower. How funny and cute he is. The terrorist attack on the train, the subsequent investigation at the academy, she can't miss a single detail. What if it was all a hoax and the person was switched? She asked what the man thought about it. He wasn't sure, but this new professor definitely wasn't that easy. Well, it's just the old man's house, but his intuition never failed the headmaster. She is also not sure that she can trust the new professor's words, but she will still have to watch him. The guy was resting in his office. He was angry at this private conversation. This is an obvious interrogation, but it did not give any reason to doubt. It is necessary to finish what he read earlier. The guy was looking at the student lists. Now that he looks at it from the outside, the Lumos family is the highest nobility. They wouldn't be pressuring him with their influence because of what had happened, would they? He was sure that that student wouldn't accept it. It was too much to his heart. He even gave points as an apology. In any case, it's just like the director said, there are a lot of amazing kids here. The prophet with the support of the magic tower is the princess of the empire. Later, he looked up about the guy who was sitting in class. I think he's seen it before. Maybe he'll remember something about it later. In any case, you cannot relax your vigilance. Judging by their actions, they still do not trust him. Could it be that he needs to contact a secret organization? The person who listed him as a member of the first squad. He should have seen that guy's face before, which means that he accepted the change in the guy's appearance so calmly. If the real one was a master of disguise and penetration, then the hero, no, he should not be caught. There's no guarantee that he won't be killed, even if he benefits them. He should finish his work now, right? A certain man came into his office and greeted him there to give him something. He asked if it was a patrol schedule. Yes, it was his turn today. Now he remembers something similar in the contract. He got the paper, so now the postman is being rejected. The patrol isn't such a big deal. Next, we see how children train in the gym at night. There was a conflict between the girls. One asked to repeat the other one. She said that she would not leave this place completely free for everyone. If she doesn't like it so much, then why doesn't she leave on her own? Why is the disciple telling this to her pathetic commoner? But the academy doesn't have a class division based on the title, or it knows about it. The girl told everyone to listen to what the girl believed in, a fairy tale told in order to make squalid people like her feel better. She began to agree with the guy that just people are really very. They began to mock the girl for being a non-entity. No matter what she says to them, they don't want to listen to her at all. If the girl understood everything, then let her apologize to her. But she just turned around and left. How dare such a lowly commoner ignore her words? The girl was angered by this, and she used her wand to use magic. This attack hit the girl. Even her friends were afraid of this arrogant one. well, and suddenly flew off. Who did it? Who dared? What does she think she's doing, daring to start a fight together where people hone their abilities? No, it can't be called a fight. They already create problems at the very beginning of the year. It was our hero who protected the girl. She must think the academy is a joke. The guy used magic to descend from the top floor, using it on his feet. He would have let the girl go with a warning if it was just a normal fight. But no matter how you look at it, it was a one-sided attack. And what happens next? Did she do what required her to insult the honor of her family? What kind of honor is it that all the students of the academy are here on equal terms? The girl was angered by such words, but it doesn't matter how noble her blood is. The teacher can't turn a blind eye to this and told her to follow him immediately. The girl is the one who made the pitiful fallen noble very angry. She shouted at his back. Even all the students were shocked by such words. The guy only turned his head. What did she just say? He turned around and asked her to repeat. He walked up to her and repeated, "Fallen noble." The children called another professor, who tried to stop the hero, but he swung his hand at the girl. But I only put it on her shoulder, and she had already closed her eyes and was ready to take the blow, but everything worked out. Everything was as she said. He is a fallen noble, exactly. But this is an academy, and he's a professor here, and her statement challenges his rights, doesn't it? But still, she is still too young a student, so it is difficult for her to adapt to a new place. So the professor will take this as a caveat and issue a warning. But still the girl will be punished for criminal actions towards other students. He asked if the student was injured. There's nothing wrong with her. She was standing in the teacher's arms. The rest of the guy will leave to Professor Celine. The student was glad that the professor remembers her name and that she was in his classes. But why? She's only a gray mouse among 80 students, but everyone in Tiorn is equal. The hero only seems scary at first glance, so she will believe in him and follow him. She needs to try very hard. The hero was sitting on a bench and was outraged. Everything hurt. After using magic it became easier. This is much better, but there will be problems without medication. Terrible bad luck due to the fact that this is happening now. He almost embarrassed himself. He received the first signal during training, but then he could still control it. Now the symptoms are stronger. He was going to leave faster, but that girl was screaming so loud. He'd done well, but his expression might have let him down. In his hands is the last jar that he took. He will be able to hold on for another 5 days, no more. But at this time, he may need magic, and if he goes to the pharmacy, it will be recorded. It is dangerous. He needs to contact those guys as soon as possible. At lunch, the teachers were discussing Verboff, and the students who went to Leatherbelf yesterday saw a dark figure lurking in the gloom on the roofs of buildings. Sounds like an urban legend, right? But it seems that the man was noticed in the academy within its walls. Professorship told what the students might have thought, but there is a possibility that this is true, and that strange things happen there because of magic, also known as the 7 ghosts of Tiorn. Is there really nothing like this here? Surely he didn't know, and she knew a lot about them. She insisted that she hadn't researched all the ghost stories at the academy. She just heard about it from students, and she found it interesting, because this way you can keep up a conversation with them. Otherwise, she would never have investigated it, because in general she does not like such ghost stories and does not pay attention to them. But after all, it was a compliment from the hero, and she took it so well. He asked her to calm down because he already understood everything. Another teacher added that on the first day in Ludum, he left very early, reducing the spell time. What is the bit called? Primary code, exactly. Is it true? That's right, so it's real, but to think that it's impossible. And if you think about it, it's quite real. The other professors turned around. The man exchanged glances with the hero. Everyone is interested in his magic. But why? Is he sure he wants to teach it here? He could have patented it in the magic tower. But he is not particularly interested in this. It would be better not to declare it. If you do not follow your actions, you can easily get a knife in the back. Unless the magic tower finds out first, of course. The problem is with the other professors sitting behind him. Crispin Imor. Werewolf, night has fallen. We see the hero waiting for someone. The person is delayed. You need to check the area. It was a wolf. They haven't seen each other for a long time, so they are happy to meet hands. What was he doing now? But did he want it to end like this? Who knew that this lady's little dog would win right at him? He's born to fail, so don't laugh until he's in his shoes. At times like this, he feels even worse. Hans is a person with a specific power. When he is bitten by an animal, their genes mix, and whether he wants to or not, he turns into that animal. Became a cat or turned into a Pomeranian. The hero brought an antidote, which is good, because he could not move normally in this form. If it wasn't for the hero, the reincarnated one was walking like this all the time. They gave him medicine, and he returned to his appearance. Just like the first time they met, the guy had a mission to destroy, but he didn't expect to see a huge chihuahua in front of him. It's a good thing it didn't happen, because he could have died. Ludger Celicy, he can call him that. Now that I've told you, it's clear what the letter said, Professor Tiorna, when he made this identity. And why do they meet here and not in the capital without an agreement? What happened? The guy got dressed. He would definitely have been caught if it wasn't for the hero. But he wants to live and does something else. Maybe this Ludger is part of a secret organization. Yes, he's in the first squad. Does he know anything about it? He remembers that there were new guys in the underground. They were called some kind of order. What are they called? Black Dawn. It's definitely them. The guy was able to escape thanks to luck, but wouldn't a single mistake be fatal? Therefore, the hero must prepare. Did the guy bring something useful? It was a suitcase. Apparently the guy didn't open it, but he's not crazy to peek into the hero's things. Keith Sheridan was waiting for him, too, but surely no one expected something like this to happen. One way or another, both of them are dependent on medication. It would be much better to meet earlier, since the guy arrived 2 days ago. Why did the email ask you to wait? What is the hero talking about? But yesterday there were rumors about a werewolf in the city, but he only got into the city today. Why should he show off? The guy suddenly shouted, "This is a real werewolf, right? They really exist. They decided to disperse. They hardly noticed. We need to leave faster. But the wolf will detect them if they move, because he is looking for prey." He noticed a badge in the werewolf's head, and now the teacher has to check something out. But why? The guy started shouting and swearing. But the hero noticed something glittering on his neck. Someone might have attached it there on purpose. But who would do such a thing? Now they will check it out. The hero loaded the gun. It had been a long time since anyone had seen him use it. The last time he had been on a cryptid hunt. Didn't the hero have a pseudonym at that time? Such as Val Helsing, Abraham Van Helsing. He started walking down the street and was noticed by a monster, who jumped off the roof and threw it on the hunt. He jumped down right in front of the hero, his eyes burning, but the guy didn't budge. As expected, there is a limiter around the monster's neck, so there are so many questions now. But the answers can only be obtained after the capture of werewolf. They started a fight. The monster came first. He attacked with his claws. The guy retreated, and after the steps, circles of magic appeared under his feet. Suddenly, the hero ran into a wall. At this moment he pounced on the hero, but then defended himself with magic and his powers. A certain barrier appeared. Then the monster crashed and fell, and later he shouted, but everyone watched the passing suitcase. He did not understand why the werewolf fell so sharply. Maybe he ate something wrong. But the hero created a high-frequency sound that he repaired around. Fortunately, people do not hear it. It should hurt the monster, but there's no point in using expensive silver bullets. He only took out a hypodermic needle. Now they will see how they created this wolf. But the police arrived at the scene. Why now? The wolf suddenly got up and disappeared on the roofs, but the guy remained standing. With the help of a chain, he caught onto the roof and at the moment also rose as he hooked it with a hook. He can't miss the monster. The police noticed someone on the roof. One of the supervisors said to arrest all suspicious individuals in the area. Meanwhile, the hero chased after the monster. The monster was jumping on the roof and trying to escape, but when it stopped and turned around, the hero was not so far away. The guy tried to just suppress it, but apparently he doesn't have a choice. The teacher took out a dart. He spun it around and threw it forward. The wolf didn't understand what was going on, so it charged at the hero. Well, when the spikes flew past it, it dodged. The monster has a really good reflex and the hero praised it, because the guy was going to finish everything with one blow. Later, he took out his wand, twirled it, and used magic that hit the monster. At first, he tried to run away, but he couldn't do anything. Magic seemed to envelop him. Later, I rushed after him, and the hero they ran across the roofs again. But the guy caught up with him. He managed to do it. He jumped on it and hit the monster in the face with his stick. When he landed, he took it out of its case, and there was a wolf behind him. The hero quickly turned around and hit him, cutting off his head. Meanwhile, a kid was walking down the street with a suitcase. He almost got caught. The hero said he wanted to catch this werewolf, and when the hell would he come back? While he was walking on a calm fishing rod, the head of the same monster flew in front of him. The guy screamed in horror. Later, the hero also came down to earth. Was the boy surprised? He started shouting that the next time you should warn him when the hero is going to appear out of nowhere. He was startled, because this is the same monster, even if the teacher didn't say that he was going to leave it here. That's right, there's no need to carry something like this around, so why would he bring it here? All because he wanted to surprise the guy. Is this revenge for what happened? The hero checked everything. This is not a real cryptid. This is an artificial object created by someone. The guy was startled by such news as the hero believes that they should change their plans. What does he mean by plans? That they need to settle down here? This place is clearly better than the capital. No matter how you look at it, they will stay in the city for a while anyway. Close to Taorn, an unknown organization, experimental lunatics, and street gangs in this big city. Yes, that is why they will not be noticed here in such a house. They should just gather information. But will one guy have to do it? Now the hero is closely watched, so he will not be able to move freely. Therefore, the guy will have to provide him with information, after which the hero will move on. The guy understood everything. This is his job, no matter how you look at it. They can't wait for the situation to resolve itself, even if they can't act immediately. He must find allies as soon as possible, but create a werewolf in this era. It's branded as an experiment, so he doesn't think that ordinary people are behind it. Well, anyway, this monster has been eliminated, and the guy doesn't want to get into any more trouble. The unknown killer from Leatherbelf is still missing. Last Sunday, there were 5 more murders in this city, along with a total of 10 victims. The culprit is still unknown, but witnesses mention seeing a huge figure with black fur. The police say he's just a mad killer, and they'll catch him soon enough. People are still very concerned. Sunday, how is this even possible when the hero killed this monster on Saturday? So, there were more of them or not? Suddenly, something behind the desk of the guy where he was reading the newspaper glittered. It was a kind of bell. All the teachers gathered in the first class. The hero wasn't there, and the girl was worried about him. But then he appeared in this huge office. Everyone had heard about him, but they only saw him once. They discussed his origins and his mastery of magic. He sat down next to the girl, and she asked if he had heard the news that 2 first-year students were attacked yesterday. Fortunately, they are alive, but they suffered serious injuries, and it looks like they were attacked by an animal. When the students woke up, they confirmed that they saw the animal that attacked them. Most likely, the rumor that went around last week turned out to be true. There were also victims in the city. The headmaster was approaching, so everyone was told to keep quiet. So the girl told the hero that this is Professor Mario's. She teaches pharmacy. He has also been working here for more than 20 years. The director came into the office, and she gathered them all here because she had an announcement to make. She had heard about a rumor going around the academy that 2 new students were injured yesterday. The culprit is still unknown, but eyewitnesses say that the werewolf is the work of cryptids. It can't be said one of the teachers to the principal. It must be a mistake. What other cryptids? Professor Hugo Borutang said. Does he have anything else to say? He said it was a huge academy, a place protected by the Exilian Empire itself. And such a monster in a place like this, she shouldn't blindly believe in the ghost stories that go around among the students. She turned to the professor. Didn't she mention 2 victims? Yes, the teacher heard it loud and clear, which is why he is even more certain that it is definitely not a monster. Both victims are of noble birth. He believes that the culprit is an academy disciple, a commoner. The director apologized and asked him to repeat it. When the man started shouting, wasn't it obvious that this was the work of a commoner student? Why do they think that only the student nobles were affected? And they believe that the academy has been attacked by a monster. The fact that someone is posing as a werewolf sounds much more plausible, everyone thought. But the hero didn't say anything. He didn't even think that Black Dawn would send so many people here. Stirring up trouble when they don't have enough power is the best academy on the continent. Suddenly, something fell on his shoulder, and he drew the bug's attention to it. He picked it up and looked at it, and there was a note on it. 3 rebels have escaped, and it is necessary to catch and eliminate them. Otherwise, if they fall into the checks, the hero's identity may be revealed. He rolled up the paper and lowered his head. Why is he doing all this? And a friend of his asked if he said hello, but he said it was nothing. Come to think of it, this situation is a great chance for Black Dawn. No matter how you look at it, you can safely say that this is an unforeseen situation. They also got hit, which is good, but the problem is the threat of revealing his identity. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He had to do something before the academy did it. If it fails, then it's all over. A professor who is indignant, his opinion is certainly important, and he can express it, but the director asks you to take your work seriously. He asked if she would reinforce the patrol. Yes, it is worth telling students not to walk around at night if necessary. They can threaten to withdraw points. She said it would be an order from the headmaster. All the teachers had to pass it on to the students. That was the end of their meeting. She wished everyone a good day and left. The hero strolled through the park and pondered. Later, I told someone to stop hiding and come out. It was one of the female students who came out from behind the tree. This kid was definitely the first one to reach out to him. Just think that they sent the kids here as well. He asked what happened and they should find a quieter place, so he told the girl to follow him. He asked her if she drank coffee like that. When they arrived, he bought coffee and asked her what her name was. Seen at a Loshan, if she has a password, it assumes that she is not a prost. And what is her real name? That's her real name, so she's not a spy. The girl sat and constantly turned around, but the hero continued to talk. Then he is sure that she was following him to say something, so let him tell her. There are a lot of people around the groom. The guy put up a magic barrier. No one will hear them until they enter this field. As expected of one order, he was sure that he should change his rank and not call him that from now on. Well, how can she dare? Otherwise, is she really going to call him that in front of all the guy? The girl ordered her to understand everything. If so, they will talk about birds. What is the situation? The last monster attack was planned by their partner group. Now there are tests in Cryptida. They are related to black magic and Shamus research. When studying Shamus, some were selected under the pretext of the unethical nature of the experiment. It is not in her power to know the details, but the subject has disappeared. He made his way through the exact pipes and caused a riot in the academy. The guy's eyes were startled. She apologized, apparently talking too much. He said everything was fine and she could go on. Since this is his mission and she has no right to interfere, the girl wanted to call him first, but changed her mind and called him Professor. She had heard that it was related to him, so she came to find him. Another one order, Victor, asked the hero to know this name. Just like he said, the guy only borrowed the name, even though he didn't know it would end up like this. Victor Dreadpool, the boy should remember that name for the future. Since the situation is out of control, you need to get rid of all Uli as soon as possible, and since this is only 3 objects, there are no 2. The girl was surprised, because the guy takes something out of his pocket. He showed the monster locket. When was it him? 2 days ago, he met a monster in the city. The girl was startled. This was all as expected from the professor. She contacted him as a student so as not to arouse suspicion. Why is such an amazing girl still in the 3rd squad? Was this girl an outcast? Perhaps because she comes from a noble family and they are not tolerated in an antisocial organization. Most likely, it will be used as a puppet and later thrown away. Previously, the guy saw the balance in the academy and now he is watching the balance in Black Dawn. This might be a chance to get the benefit of this girl. If they say that they passed through the sewers, then you should look for them in this area. The guy understood, but does the academy have the information? That's right, but she's not sure how soon they'll find out. They'll leave it at that, he told the girl, and he would contact her as soon as possible. She agreed with the professor and he added something before he left. Her communication skills had improved since their last meeting. She's doing a great job and she should keep it up. He left the girl. It was embarrassing. She thanked him even while sitting at the table. Someone was watching them through the window all the time, that it was maybe magic. What is this conversation that requires the use of magic? This was the blue-haired student. Who are these two? She wondered. Next, we see this girl sitting in some class. She talks about the magic she saw in the cafe. She can tell by the tone of the spell that it's sound insulation magic. Other ordinary people wouldn't be able to replace the color and smell of magic. Well, why did the professor do this? What did he talk about with that girl? The teacher finished her lesson. She said that you should believe only verified information, not wander too late. If they are caught walking, they will be reprimanded. Later, the students discussed about the monster. Someone was so enthusiastic that he suggested that others try to go and catch them. But didn't the students hear the announcement at the beginning of class that if they messed around, they would be punished? Well, if everything goes smoothly, they won't even be caught, especially since the city promises a reward for their capture. A friend of Aiden's asked what the guy thought about it. About the rumors, about the monster, they will not be happy if they get caught, so it is better to stay away from all this. The boy thought that was what the boy was going to say. What about Leo? He's not interested in it either, and there have been victims, so they'd better leave it to the professors. Where did he say good morning to her? The girl was angry. Leo told her that if she was late, she should. Maybe he says it's because of the tie, and he shouldn't get involved in their conversations at all. She suggested that the guy fight again and without giveaways this time. But the guy replied that he was unlikely to be able to do it, so why? Because he still has lessons today, and they can't go out at night because of the werewolves. The girl thought that the guy was trying to escape, using this as an excuse that he was afraid of her. He agreed, so be it, and let her think so. If they couldn't fight, they would decide it differently. She named the werewolf, and whoever caught it first would win. Leo hesitated, then said it was a deal. His friend was shocked by this decision. She only said not to run away to the coward. It was the same thing he wanted to tell her, not to cry when he lost. She was gone, so why was Leo going to do something so dangerous? He had only agreed to her terms, and the professors would take care of her anyway. But the guy thinks that the girl is serious. If she wasn't an she wouldn't be doing this sort of thing alone. If it's Tacy, then she's capable of it. They both got up from their chairs. The girl was already on the street when she managed to get there. This is the way to the dorm. It was a good thing that she had something in common with common sense, but suddenly the girl turned around and ran in the other direction. The guys were shocked, so what was she doing? Then night fell. We see the professor walking down the street. Today there are a lot of people watching him. So, on the condition that his title is restored, he is asked to take care of the student nobles. The man only says that they should help each other. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Since such a professor came to a fallen noble for help, it means that he is completely desperate. He almost directly says that it will be more profitable to stay close to the director. There are no kings or nobles in the academy, and the guy is not going to change his mind. With his permission, he will return to his patrol. They had talked about it earlier in the day, but the guy did not finish listening to the man and left. If he had accepted his offer, his identity would have been exposed, so why would he do all this? Moreover, he is not eager to face the dark side of the director. While he was walking and thinking about it at night, he noticed 3 students in the bushes, and with her hand she pointed to get out of here quickly. Shouldn't they go back to their rooms immediately? They tried to explain to the professor that it wasn't what he thought it was. All of them received 5 points. That's already 20 per night. Of course, he had heard that there would be rowdies, but he did not think that there would be so many. Their warnings had no effect. Because of this, the situation can turn very bad and he must take care of everything before anything happens. Flow pipe cleaning station in the vicinity of Tjorn. The guy went in there and there was water flowing. The girl had told him that the werewolves had passed through the sewers, and these sewer pipes are the only ones that are suitable in size for the free movement of such a large monster. It looks as if no one has been here for a long time. But what if he noticed the paw prints of 2 people? Some are big, some are small, and they go in one direction. He hopes that the tracks don't end somewhere in the middle. The guy followed these tracks, explored so on, they lead further. Large footprints are heading towards the academy, probably when the monster went hunting. At the moment, such a werewolf is the most dangerous. The hero will not be surprised if someone now attacks him. But then he heard a scream and turned around. He won't make it in time if he follows the tracks, he must run directly to the creek itself. There were 2 girls who were being attacked by this terrible monster. When he noticed one of the academy's most important female students, he should have made it in time. When he directed his magic at the monster, did it hit it and stop it? He flew several meters away, and the hero appeared in front of the girls. They were happy to see the professor. It was Renee and Erendir von Exilian. They asked what happened to them, and the professor said that they both get 5 free kicks. They asked him to wait and let him ask if they were okay first. What have they done so well to shout like that? The girl tried to bring the students back. He sees that she is very talkative, despite the fact that she almost died. A friend of this girl asked not to punish her because it was her friend's fault because she fell asleep while studying. The professor is happy with the girl's honesty, but she must understand the situation. The girl was angry. What is this contrast in attitude? He told the girl to take the victim to the dorm and he would cancel their penalty points. Since it's true, they will. If they are not satisfied with something in the offer, then he can give them back penalties. But the girl picked up Renee from the floor and they headed back. When the girls left, a monster appeared in front of the hero. They noticed him and pointed out the danger to the professor, but he was aware of it. The monster just stood in front of him and then attacked. The girls must run to a safe place and very quickly. It turns out that the monster did not attack, but began to run away, and the professor followed him so as not to miss. With the help of his chain, he caught onto the roof of the building and flew forward. It was levitation magic, right? That's how he ended up on the roof, right where the monster was, but the monster couldn't see him. Later, the guy continued to use his chain to get closer to him. They ended up on one surface. They stood in front of each other and prepared for battle. The monster stepped on one. It tried to touch the guy with its claws, but the guy used magic, which he did not succeed. Later, he flew over it from above and the monster lost sight of the guy. While flying, he used magic to launch a ball that hit the monster. The girls were shocked. This is a combined magic. Just amazing. The monster continued to fight. The guy used magic and it got worse and worse. At one point, he rolled off the roof, but the guy continued to use magic to hold him down. The teacher is also exhausted. It's not worth wasting this amount of magic power. But he couldn't help but use magic in front of the students. We need to get this over with as soon as possible and go get something else. It can still move like a monster can. He grabbed a piece of the roof and tried to throw it at the hero, but with the help of the shield, this stone shattered. Could it be that this monster knows how to use improvised means? He got to his feet and ran across the rooftops again. A werewolf who knows how to use tools. What time is it created on the basis of a wolf? Then it should not have any kind of human intelligence. Are these creatures really werewolves? Meanwhile, in the woods, the 2 guys were looking for a friend with whom they had an argument. They were ready to give up. They can't find her anywhere. Could it be that she had already come back at all? But the guy didn't give up, and you can't know for sure that it's their fault that they agreed to this. But did he really believe that Tacy was still looking for the werewolf? Someone else would have stopped by now, but she wasn't one of them. His friend had thought of that, too, and they would search for another half hour. If they didn't find her, then she was no longer here. Suddenly they noticed something. They heard someone's voice. It was the voice of a girl. The boys started running into the woods, following her voice. It turns out that the girl just fell the same way as the guy who was running in front. She asked what the 2 of them were doing here. They said they heard a scream. She denied it and said she hadn't screamed at all. But the sound continued, and she told the boys to follow her. They carefully peeked out from behind the bushes. It's a little werewolf, isn't it? Very small. She won, and how do they do it? But she had only found him, and the conditions were right for him to be caught. If that's the case, then she'll catch him right now. Her partner tried to stop her. She sees that he wants to pick it up himself. Not at all. The guy thinks that the injured cub will not be able to walk, so he hides in the bushes. Well, does she think such a small one could disguise himself on his own? That is, he wants to say that there is still one monster nearby, so also a big one. They noticed something hanging on the monster's neck. While they were looking at this, a huge monster appeared behind them. Its mouth opened and drooled, and it also growled. The guys noticed his friend, dragged his friend away and threw him in the side. So the monster couldn't grab him, but it hit Leo. Later, the werewolf grabbed the guy's head. The girl told everyone to be calm, she could beat him. For the sake of restoring her name and her family, she has to do this. Well, when the monster noticed that she was pulling out her wand, it pounced on her while the guy grabbed her in his arms and they flew away together. The guy paid attention to this. The girl was also shocked. Why did he? She can't stand by and watch her friends get killed. Why did he save her? The guy told no one to worry because the monster was probably angry because they got close to its cub. That's right, but the guys were telling the guy that the werewolf probably wouldn't understand him anyway. But the guy kept talking. He was telling the monster that he wasn't going to attack. He put his hands in front of his friends, turned around and left. He crouched down next to his cub. The guy was right. The werewolf reacted like this because of his baby. How did he know? You should be careful. They don't know when he will attack them. The guy turned to the guys, although he knows that this will sound, but they should trust him. He moved closer to the monster, raising his hand and saying that everything was fine and he wouldn't hurt it. It's a cub, it's injured, right? The guy took it out of his pocket. Nikki, you went to bed. The effect may not be very good, but the baby will feel better from this. The monster turned around and extended its paw. While he was doing this, a certain arrow suddenly flew out of his hand. As long as that arrow of Manga fire was inside him, he was in pain. Later, the arrow was said to have bound him in chains. It was the professor, and he asked what the three of them were doing here. The girl was glad to see the professor. Well, they will talk later. Now the guys should stand behind him. Of course, the students agreed. But Aiden asked him to wait a minute for the professor. The guy thinks that the monster understands human speech. He asked me not to kill him right now. What nonsense, the guy says. It's not nonsense at all. This werewolf can. The guy looked at the side. Suddenly the student fell silent. The teacher did not even listen, but simply pushed him away with his hand so that he fell to the ground. He didn't understand what had just happened to the professor's aura. He used fire magic in huge amounts. Apparently, he was ready to finish off the monster, and they would also talk about the behavior of these three guys tomorrow and the punishment. Now they must return to their rooms. The next day, the three of them were sitting in the study waiting for someone. It's just awful if all the people caught them. She should calm down, she told herself in her mind, but she was only showing weakness. She turned her head and looked at the disciple. The director came into the office, asked how long they had been waiting for her. The boys were shocked to see her. She told the three of them to sit back. If the director came in person, it means that the situation won't end with just a reprimand. Why do they think she summoned them? The guy replied that he thought it wasn't just for giving out penalty points. That's exactly what the teacher said. And the three of them should know how careless their actions were last night. Some of them might have died because of such antics. The director told the hero not to be so intimidating. And she said, don't scare the guys so much. But they can't let the guys get away with it. Everything ended well, and he explained the situation perfectly in every detail. The girl heard that the guy covered the girl with his body. His actions were too reckless and dangerous, so she decided to give them all 10 penalty points. Still, she can't scold them for their heroic deeds, so she'll give all three of them 20 points for it. The guys were shocked by this outcome. She asked the professor if he had any objections, but he will not be able to hinder the director. Well, if that's the case, then they should work hard in the future. Everyone thanked the director. The guys were leaving the office, but the guy paid attention to the hero. Professor, is he happy? She didn't expect him to ask her to be disrespectful to these children. He thanks them because it wouldn't be so good if they knew about his request. She agreed, but the monster really didn't have any anomalies. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything supernatural. Anyway, she thanked the professor. After all, thanks to him, no one died. She hopes to do the same good job in the future. The guy sat at the table and thought. As he walked back, he remembered the picture of that monster, that blood, and the kid in the bushes. It was definitely a reverse transformation into a human body. They didn't use wolves to create werewolves, they kidnapped people and turned them into werewolves. The guy does not regret his decision, but there could be problems if he did not get rid of them. They also caused harm to people. In the end, the truth does not change from this. That's why it ended like this. He thought back to those monsters, the use of magic, and how the kid had transformed back. The guy took out a certain pendant and told Hansu that it was him. He had one request for the guy. Next, we see the same three guys sitting on the street. Who would have thought that they would be released so easily and even give extra points? The girl asked Leo if his arm was okay. Just be careful for the next few days. The girl was looking at Aiden and she asked if everything was okay. It's just that werewolf cub yesterday, he had something hanging around his neck. The girl didn't believe it, but you don't have to shout like that. That's why the guy didn't try to stop the professor. Most likely, these monsters could be controlled by something. Come to think of it, I've heard of suspicious people hiding out here at the academy. Isn't that a false rumor? He's not sure now, but they don't think it's strange that the werewolf had a pendant. And then there's him. He wants to talk about the professor right now. The guy, of course, doesn't want to slander him, but he overdid it yesterday. At that moment, he definitely noticed something. So the guy is saying that the professor tried to hide information from them. The student is not sure, but it seems to him that the teacher knows something. Maybe it's just his imagination, and the professor has no reason to hide anything. But what if it's true? What if the professor is really connected to these rumors? Suddenly, the girl asked if the student was. He thinks too much and forgot what the headmaster said. She said that the professor explained the whole situation in the smallest detail. If he's like a guy and said he's hiding something, why would he do it? Maybe it doesn't look like it, but the teacher cares about them. And the student talks so much about him. The girl swore. She's probably right. No, you don't have to worry about it now. Anyway, the guy is hungry, so they'll go out for lunch. Now is the time for that. They invited the girl with them. She was surprised by this. But revenge is what friends do, she said. The guys asked, they're friends, aren't they? The girl was surprised. She thinks she will go with them. One guy was happy, and two was outraged. The hero asked his assistant if he checked all the documents that he sent to him. People who have recently disappeared in the city, as well as places where you can meet specific people. There's a group of big guys hanging around an abandoned factory. His assistant is sure it's there. He also checked something else that the hero had requested. Several workers disappeared on the outskirts of the city. Among them, there are people who are in families of 3 people. Yes, there was a case of the whole family missing. The hero has understood everything. He is moving out. It was already night. Some people were standing on the porch and talking about how one guy was tired to death. How much longer were they going to be stuck here? His other friend has no idea, probably 2 more days. It was all because of those runaway Well, to miss them like this, how did they even manage to escape? The drugs didn't work on the kid they kidnapped, so they took him out to administer another dose, but he started yelling and struggling. No one would have thought that his parents would go berserk when they saw their son like this. How could his parents recognize him even after his transformation? That's how they hoped, so they ran away. They asked a trusted person for a sweep. But one way or another, that child is the reason why they are suffering now. If the guys were there, they would be so easy. Suddenly they fell silent as they heard a noise coming from the chimney. We see a hand take a gun, and later 2 bullets fly out of this pipe, which pierces their heads right through. The guys fell unconscious, were dead. This person was wearing a raincoat, and he was wearing iron straps. It was a hero. He asked if his assistant was here, but why was he dressed like this? Is the guy ready? Maybe the hero will go one, and the guy will join if the hero asks him about it. The assistant thinks he can take care of a couple of henchmen. Well, it's all right, the guy can handle one. How many of them are there? Around 40 they are going to leave, so if they are late for 3 days then right is gone. How strong are they? But the hero should think that each of them has a gun, about 3 people with strong armor and 2 with black magic. It can get to them through the sewers, but you should be careful. What kind of family did they talk about? How old was their child? That kid was only 7 years old. He was just a baby. Just 7, like this. He walked through this sewer and killed everyone in his path. Behind him were mountains of corpses as he walked on and on. Then he came to the place where the workers were walking. They were being watched by the supervisors. Just look at these useless rats hiding among them. What kind of security bureau should you stop? Do you don't understand what? And send all the men there. They don't think they're security guys, but they're better off. This means that later they will be able to get rid of Nix without any unnecessary problems. When the hero got there, everyone pointed their guns at him, but when the bullets were fired, did they fly off? It was Mac and the workers, they understood that. Bullets were useless here, you had to get a knife. Everyone laughed at him when he pulled out the gun, because under the absorption of fire and his weapon will not work. Well, at some point, the person who said they got shot right in the forehead. Everyone nearby was scared. Smoke was still coming out of his gun. This can't be happening, this guy has magic bullets. Suddenly, an armored man came up to them and told everyone to disperse. Even if he was a Mac, it would definitely kill the weapon in his hands. The guy started shooting at him, but nothing happened. The hero used his magic to absorb this blow. Metal magic with added alchemy, electricity doesn't work for metal magic. Later, a bullet flew past the guy, it pierced his backpack with electricity, he began to be electrocuted, and he died. Counting all the people he's already dealt with, about half of them. A bug was flying nearby, and he shot up. He hit it clearly. He knew someone was watching him. He was looking through the insects, watching with the help of insects depart famous brothers from the underground world, right? Apparently, they are already waiting for him here. Should he take care of all the bugs first? The guy stomped his foot a little, and a whirlwind appeared around him. With the help of magic, he sucked in all the bugs, and they fell to the ground. Those two guys knew that all the signals had been destroyed. He felt the vibrations before losing the signal with all his bugs. Sound magic is created by the wind element, isn't it? If someone uses metal magic and wind magic, it might turn out badly. Small insects against wind magic, you need to release more guys. He ordered the Baron to prepare. Judging from his movements, he will definitely come here. Two guys were standing behind me, directing everything. They said it was worth meeting this person properly. Suddenly the lights went out, and the guys got a little scared. They said to turn on the backup generator, which was probably the work of the newcomer. The leader of the group was talking to Hyung about the generator, but the guy's head was gone. The head was very frightened and hesitated. He knew that the man was already here, and it hadn't been long since the lights went out. That someone has to catch it before anything happens. This guy released a centipede from his sleeve, but while she was still running on it, this guy was behind her and swung his sword. Naturally, it was the hero. He stepped on the attack, and that head didn't know what to do. He had melee magic, but what was it? This was dangerous, the man knew, and he had to increase the distance. Later, the hero took out a fire arrow. He recited the spell so quickly, the man didn't know where to go anymore. Magic shot straight at him and he was enveloped in fire. At this light, they turned around, and the guys saw the enemy, but when he had time. That man was wondering, who is this hero? These are the insect brothers. How did he overcome so easily? The workers asked them. The guy turned around at these workers and did not understand what they were talking about, but when he turned back, he saw this guy grow the legs of an insect and turn into a bug. Something huge grew out of his hand. Although this brother's head was no longer on his arm, a mouth was formed. He said that it was very painful, and the guy was amazed to catch such a stunning attack. He killed Bryn before he could get up. And what an insect shape! This brother is fine even after his head was cut off. His body already surpasses the capabilities of a human. While he was still transforming into a certain insect, an explosion suddenly occurred. After that explosion, his legs became huge and green. It turned into a huge scary bug and a mix of several insects. The death of his younger brother does not grieve him, but for this he will tear the hero to shreds. All the workers understood that they had to escape and a whole war was beginning. The hero asked if he cared about the lives of his comrades. The monster replied, since the hero is so worried about them, then maybe just stand there. The hero pointed a magic pistol at him. The bullets hit the monster directly in the forehead, causing it to suddenly fall to the ground. When the guy used a fire arrow that he aimed at the monster, he was able to dodge with such a huge body, but how? This bug grabbed him with its pincers and pinned him between them. The guy kept using fire magic all the time. This guy doesn't care about direct magic attacks. If the hero wants to burn him alive, then he needs to use magic as much as rank 4, the monster laughed. The monster continued to laugh, but the hero disappeared from its claws. But where? The monster thought that something was hidden at the top and broke the metal pipes on top. There was no hero there. He looked inside those pipes there, too. It turns out that the guy was standing behind him all this time. How quick this guy was, the creature thought. Just like a pesky insect. Weapons and magic rank 3 against this monster, the hero understood uselessly. Besides, it didn't look like that someone would give him the time to cast a rank 4 spell. The guy didn't want to use it, but he doesn't have a choice. The monster turned around, but the guy had already used his attack. Then we see a certain person. He is cold. He should have dressed warmer. It was that guy, still standing on the street. He understood that the hero should have finished by now. He thinks that 2 dark magicians are still a pain in the ass. Later, the guy did not pay attention. From the same factory, the rays of magic sparkled. Suddenly, the whole plant started to burn. The guy understood that the hero still took advantage of this real magic or something like that. After all, magic is magic. What is real magic? Later, the guy went outside and the assistant asked him what was inside. The hero took care of everyone, including the subjects. It turns out that after all, there was no way to return them to their human form. This is true, and the best solution was to give them a painless death. So this is the drug that turns people into werewolves. This bottle the guy was holding in his hands. How terrible this world is to conduct such experiments on people. It is simply impossible to do this without a sponsor. But don't worry, the hero has already found the one who is behind all this. The guy was shocked that the hero found these people so quickly. Well, he refused to know who it was anyway. It didn't matter, he wouldn't be able to influence anything. So I said it would go 1. We see how the hero follows him with his eyes, and behind him it burns, here. Then we see the dining room, where the waiters are hit with a plate, which he mocks and calls this food. These people just need money, none of them want to work properly. An old man was swearing at the waiters. He said that all these workers are parasites who live off of him. Here are the and hateful ones. There's no one here that he likes, he cursed. The old man invested so much money, and they still couldn't keep track of one test subject. Well, whoever it was, they should thank him for destroying all the samples. The man was very angry because he was the sponsor. He knew that the breakthrough was close anyway, and soon he will get his hands on the results. The medicine that will restore his body to youth is already close to perfection. At the dawn of his powers, he will be stronger, much grander, his investment in this drug. The man did not have time to finish as the hero called Bellboard Rickson turned to him. The man didn't understand who it was and turned around and asked. He was scared because the hero pounced on him and grabbed his neck with his hand. The man tried to call security, but no one would hear them and no one would come. Since the hero has already soundproofed this room, the guy said that he would only ask about one. In this terrible reality where his parents turned into monsters, there is a 7-year-old boy who should have survived this child that smiles at his killer. A child who smiled like she was thanking a hero when he killed them. How does a man think the person who burned him alive felt at that moment? The old man laughed, so he was the one who took care of the escaped samples. They seem to have a misunderstanding, let him go and they can talk. The guy asked to answer only one question. Since the hero is worried about getting rid of the objects, then don't worry, they were just commoners, what's the difference? They must even be grateful that their lives have come in handy in some way, all for the sake of human development. This is a great sacrifice on their part. The hero said that we should stop this conversation. This answer doesn't suit him. He took a sample and injected it into the man. The old man was shocked. The guy was already so burned out that he can't even be angry. The man didn't understand what had happened to him or what the guy had done to him. The hero looked at the record of his research and can say that they are quite interesting. It turns out that even a small dose of the drug can turn a person into a werewolf. Well, I wonder, having taken a large dose at a time, what consequences should be expected. The old man was screaming and in pain, his fingers turning into claws and teeth into a mouth, and his eyes were turning red. His clothes were torn on him. As a result, he became a werewolf who grew 6 arms, huge teeth, a tongue, and so on. No matter how hard the hero tries to convey his feelings to him, he still does not understand them. Instead, he would force the old man to experience what the people he bullied had experienced. Suddenly the barrier disappeared, and all the servants heard a sound that seemed to come from the master's room. They opened the door and saw a huge monster. Where did it come from? The boys started using magic to subdue him. Those who do not have magic, you need to find the master and hide. The guys used only a different kind of fire magic, but this monster is tenacious. They continued to cast spells and increase their firepower. Next, we see a door. Wow, how many things did the guy and the hero discuss here? They were in a certain house where there was a safe. The hero told the assistant that Toast can take a little for work and the rest needs to be hidden. This guy has been trying to get to such a place for so long, maybe they should take a look around first. But the hero said that he would return again. Next time, you need a better cover identity. The assistant agreed and wished him a good rest. We see how the hero was walking along the embankment. He looked sideways and noticed a boat. Later, he clenched his hand into a fist. Early in the morning, a lot of reporters were standing outside that gentleman's house. They were discussing that this monster had devoured the master himself. According to the guards, when they arrived, there was no sign of the master and a monster was raging in the room. It was possible that the rumors about this old man's involvement in dark magic were true. So what happened to the monster? The magicians dealt with it, and the woman Dasha heard that it took them an hour to burn this monster. The man turned around and paid attention. Behind them was a girl with white boots and blonde hair. She was wearing a uniform. It was the National Security Agency, and with them the Night Order of the Night Serpents, led by Protector Grandmaster Terra in a lion hall. Is the situation so serious that it requires the arrival of such people? It seems that the news pulls on a sensation. With the NSA and the Order of the Night Serpents, things are taking a very different turn. The girl went to the gate and told them to open it, but the guard was ordered not to let anyone in. Her eyes lit up pink as she said open the gate. It was as if people were hypnotized into doing it. The girl went inside with her team. A man met her there, and it was a great honor for him to meet her. He's Chief Inspector Tevorin. She thanked him for his work, and from now on, the case will fall under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. They had to provide all the evidence they had collected and leave the crime scene. That's how surprised the man was, but he agreed. He ordered all his workers out of the building. The guys went into the room and looked around. How difficult it is to stay serious all the time. You need to stop whining, and yeah, this is her job. The girl allowed herself to disagree. Since there is no one nearby, you can forget about the image a little. They are nocturnal snakes, after all, and they must always keep their faces straight. The supervisor told them to keep their voices down, but they should try to look confident under any circumstances. And we must not forget what they came here for. There was a monster lying in front of them. How creepy it was. According to rumors, the master not only practiced dark magic, but was also attracted to the cryptid hunt. So the monster's intervention wasn't just a coincidence. The monster appeared and the man was killed. The testimony of the witnesses converges, but the monster's body was burned down to charred pieces. They should have seen the room. There was a portrait on the wall, and the picture had been moved, but the wall was clean. There was a niche under the painting, but it was empty inside. Based on the width and location, it can assume that there was a safe here. Well, what a safe? The gentleman was called a sinister businessman. Maybe that's where he hid his dirty money. Yes, such as he could keep his secret reserve fund here. At least until last night, the safe was still inside, which, accordingly, indicates the absence of dust. The sudden death of a multi-millionaire, a monster, and a missing safe. There are too many components to call it a coincidence. Because of all this, the girl concludes that there is someone else who took part in the murder. The question is, how did he leave without leaving any prints? The only person she knew who could pull this off. It's Arsène Lupin, the boy said. But she didn't say it again. She asked the boy if he remembered any unusual happenings in Leatherwelk recently. There really was an explosion in an abandoned factory. It happened just before the death of the master. The girl is sure that there they will definitely find clues. They go to this factory. We see the hero who is sitting in his office. These side effects will finish him off. True magic power requires too much energy expenditure. If it wasn't for the pills that help save magic, he would have been much worse off. At least he'd burned all the werewolves in the lab, getting rid of the evidence. And now he can forget about this situation. No, there's someone else he needs to deal with. This is Aiden. He did not retreat until the very end, blocking the hero's path. The guy must have been holding back his emotions badly, and the guy might have noticed something since he was standing closest to everyone. The hero immediately put the werewolf on fire, but only a second could be enough for him to see what he shouldn't have. That would be alright, because it is not a fact that this student will be silent. And then the hero is only left. Is he really going to have to kill him? He was remembering everything that had happened, but everything was fine. The student said that he didn't hurt him, but no, the hero can't convince the student. It's too risky. In addition, this disciple is not an ordinary disciple under the supervision of the lady rector. If it happens to him, the guy will immediately fall under suspicion. Okay, for now, he should focus on resting and healing his wounds. Then he suddenly remembered that this guy had written that as a child, one of the wandering mages had taught him a special magic technique. Should the hero take this as a strange coincidence? In the morning, the girl and her team explored the burnt-out factory. Just as she thought, everything burned to the ground wouldn't be easy to find. How could there have been a fire in an abandoned factory just before the master's death? Perhaps it was just officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used. The girl also thinks so, otherwise there would not have been a fire. But what if dark magic or cryptids were doing their research here? But when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence. This is quite a logical assumption. It remains to understand who prevented them. The supervisor knew about this incident, but didn't think it would be relevant to their case. Perhaps the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything possible to get rid of the evidence. Or is this just a common set of circumstances, which is indicated by too many factors? She asked the guy if there were any other unusual cases besides this. Not at all, except for that werewolf fuss a few days ago. He was discovered at Theon's academy. Yes, according to the reports, he got out through the sewers. Security there is weak, so the girl is not surprised. Well, no one was hurt with the students, but with the werewolf, what? He injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him. What was expected of a professor at such an academy? Maybe they identified the body, but no remains were found. So it's all burned out. She wondered if it was a coincidence. Maybe they should check out this academy. But for now, they'll stay here and try to find evidence. Burned factory, burned werewolf, but one similarity is not enough to connect these 2 cases. Well, if a girl finds out that the same person is behind them, she will regard it as a threat to the Empire. And for this purpose, there is a Night Order of Night Serpents. Is it true that Professor Roger was hunting a werewolf? He was a military officer and also participated in cryptid fishing. Yes, he immediately struck everyone as an incredible person. This was discussed by children at school. The girl who came to the lesson was thinking about where to sit because there was not one free seat. More precisely, they were in the middle, but hardly anyone would want to move. Everyone started avoiding her. She sees one place near the aisle. Then a girl turned to her, or rather the one from a good family. The student was very surprised and greeted her friend. Why was she so unlucky? She thought it was going to be something like how dare she sit next to the princess and pretend they were close. But there was nothing like that, and the princess was also sitting perfectly still. She remembered how the teacher saved them and they were saved together with the girl. The princess reassured her and said that the professor of such an academy would definitely cope. Then they got to talking and the girl asked what the student was doing here at such a late hour. It turns out that she fell asleep and no one even woke her up. What good would that do? She would go now and tell him what she thought. The student tried to dissuade the princess. This is not necessary because the girl herself is to blame because it was she who fell asleep. Why wasn't the princess in the dorm then? She decided to make sure that all the students returned to their room. But why is Her Highness doing this at all? The girl said to call her big sister because everyone is equal in the academy. Just think of a girl like that making her evening rounds alone, and then walking up to an ordinary plain girl without hesitation. They sat down together for lessons and the student became somehow uneasy. It feels like if she lets her guard down, something will happen. Then the hero entered the office. They start the lesson. He will tell students about the features of the manifestation, and also about the basics and principles of elementary magic. It is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and it is the most significant of all, the foundation of all the basics that most students are already familiar with. So today, he would show them the method. That blue-haired student was once again resenting the new method that he had prepared this time. This method will help increase their elemental power from 20% to 80%. How is it even possible that they think the professor wouldn't lie to them? Anthony asked his student what attributes of elementary magic are used. He was startled, but said water and ice and a plant. Let him then demonstrate the way in which he is most confident. The boy put his hands down and started using magic, and the teacher praised him. Although this is good, but the ideal is still far away, then the student was upset. You should carefully monitor your actions. The guy raised his hands and formed a ball of magic. A snowflake appeared in it. Could it be that he was able to do this using the same kind of magic? It's a whole different level now that it's caught their attention. They'll start with the theory, because the history of the attributes of elementary magic is deeply rooted in the realm of manifestation. They used to be considered the original forms of magic. However, they are now only part of the casting process. Here are the 4 main elements that started it all. Compared to the 10 elements they use now, they look too simple. Well, who knows what caused such a strong leap in their development? The teacher will give 5 points to anyone who can give the correct answer using the example of the fire element. Fire was used to dispel the darkness, one said. This answer was incorrect. Another girl said that it was used to burn and clear forests. It's too shallow, so he asked for more options. One of the disciples said that the fire pulled humanity out of the clutches of darkness to inspire fear. Did he ever think of becoming a poet? The teacher asked, but that answer was wrong. Then Flora decided to express her opinion. She said that the fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. That was the correct answer. Burning, drowning, cutting by wind currents, and electric shock. War and murder were what helped push magic to the next level. However, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival, not destruction. Water has become an important component of the water wheel. The wind whirled the windmills, and electricity lit up the cities. The purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on the actions of a person. To fight for a better world with just such an attitude, they must begin to master them. And now they come to the practical part. They have to create an elemental sphere. The students tried to do this, and Joseph had to focus on the flow. For a sophomore, he's too inexperienced in unleashing magic power. Irina Carmen, she calls it a plant attribute. The teacher is like looking at a rotting autumn leaf lying on the ground. She should have imagined a sprout burrowing through the soil. This teacher doesn't even know what to say. The company girl talked to those guys, but why isn't Aiden doing anything? A teacher approached him. What is it with the student? Why does he behave like this? Had he decided to rebel against the professor after the incident with the werewolf? But that doesn't seem to be the case, so what is it? He hasn't practiced elemental manifestation yet, right? He apologized because it was so embarrassing. Then it's not a big deal. This means that a special academy student does not have basic knowledge, even if they were accepted as an exception. The hero cannot take responsibility for a person who needs to explain everything from zero. He, of course, does not care whether this student lags behind the others or not. But he will teach him anyway. He asked to name the attributes that the student can use. He knows that. The guy named fire, wind, and water. Now he must try to use fire. The teacher will teach him. The hero cannot leave a student who needs his help. A disciple needs to accumulate magic power. He has a basic manifestation, doesn't he? And now he must think about how to turn it into an attribute, that is, fire. The student tried to do this, and a certain ball appeared in his hands. Well, just thinking about the goal is not enough. It should allow the senses to open up. He must think of the brightest flame he had ever seen in his life. Shape, sound, smell, touch, everything he felt then. It was 8 years ago during a snowstorm. The bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, the smell of horns in the cauldron, the whimpering of his sisters and the grumbling of his mother. So is the smile of a father returning home. Food was scarce, and a cold wind crept through the fabric of his threadbare clothes. And that is, in the harsh winter, the fire that warmed up the fireplace did not calm him down. He felt that warmth like it was yesterday. Keep it up, the teacher said. Fire appeared in the disciple's hands. He got this feeling that arose together with a moment from the past. The hero praised him. The flame of the disciple warms and does not burn his heat and is not able to harm. He seems to know what he was thinking. It turns out that from such a professor you can hear not only criticism. He said that the fire in the hands of a guy is an attribute, the image of which he imagined in his head. But it's not just an attribute, it's a flame, it's magical power. Magic power, you need to remember this feeling. He is sure that the students realize that this is the method he was talking about. They must rely on their senses and their own experience, and basic knowledge, the basics for using the attributes of elemental magic. The idea of the heat of fire and the cold of ice is not enough. Even a 3-year-old child knows and understands this. A true magician must put something unique into his spell and remember a moment that is of great importance to everyone. You need to connect all 5 senses. For all the students who couldn't use magic, it worked. The difference is really huge. The girl with the blue hair has already mastered everything for a long time. She thought that today she would learn something new, but it seems that she was mistaken. Why did the professor devote so much time to some freshman? And later, he even praised him for simply manifesting the attribute of elemental magic. Where did the person who shamed her on the first day go to the entire audience? She wasn't going to draw attention to herself, but they would watch him compliment her. She started using magic, and the girl next to her noticed that it was an attribute overlay. By adding wind magic to the technique, she would be able to create a whirlpool. And suddenly the girl did not hold it and could not extinguish it. It is dangerous. But she had to stop it, or the explosion would be unavoidable. She needs to set up a barrier so that no one gets hurt. She shouted to everyone to save themselves and run from there. A teacher came up to her and told her to concentrate. Do not give up. You need to control the flow of your magic power. He will help her. The guy put his hand on her magic. The girl focused, and everything stabilized. They weren't finished yet, so she shouldn't be distracted. If she becomes now and her magic just dissipates, will she be satisfied with this approach? The girl looked at the teacher. He was right, she had to finish the job. The looks directed at her were only expressions of envy and jealousy, but she didn't pay attention, keep going forward, but there was something she couldn't bear. It was the cold look in her father's eyes, as if she didn't exist. Flora Lumos, she gets 10 penalty points. These words were spoken to her by the teacher on the first day. That day, following the humiliation, she felt a sense of loss for the first time. And it hurt her so much that even such unwanted memories from her childhood came back to her. Even though she couldn't see the expression on her teacher's face, she knew that he was looking exactly like her father back then. Her family never forgets their abusers. One day she will certainly fight with teachers, win. At least, that's what she thought up until now. Her magic waves will stabilize a little more. Just like that, she finally made it. Although the girl acted very thoughtlessly, the teacher said, "It's not that she tried something new and failed, it's normal that everyone makes mistakes. It's that she put other students at risk." The girl said that she was very sorry, not to mention the clumsy overlay of 2 elements. She asked the teacher what he had just said. He talked about mixing fire and ice. She tried to make 2 opposite elements complement each other. This is a very difficult task. That's true, but she managed it. The girl does not deny that she went too far trying to attach another 3 element. But as for ice and flame, the combination was perfect. The teacher said nothing in response. He held out his hand and showed how fire and water swirled around. And later they were connected. She should understand the difference. She managed to freeze the fire and it looked beautiful. But one picture wasn't enough, which she intended to do. Maybe she wanted to show off or something. Her friend was worried about the girl. But in response to the teacher, she was silent. He tossed it into the air, and everything sparkled and snowed. Using the ability of fire to cover long distances, and cold of ice, he combined them into one spell. Using the same elements, he reworked them into something more practical. She had failed completely in what she had done. The teacher called her by her first name, and he doesn't blame her for her lack of skill. The girl raised her head and was startled. He replied that the girl has a unique talent. Among the guys of her age, the hero has never met such a technically savvy wizard. But now it's not about that, and more, in his opinion, she just played for the audience. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her that he had no right to tell her what to do, but he still advises choosing a different goal for her own good. Her words were etched in her memory. He told all the guys to go back to their seats, and that's what they did to you. She remembered that there was no reproach or mockery in his eyes, only the teacher's genuine concern. That worry wasn't even in her own father's gaze. She leaned down and put her hand on her head, and her friend looked worried. But she just has a headache from using so much mana. She feels as if she's about to faint, and how does the professor feel? After all, he's spent a lot more effort than she is. He was going down to his desk again, and taking a pill before class was very helpful. His head is about to explode. The girl was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell of 3 elements. He remembers being scolded by his teacher once, too, after a similar prank. Whether he was being too strict just now, he hoped she wasn't offended by his words. Even so, she would definitely deal with it and listen to his advice. These were not empty words. The teacher went up the stairs and there are no weaklings among the students of the academy. Ms. Recrat mentioned that this year many talented children have entered the academy, the so-called golden generation. He turned his attention to Renee, who was unable to use magic. It is not possible for her to manifest an elemental attribute, or rather, it does not exist in principle. That's right, the lesson was over for today. As a task, the teacher asks everyone to repeat everything that they passed today. He turned to the girl, and she was to accompany him to the office. He sat her down on the sofa and asked her to wait. The girl was scared. Why did he call her? Did he really want to conduct a personal survey? Or maybe he was going to kick her out. She was sure that was the case. How could a student who wasn't able to demonstrate elemental magic be eligible to attend spell theory and practice classes? But she really wants to keep going to his lectures. The man took out some papers, and she noticed. The girl thought that this was an application to transfer to another teacher. She knew that he still wanted to refuse her. He turned to the girl, but she did not listen to him and said that she would try harder. Honestly, she would do everything and apologized. All she asked was not to be banned from attending his classes. What was she talking about when the teacher handed her a book? It turns out that this wasn't a transfer application. She needs to stop talking nonsense and take this book. Well, this is the same book. It's for her to learn on her own. Now she will learn from it. Then a new path to the world of magic will open up before her. Not elemental magic, but where did the professor get this book? He puts one person. This book is the result of her many years of research. So there are other wizards who control magic, and what is this person doing now? It turns out that this girl has already left this world. She noticed the sad look on the teacher's face, so she can't learn other types of magic. Is that how it suits her? She really wants to learn elemental magic. But what does she think of a person who can only work with one element? She said that such people are probably incompetent, but this is not so. Mages can only practice one element that is incredibly talented in the area of this particular element. They can have an impact on natural phenomena. That's how they are professionals in their field. So that's what it means exactly. Now she has to tell the professor what thoughts she has about non-elemental magic. She said that this kind of magic doesn't involve using elements, so, in fact, this is not yet proven. The 10th element, the element of metal, is considered part of the element of earth. Therefore, do not worry so much about the worlds of magic that are constantly changing. First, the girl must read the book. This is her homework. He was sitting in his office after the girl left. It was so unexpected to meet a student practicing non-elemental magic. However, this reasonable look, he was given the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who knows how to distinguish between good and evil. Although she is still at the very beginning of her journey, she doesn't realize it. The book has finally found its next owner. It seems that this is fate. Next, we found Aiden, who was almost done with the technique that Professor Roger had shown him. Very useful. When he used magic, there was kindness and wisdom in his gaze. Maybe the guy was wrong to doubt him. It can't be that a person who loves magic is a villain. Further down the hall, he noticed a student. But who was it? Why were so many kids crowding around him? This guy must be popular in the academy. Then someone called out to him. It was the blonde guy who had... He said, is it possible that a student, is not able to materialize his own element? Also, this bullying guy said that he was presumptuous if he was still wrong here. Then Leo came over and spoke to the guy again, defending his friend. Why does he keep going on like this? But the guy tried to calm him down. He can talk on his own. Jivan, the guy has no idea what's so annoying about him, but he says he's sorry. Maybe they'll just forget about it, and that's it. Forget? Well, it's fine as soon as he gets down on his knees. The girl from their companies was very angry. Isn't it a shame for the guy himself? He's a noble after all. But the fallen were not given voices. Although what to take from an uneducated incompetent? Did he lose all his fear and make the girl angry? A guy came up to him and said that the student can say whatever he wants about him, but he can't touch his friends, Aiden said. This nobleman was even a little afraid, and what would this disciple do to him? If he didn't want it good, then it would be bad. The guy agreed, so he challenges the guy to a duel, a magic duel. The nobleman accepted the challenge, but what was he doing? His friends were worried about the guy. The disciple set conditions that if he won, the nobleman would have to apologize to his friends. They'll see who wins, the guy said. While this arrogant continued his speech, a teacher came up to them, and they had to explain what was going on here. The student was afraid of the professor as well as two. Again, this boy got into something. The teacher merged inside without giving a sign. It's like the main character is from some sort of manhwa. He waited for an explanation. The Varangian said that this is a fair duel. He challenged his opponent to a duel, and he agreed. A magic duel between freshmen isn't going to work that way. Isn't that forbidden? So what's wrong with this student? It seems that everything is clear. He does everything to impress the new student. The teacher won't punish them for something that didn't happen, they can go back to their rooms. They began to resent the professor, but suddenly that guy from the Order of Snakes came up. Isn't the teacher overstepping his authority? The teacher has no right to interfere in a duel arranged on a mutual basis. So it is, everyone agreed. Whatever he wanted, this man didn't work out for him. In any case, the teacher can't let the students hurt each other, so why not sit out the duel? Do the guys behind him agree? The students, of course, agreed. This means that the duel will take place. Also, one more thing, does the teacher want to make a bet? He doesn't have to, of course, but this man knows it's a bet on a duel. But still, the result that is already known, they can deliver. The teacher agreed. The man hadn't expected him to accept his offer so easily. Then who does he think will be the winner? He's betting on Jivan because he thinks he's an incredibly talented magician. Was he going to bet on Jivan, too? The man wondered if they should then bet on how he would win. The hero said that this is not necessary. Since the professor is betting on Aiden's student, the boy was shocked. Although the man does not understand such confidence in this student, but they will argue. Since they're both teaching spell practice, how about recording their research? So this man is also a teacher. That made him angry. There's that dreadful fallen noble. How dare he embarrass a man in front of the students, even if he doesn't think he can get away with it? The professor didn't know that he was also teaching demonstrations. Does the man agree to hold a duel in 4 days? Do you think that's where they parted ways? A student came up to him and apologized if it wasn't for him. The teacher didn't let him finish, so he'd better think about how to win. Jivan has the advantage, but when it's too late in battles, there's always room for unexpected changes. What does he mean by that? The student already has this variable, and all that remains is to apply it at the appropriate time. Sure enough, if he does that, then victory will be in his hands. However, he wants to defeat this guy using only his skills. He was very serious and asked the professor to prepare him. The boy needs to remember what the girl taught him. You can't casually put everything on display. Otherwise, trouble won't be long in coming. Moreover, this is what she does for a living. He didn't want her to starve to death on the streets. Of course not, she answered the teacher. This does not mean that she forbids him to use these techniques. As soon as he feels that he needs them, he must act. Life always comes at a time when he needs to make a choice, and then he must follow his heart, she said. These speeches he recalled in front of the teacher, but what does he want from him? The hero was indignant. What did he just say? The teacher made a bet, knowing about his extraordinary abilities. Does he make you win, or does he want to win with his skills? What are these other skills that he doesn't know about? In any case, this is a good opportunity to check his level of training. He agreed to help him, and he would show him how to gain an advantage in a magic duel. And training may seem like a real torture to him. Besides, the guy does not guarantee him victory. The student, of course, agreed. If so, then they start, but why right now? Well, if so, then good. And the opponents are already celebrating the victory. They will see what will become confident faces in 4 days. By the evening, the student was exhausted, but almost died in this training, and this is only 1 day. Why is the professor so confident in him? He uses not the most traditional magic. Does the teacher know something that the guy does not know from? He buried his face in the pillow in his room and hummed. The man was burning some papers in his room. It seems that in his spare time, Roger gives personal advice to that boy. No doubt it is. He may not show it to you, but the hero knows it, that he wants to win desperately. A disciple who had volunteered for a duel was wondering what was his goal. Of course, to defeat this insolent commoner, and not only. He must show the unbridgeable gulf that separates people like him and aristocrats. This guy doubts that a commoner will lose, but it's better to play it safe. This is a magic booster. You need to drink it before the battle. That student was holding a jar in his hands. But if he gets caught, the guy was afraid he might be expelled from the academy. This is a special invention of the Benimor family. Don't worry so much, no one will know. This puny brat is using all possible methods to defeat the disciple, so they will do the same. Loyal, even if his honor is slightly hurt, he will never give in to a pathetic plebeian. Jivan made the right choice. It was the day of the magic duel, the training ground. Everyone was sitting in the classroom. The aristocrats have a better chance of winning, the students were discussing. Well, that ordinary freshman also has something to show. He was also involved in the capture of the werewolves, but in the end, it was the professor who dealt with him, not him. He was coached by a teacher. It seems Professor Chris takes the side of the aristocrat. Well, who is it? This is a student talking about a professor in charge of 2 opponents. They both teach spell practice, so they are often compared. Tonight, with Robert, the man would be too proud, and all these people will witness his defeat. The headmaster herself came to the duel and greeted Professor Chris. What brings the rector here? Word had reached her that something interesting was coming up. She also said hello to the hero. How is he doing? He thanked her and said he wasn't complaining. She also heard, a Perina, which one did he put on? It turns out that on a commoner, and Professor Chris is rooting for an aristocrat. She looks forward to the battle and hopes that no one gets hurt. She was supported by a lady. There's really nothing to worry about. Protective equipment helps to create a barrier that is responsible for the safety of the wearer. And here are the students. The commoner came wearing armor and was serious, and everyone supported him. The aristocrat also came here and was supported by people of the same level as him, who asked him to show real strength. They were approached by a man. Before they start, they have to pass a small check. Aiden had told Jeevan that once he lost, he should remember to keep his promise. He laughed, let the student only dream, the victory will clearly be for him. The male inspected and approached the commoners, and he asked what kind of stick he had on his belt. It was his combat weapon. It looked like a sword, but it wasn't him at all. It was just shaped like a sword, but it wasn't him. It's a perfectly safe blunt-edged blade, so it's all right, the judge said. The rules are known to everyone. The first person who drops the magic barrier from the protective equipment will lose. Everyone is ready. The battle has begun. The guys have launched attacks. They are moving at the same pace and so fast. Aiden's enemy used the element of fire, and he knew that the enemy would start with the strongest. Jeevan might not be in the best position, since the commoner is doing better than he expected. But this would only happen if his amount of mana didn't exceed several times. Aiden's attack ended. He dodged the fire flying at him. The guy didn't stop aggregating on him and continued to shoot fire. The guy was using some kind of shield. He was slowly starting to fall behind. At this rate he would lose, he realized, so for a while. To try on the technique that Professor Roger taught him, the guy started to run. The opponent thought that he was giving up. The aristocrat's teacher thought that the duel was over, but suddenly his eyes were startled. This is a sliding maneuver. How did he know the techniques of battle mages? Did the hero train him? Although there is a more important question. How was this guy able to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days? What's going on? Jeevan was afraid. Magic is based on concentration. If his opponent continues to move so erratically, it will be difficult for him to focus on the manifestation. Calmly, the guy tried to control himself. He had already cast a spell. With this he puts an end to such tricks of the enemy. But nothing came of it. Aiden blocked the attack and the blow, and with his sword he stabbed directly into the guy's forehead. He fell down and was scared. The disciple continued. Now it's his turn, but Jeevan asked him to stop and wait, which of course the student didn't do, and then the winner was announced. Aiden was the winner, and the whole crowd cheered and cheered. He is cool. The training has paid off. The aristocrats were outraged, and Jeevan had tarnished their reputation. Everyone knew that they should not have relied on him. He boasted that he was the son of a baron, and he lost to a plebeian. Unsuccessful, all disgraced. He, Jeevan Felio, lost, but how? He is sure that the opponent cheated. How else would he be able to cast a spell while moving? The guy jumped up and shouted that he had finished off the student. He launched an attack. Everyone shouted at Aiden, who turned around and saw the flames. And life is always at a dull moment when a person needs to make a choice, and then you need to follow your heart. He took his wooden sword and cut the attack in half. What is this? Everyone was amazed. What a stubborn boy, the man thought. He didn't hesitate to use this move at the right time. It was anti-magic, a direction that allowed you to annul the effect of magic, combined with the technique of sliding maneuver. Jeevan was shocked by this and remained motionless, so the guy ran up from behind and pushed him, and he fell to the floor. The guy hoped that the loser would accept defeat with honor, but he did not expect that the loser would refuse such a scumbag. Everyone started laughing at him, because the guy doesn't even know how to lose. The student spoke to Freyden Wahlberg from the second year. He doesn't care, because the student originally didn't arouse any interest in him. But the winner, on the contrary, you need to get attached. This is not the first time he has proved his superiority over the aristocrats. You both stood up and headed for the exit. Meanwhile, the teachers were still sitting. The teacher was about to leave, but the loser asked if he knew that the student had an anti-magic skill. I knew, but what's the problem? But why is he still asking? He doesn't understand the reason for the man's irritation. He's the one who's responsible for the freshmen. Didn't he bother to get acquainted with the excellent cases? In any case, the anti-magic didn't affect the outcome of the duel in any way. The hero correctly understood that they were arguing for scientific research. Of course, he remembers which one he would like to look at. No, he didn't claim to need it. It's not his style to argue on the record of other people's research and take it for himself. He got up and left. The man was shocked because the guy again insulted Chris Benimore himself. There was the dreadful Roger, the mischievous teacher, who had met the girl in the hallway. She had built it up with a win, only now it had attracted even more attention. Wasn't that a problem? It's okay, it's even good, but why? Because Mrs. Ritzer is suspicious of him. She knows they've infiltrated Theon. Regardless of his status, it wouldn't be easy for him to gain her trust. Well, how did he become a professor? He should have been out of danger. That's why she decided to make a good impression on the rector with a duel. But this will not be enough. He needs the help of a girl. Well, and what in meetings will be conspicuous until she becomes a student. So we need to make an effort to reduce the level of suspicion. But after all, the First Order gave her a personal task. She has to do her best, even if it costs. but you don't have to die. The girl won't die even if this mission kills. The teacher listened to everything and agreed. This is a hectic household. Recent events have allowed him to convince everyone that he is acting in the best interests of Mrs. Rector. He also made it clear to Black Dawn that he couldn't act rashly. But it can't last forever, he has to create his own organization. To do this, you need. But suddenly he had a glittering ball. What's the matter? He asked Hens. He checked the nearest areas as the man asked. I learned how things are going in the criminal world and understood how to act in order to maintain their position. However, it seems that it is time to use these powers. This he correctly noted. It was time for heavy artillery. As all this is in time, the hero moves. Since he's not busy, the guy is afraid that it will take a long time. Don't worry so much, hero. Try to make it all end as best you can. Danya, we see a house. Apparently, it isn't in it. Two men are talking. One asked how the other was feeling, but everything was bad. They were talking about how, sir, all he had to do was invest in the project. The money that they invested, and this someone just took and left with nothing. You may not need to find a different background in the app. About this, he wanted to rub it out with the guys. They need to come up with further steps to scale their business. First, what about those people from the Black Rose? Suddenly, someone entered the park, but who else was it? They shouted to him that the place was closed. He walked over to the man and placed his hand on his desk. He got angry and told the stranger to get lost. After all, it is the letter of the Scarlet grouping. How does this stranger know a man? He asked. They haven't met before, it's just that he's quite famous. It was our hero. He apologized. He forgot to introduce himself. His name was James Moriarty. This name meant the villainous consultant who ran the Delicate Kingdom's criminal system. He had been hiding his identity for so many years. What was he doing here? They'll find out now. The man laughed. He had heard a lot about this man and was very happy to meet him. How could he just believe what he was saying? The hero asked if he thought he was an imposter. His appearance in such a place is too unexpected, so I doubt it. These suspicions are justified, but the hero would still ask them to refrain and not shoot in vain. How much tension is there around you? Sorry to disappoint everyone, but guns won't help them. The man thought that it was necessary to shoot in the shoulder. The weapon was pointed at the hero by almost everyone present. What happened to the gun? The hero showed his magic. He was warned. Silence of Fire once managed to use it. What if a werewolf broke into a bar? He walked up to the man and took his side. Was this man able to tame him? Everyone there wondered. It means that what happened recently is also his business. Amface, but why did you decide to use this identity? He discussed it with his friend. It is worth keeping him up to date. The criminal area where their hideout is located. There are 4 criminal organizations divided among themselves, the largest of which is called the Scarlet grouping. They do the dirtiest work in fact and control the entire area. So they are their target. Yes, it would be nice to deal with them. But it will obviously not be easy. Their strength is too colossal. Maybe they shouldn't go straight ahead, but start with the pawns. No, so they will lose time. G frontal will be much faster. They will deal with the leaders and the rest will fall by themselves. This is clearly not the best time to do this, and it's been a long time since they started getting together in a gang. This happened just after the death of the head of the one who invested the money. There is a connection between this Scarlet group and the Master. Perhaps all of these incidents and the casualties Rickson was behind were the fault of the Scarlet group. Were they doing Belfort's dirty work? The Moneybags' death must have made them mad. And since this situation has brought the guys together, he believes that they came to their heart's content just in time. But the hero does not understand. This is not just some lousy gang. They are real mercenaries, and there are even half-kings among them. Nothing to worry about before the night order. They are still far away. Since the hero is so confident, the guy doesn't bother him. Of course, he didn't mean that they were weaklings, so he will need the help of a friend. So, he decided to create fear with the help of an assistant, putting on a werewolf costume. He, of course, loves to play the role of a target. He reminded the hero that if a fight broke out again, then you should not count on him. He would immediately run away. The hero understood this, but he just had to pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. The real him, James Moriarty or not everyone underestimates him. Not worth it. The man, of course, assumed that he was using magic on a werewolf pet, but he didn't expect to see it. He agreed with the hero. Now he is sure that he is the real Moriarty. So he was able to convince them that then they would come to the main purpose of his visit. The guy is going to build a business in this city. What a business! They will be happy to help him in this. He thanks them, but he just has to make one thing clear. He despises vile organizations like theirs. In other words, today he will put an end to the Scarlet Group's existence. The man was shocked by such a speech and shouted at everyone while donuts this man. The werewolf hasn't turned to the hero. It doesn't look like these guys are running away from Sparkle Heels, but what are they going to do? We need to prepare for the introduction. The guy sat down on a chair and started using some magic. People didn't understand what was going on. They didn't see anything. The guy was looking into the distance through his sword, using magic. Everything was covered in darkness. Warm magic rank 3, Fool's Dream. Use darkness and shadows to instill fear in weakened enemies. A spell that casts a curse on it is called conjuration magic. A fight broke out. The man was indignant why they were taking so long to kill the enemy. But the hero mocked all these people who hurt others. He took out his sword and used magic, and everything brightened up. Only a man remained alive, but how? How could this man do that? He wondered. Later, more fighters came. They tried to attack the hero, and they did not succeed. The aura was able to cut through his magic, probably the same knights. He doesn't think he will lose to them even if they are strong. While the hero was fighting, something fell out of his pocket, and everyone suddenly retreated. They closed their eyes and protected themselves. Suddenly it was me who was worried alone. If you cover the body with magic, no one will get hurt. But the other fighter realized that it was useless and stepped into the attack. Suddenly, this jar hit him, shattered, and he began to experience terrible pain. How could the hero have poisoned him with a dagger? How does the hero know that they are powerless against direct contact? The man's arm was covered in black spots. He was a very powerful man and was willing to finish him off while he was in pain. But the hero did not think long. With the help of his wand, he pierced his head. Everyone suddenly stopped when they saw this sight. So the man dealt with his enemies. There were still men left, asking if he was really Professor Moriarty. That professor never had any fighting skills. But does he have to explain something to this man? He will still die, no matter how hard he tries. The loss of vigilance of the subscriber allows him to find out about weaknesses. The man was confident that he would win as long as he acted cautiously. At first, he closed the distance, but the guy threw the same bottle at him as at the other man. Well, he doesn't think it will work on an already experienced player. He just needs to dodge. This bottle hit his sword, but don't let anyone say it was because of that bottle. His sword seemed to start melting, and the hero pointed a gun at him. The man knew that he should drop the sword and start dodging. He had no problems with reflexes. But what if something stabbed him from behind? What was it? How did it come out of his shadow? This kind of magic could only be used near the caster's body, and he didn't think it was possible. It turns out that this junk grew out of his shadow with the help of the hero. The professor fired his gun, and the man fell. He approached the leader, so why don't they continue the conversation? They poured something into the glasses, and how does he drink after that? He was indignant. It was his assistant, who had taken off his disguise. He couldn't take it anymore when he smelled blood, so the man was scared to death. No, but when they got the right information, the hero planned to pass this man on to other organizations. The guy is sure that the hero will be able to figure it out at all, but what does he drink? Gargane, 38 years old. But why he drinks it alone? Let him give the guy a taste too. It was bad for him, but even if he didn't bother with his treatment, he had to try it even if he threw up. They've passed it, but what will they do next with the rest of the Scarlet group? They'll find a couple of useful people and say goodbye to the rest. And the head died on the second floor of the office. There are documents in an account book. They will help. There's a lot of work waiting for him later, and maybe it's just too much. But the hero is prepared. The guy must know that he has friends who can help. Isn't there anyone better for the job? The guy was indignant because the hero really thought that they would come to his aid. They said they would come as soon as they were done with their work. Does the guy really hate them that much? Of course, they're all nuts. The hero looked at him strangely, and he agreed that it was not for him to judge people. Even if they are against it, they will still follow the hero's plans. When you suspected him, Rector, isn't he afraid to do something so frivolous? We need to calm down. They won't be watching them. He ran his finger around the circle of the glass. Those magicians won't take any chances, especially during the surveillance of the Rector, and it will not cause a backlash. It sounds plausible, so what does he plan to name the organization? What a name, isn't it? They plan to take control of Leatherwelk. At the very least, it needs to come up with a name. In the company of about 10 people, including them, the hero has a great idea. Owen. Unknown. Why does he want to call the group Unknown? This is the idea. The guy liked this option. He offered them another one each, and they did. For creating a new organization. Later, we see how the teacher approached the hero and asked why he did not have an assistant. They discussed it over the meal, and he said he didn't need it. But after all, his lectures are attended by 80 students. Isn't it difficult to cope with all of them? It wasn't difficult for him. He's just incredible. Then someone asked how it is that the hero has no assistants. Did he really work all the time himself? He then asked if the girl had an assistant in return. There is, but she doesn't need much help, so she only has 3 of them. Didn't she say that she doesn't need any help? Or maybe professors usually have 10 assistants. A friend, a guy somewhere shifted his gaze. There was a man who lost to him, Benimor's assistants, followed by a huge number of students. He definitely has more than 3. The teachers said that the hero also needs to take several. After all, it will get harder and harder every day. He needs at least 5 of them. If he wants a girl, he can make a list of good students and her friend will help with this. The hero agreed and thanked them. Helpers, they get extra pay and tutoring. Even new professors have about 6 of them. Some assistants research magic under the guidance of their professor instead of basic training. This is a typical 21st century university, he thought. He certainly doesn't mind throwing in all the small tasks, but who should he choose? Just as the list was brought to him, he opened it. Although it's not an urgent matter, but on the same page, he chose one student. The hero left his office and walked down the corridor. Suddenly he noticed that someone was following him. If Sedina has any questions, then just let her ask about it. She apologized, he was just passing by, and she just. But no, students don't just pursue their professor, she has nothing to do, or what? He told her it was alright, because there was something he wanted to ask her, too. He has classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12. Isn't this his class time? He has time these days, maybe he wants to assign her something. The hero turned around and went to her with a question. Will she be his assistant? The girl was embarrassed and even giggled, frightened. What is he even talking about? What other assistant? If she became his assistant, she would be able to communicate with him in peace, but wouldn't that be suspicious? There's no need to worry about that, since she was on the list he was given. Well, since she doesn't want to, she certainly won't insist on it. Of course, if she wants to do this, then fine. Within 2 weeks she must bring him the documents on registering an assistant. The girl agreed, so super is quite good for one assistant. Now it will be easier to ask her about the Black Dawn. After 2 days, he will have a loyal assistant for small tasks. An hour later, the girl brought these papers, and he was surprised. The assistant appeared even faster than he had expected in just an hour. Next, we see that the students are sitting in the classroom around somehow noisy among the students in the rumor mill. A rumor that the professor is looking for helpers. It's tempting, but what's more interesting is that he didn't choose anyone before. Everyone thinks he didn't even know they existed. Well, it's Professor Roger himself, isn't it? But the most interesting rumors about it, about what? The universal stone that fulfills everyone's wishes, it's said to be hidden somewhere in the academy. How can such a thing even exist? Of course, there are still many unsolved secrets. And this place is the heart of Theon's magic. Maybe the girl is exaggerating, but for sure there is even an artifact for this. A girl with blue hair was sitting behind them, thinking how childishly they were thinking about the universal stone, of course. His superiors would have appropriated him long ago. But in any case, this Superman is gaining helpers. Assistants are those students who are paid by the professor. Naturally, only talented people like her are suitable for this, so she will definitely be able to go there if she is highly recommended. But suddenly someone said that the professor was coming and should be quieter. When she opened her eyes, she saw a certain girl. Who is it? No one has ever seen this student, and she has material for classes in her hands. Is she a professor's assistant? That strongest girl was outraged. How could he have already chosen someone? The teacher came in and thanked her for her good work. But what happened to the faces of all these students? They start classes, and after a while, it's over. Today's material will be on the exam, and no one should forget to review it. Suddenly, a girl approached the professor. She had a question. Julia Plumhart, what is it that interests her? It was nice that he remembered her name. But she also took first place at the reception ceremony. He heard she was also supported by the Magic Tower. So what kind of question does she have? That's not so important. But how did he choose his assistant? Why did she suddenly wonder he chose it himself? Are there any conditions, such as the highest magic skills or perhaps a recognizable personality? He chuckled, not out of pure curiosity. It only looks at one thing when selecting an assistant. And this is character. If she has the right character, then she will pass the interview. However, after her question, she may not attend it. The professor doesn't think she can become his assistant. If there are no more questions, then he will go. The girl also turned around and left. Their exam is coming up soon, so you need to prepare. The man left the classroom and closed the door. He noticed that his new assistant was waiting for him here all the time. Next time, she could wait for him in the assistant's office instead of standing against the wall. She thanked him for his good work today as much as he thanked her. That was all she wanted to say. After that, the professor handed her the sheets of paper with the tasks that were given for today. She took them and left. Later, one student came up to him. Was that the girl with the blue hair? What had happened to her? She had heard that he had chosen an assistant. Apparently, she would also like to become one. Of course not. Why would she do that? Then what does she want from the teacher? She wanted to thank him. He had saved her that time. And she doesn't think the advice he gave her was bad. He just did what the professor was supposed to do. It was enough for him that she took his words seriously. Maybe he wasn't feeling well then. He probably used more magic power than she did. It's all right, he said, but the truth was, he almost died. She asked him how many elements he could control. After all, the girl noticed that in class he managed 5. These 5 are the only ones he can control. In fact, it can use all 10 elements, but there is nothing to be happy about here. Unlike magicians focused on one element, he is not able to use any element to reach a certain level, mediocre. But if he finds out about it, it will not be good for him, so he will just say that 5. For a girl, and 5 is a lot. If she has no questions left, then the professor went. But before leaving, he said that if the girl changes her mind, then she can apply for his assistant for sure. She froze. How annoying is that? It turns out that the hero went to the director. She called him. She greeted the professor and asked if he had heard about the recent rumors. The universe stone is hidden somewhere in Tian. Of course, he's heard about it and thinks it's a false rumor spread by the students. But the girl told him that it was true, that the universal wish-granting stone actually existed. A mysterious item with unique power. It has been around for a long time. A relic is an ancient relic with an unknown origin. Its power is hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. And there is such a religion in the academy. That's right, and they've owned it for a long time. But it was under strict secrecy. If there are rumors, then the information must have leaked out. So someone has revealed the secret? Yes, but there are other options. Since the universal stone is very strong, constant maintenance is needed for the area where it is stored. The information may have been leaked while the stone was being transported during maintenance. And Ra's luck was so special, she wondered if the professor would be able to do it. From the outside, it seems that the rector trusts him and assigns this to the hero. But she doesn't trust him so much just because he's in her faction. She's probably trying to find out who's behind it. She asked to let the hero know if she noticed anything suspicious. He also asks them to help them with the upcoming transportation of the relic. He agreed, but who else among the professors will participate in this? Some of the professors will still be there, but they are assigned to different sections, so the guy will not run into any of them. There is still time to transport the stone, so you need to behave as usual. The information has been leaked, so Black Dawn has started acting up, hasn't it? But the girl did not contact him. He does not know. Everything is wrong because of the First Order. Or there is another reason for this, but an accident may happen soon. Also, a relic, even he didn't think to find here one. The guy took out this stone from under his jacket. He constantly changed his identity while traveling. He was a mercenary, a crime advisor, and a merchant. He didn't just wander around the world with so many personalities. All this he did in order to find the missing part of this relic. He's here because of a rumor that the relic is in the Empire. He didn't think that one more would be in the academy. Of course, it is different from the one that the guy is looking for. He could use the universe stone to find the relic he needed. All of a sudden, his comm light flickered, and a guy called, and he found out about the situation. The hero dealt with the Alpha group, but the other 3 organizations fell silent. Piranhas who wanted to take control of society are going crazy. The guy needs the hero's help. Does he have time? He will be able to help in a week, but what happened to him? There's a relic in the academy. The professor has so many events. He also agrees with this. But what school can have a relic? Maybe the rector has a secret dungeon. But the guy has to stop talking nonsense. He doesn't even understand jokes. Well, if that's the case, then his assistant will look for a meeting time. I would like the hero to go right away, he mused after the call. But for now, he won't be bothered by the rector's orders. The universal stone that fulfills wishes, perhaps this is the best chance. Religion is hard to find. Even he, an avid seeker of these relics, has found only 3 so far. Judging by the size and shape of 4 parts left, he will complete his religion when he finds all 7 parts. If that happens, then, the guy propped his hands on the map and leaned over the table. Next, we see someone asking the princess something. She said she didn't need anything and everyone could go. She's so tired, no one can leave her alone for even an hour. Her status is to blame, so how does she want to live a normal student life? Suddenly, she heard a sound. What is it? Someone had asked her to meet him. It was the leader of a military unit. She apologized for meeting the princess so late, but it was an urgent matter. Everything was fine, she said on Terran, and asked what was wrong. Recently, the girl heard about werewolves at the academy. Is it true? Yes, one of their professors has already dealt with them. She is investigating a case related to this case. What exactly did she apologize for? But even for a princess, it's kept a secret. The girl was going to meet this professor who saved the girl. Does she happen to know who he is? She said it was the new Professor Roger. She hoped the girl would make some progress in her investigation, and she thanked her. There was also news for the princess. The princess sent word that she wanted to contact her. She was saddened that she hadn't been in touch with her recently. The princess understood, since that was the case. The girl got up from the bed and went to her desk. She guessed how her sister was doing. She passed it on through the girl, probably to say that she hadn't forgotten about her sister. It's not so comfortable for a girl to communicate with her. When they finished talking, the girl was standing up and discussing the new professor with her team. He was the one who took care of that incident, and the girl needs to meet this professor as soon as possible. She asked how the investigation was going at the factory. She looked through some pieces of documents that hadn't been burned to the ground. It seems that something was developed or researched there, but it is impossible to find out the details. They can't keep working with just this, there might have been something else. It was Black Dawn, the Scarlet group had recently disappeared in Leatherwelk. Well, what else is the Allah grouping? How does this relate to the case? The girl replied that there was no way, but they should take it into account. The girl said that there was no need to worry so much about it, and it was alright, it was better to focus on your own investigation. We need to check out a little more Leatherwelk, why the guys are going to the academy. A lot of rumors have been spreading over the past few days. Can students move around like they did with the werewolves? It is because of this that there will be even more problems. Everyone in the class was inattentive and sleepy. If it's boring, then the professor will show them something fun. Mages always manifest magic by using themselves as the core. This is because the magic power comes from the caster. But again, he noticed that the students weren't paying attention. In one of these students, he sent this ball that quickly woke up, even scared. If they touch, they can do the same. He said that magic manifests by using the caster as the core. In fact, there is a small space between them. Usually about 1 meter is the limit. Well, if they realize that the consumption of their god power can increase, then they will go even further. The formula for assigning coordinates is what he calls it. Well, what kind of formula is this? No one has ever heard of it. Where did he learn such magic? The blue-haired girl asked indignantly. Since the students are interested in it, it will only be a small modification for the manifestation of magic. An inspired Mac invented it, but the guy wasn't going to teach it to students. But then why is he doing all this? He wants them to understand something. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and full manifestation comes only after that. To use magic properly, they must learn everything step by step, even if they are bored or think the guy is saying the obvious things. First of all, the professor tells them to focus on learning for their future. They would be done with their classes for the day, and if they understood the magic, they would be able to come to his office at any time. He will appreciate their efforts. In the assistant office, a girl was waiting for him and greeted the professor. He asked her to stand outside for a while, and when she came in, she agreed. He'd set up a barrier where no one could hear anything, and it was time to get in touch. He called the rector, it was urgent. The universal stone was stolen, the girl said. She had underestimated her enemies too much, but what had happened? They knew about the spare storage area for the stone, and they attacked them when they weren't ready. The headmaster was crying. Despite all the rumors, she thought that everything would be fine, they would deal with it quickly, but this was her mistake. They are currently chasing the thieves. If they use the power of the stone, the situation will get worse. The hero surely understood all this. How much time did she think they had? They have until midnight today. Whether the guy is worried about something, he thinks it would be better if she went to work without asking questions. So she will do it, she will leave it all to the hero. He knew it would happen, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. Those guys, what are they thinking? The hero has not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicion, perhaps she considers him one of them. But what is wrong with this situation? Is it exactly one order? Come to think of it, a girl can enter. He lowered the barrier and the assistant entered. It seems that the subordinate was acting of his own free will. She agreed with the professor. He asked her to explain everything from the very beginning. What exactly happened? According to the investigation, it all started with 3 orders prohibiting information. While researching information about the academy, they found documents related to the universal stone. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students. He believed the rumor as he had already seen the information. And after that, I learned about the existence and location of the stone. 3 the order immediately told 2 everything, and 2 decided not to tell, and they decided to act independently. His name is Demilus, he has connections with the government, and he is also responsible for all matters in the second order. If it was that serious, they would definitely let the first order know about it. The guy thought he didn't know about it. But why does he do this? This is only the opinion of the girl, but she thinks that this man wants to take a place in the first order. 0 order said that 7 places of 1 order can always change. Compared to his greed, that man wasn't talented enough, maybe because of that, he wanted to do something big. The guy, of course, understood how things were going with them now. Professor, does he plan to act independently? Of course, they are already in pursuit of him and their identities will be revealed if they get in the way. Right now, someone with accomplices is on the run after stealing the stone. The girl knows that they have gone in the direction of a quiet forest. But it's okay, he needs to start acting, but what should she do? She doesn't need to do anything, she's already done the job, tell the hero all the information. He complimented her on the work she'd done, and he could handle the rest on his own. She thanked him in return for his gratitude. The man had only thanked her, so why was she so embarrassed? Hero thought it was an overly loyal first order, but it seems like she has a personal reason for it. What's important right now is Aether Nocturnus. The guy was standing in the middle of the room, using dark magic. Evening came, Aether Nocturnus, the summoning magic spell known as the Magic Passage. It consumes a huge amount of magic power, but in return completely hides the caster's presence. Therefore, no one will be able to see or find the person who used it. He walked past the girls, and suddenly that girl with the blue hair felt something. Her friend asked her what was wrong. She knew that something had just passed her, that she hadn't seen anything, but she had felt magic. It was invisibility magic, she realized, and now she had to check it out. The girl screamed at her to tell her where she was going, but she didn't turn around and kept moving forward. Then we see people near the gate. Just think, they went into a quiet forest. Maybe it's better to take half the people with you for support. Why does such a forest still exist? Thought they were also trying to get rid of it. This conversation was overheard in invisibility by the hero next to these people. They discussed trying to do something, but whatever they did, the forest would quickly recover and the people who entered it would go crazy. Blocking the entrance is the best thing they can do. When the moon was full, this hero entered the forest and saw people who were beginning to suffer from headaches. My partners were shouting at people like that to come to their senses, or they wanted to go crazy like everyone else. Someone else could control their sanity and someone else could not, so what should they do now? They're surrounded, they won't be able to hold out much longer. One of the chapters shouted to everyone to be quiet, he has a plan. Still, they said that this is a universal stone, but it is absolutely useless held in the hands of his man. This stone has real power, but why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it react to anything? All of a sudden, they shouted out in fear of someone. It's all those scary people. There are definitely at least 10 of them here, so the rest were caught or something. They saw a guy who appeared after stopping his invisibility. Sir John Doe, that man who got scared was that Demilus of the Second Order. Why does he think the hero personally came here? How unlucky for him to come here with a notorious ruthlessness, sir. Is a man going to die just like that because of his own stupidity? He knelt down in front of the hero and showed him the relic, which is called the Universal Stone. He wants to offer this to one order in return for keeping them alive. Good job, now he has to say goodbye to his life. The hero used dark magic and from the shadow they were pierced by the same points that were earlier. What? Why? Everything went dark in the man's eyes. He could only see how the hero took this stone. Why he doesn't want to waste time explaining this universal stone. But as soon as he picked it up, he realized that it wasn't a relic. There's an incredible amount of magic power here, but no more. But the director told him. He looked up and saw a certain light covered with circles. Suddenly, everything exploded. There was a huge explosion. Rose petals flew from the sky, and they enveloped this stone. A girl appeared and fired with all her might, but there wasn't a scratch left. This is definitely the end. It was the headmistress. Now that the hero has a fake universe stone, the girl had to work so hard for this bait. She hopes it will bear fruit. She wonders if Professor Roger was there. She was standing in the middle of the crater, looking around. The hero was sitting near a tree and there was dark magic all around. He was very close to being caught. Later, he got up and looked up. This is magic. The magic gives him away when he uses a spell. There is no teleportation magic in this world. But there is also nothing impossible when he uses the formula for assigning coordinates and the features of this magic. This is the power of rank 6 teacher Eliza Willow. Why did she come if she asked the hero to do everything? Besides, the stolen universe stone turned out to be a fake. Did it reveal his identity to Usanov Trap? He had a terrible headache and was trying to drink more medicine. The teleportation magic sucked all the magic power out of him. The guy opened the bottle and drank it. No, she wouldn't use such problematic methods. So, from the very beginning, she planned to do everything on her own for maximum efficiency. She hid the truth from her own allies. In truth, an extraordinary person. Suddenly, the guy turned around and stopped the blue-haired girl with a stick. She was terribly frightened and later noticed that it was the professor. He asked what the girl was doing here since she knew it was a dangerous forest. She started to deny it, but then suddenly screamed, "Why is he here then?" She just wanted to ask that. And what was that spell on it? He said it was none of her business. The forest was a dangerous place for students and she should go back. She's not that weak, the girl said. He realized that she probably didn't suspect anything. Did she find another way to bypass the people guarding the passageway? How can a girl try to explain to the professor that she came here to feel something strange? I didn't even know Professor Roger would be here. Her friend also came running after her. She was very scared. She was afraid that the girl would get lost and followed her. The professor said to follow them. He would guide them and her friend to the exit. The girl said nothing, but obeyed. She had seen him take some medicine behind a tree, but what was it? Was he ill with something? The headmistress was standing at the exit, and she met the professor. She also saw 2 female students, and he explained that they were driving through a quiet forest. She was afraid. Why were female students like them wandering around in such a scary forest? The girl confessed that it was all because of her that she ran into that forest, and her friend followed her. Some time later, Professor Roger found them. The rector thought about it, but replied that she understood everything. He asked what he should do with the girls. Why do female students often make mistakes, so you just have to leave them out? Well, what should they do now? Because of such an urgent matter, they had to come here and take care of everything. He was surprised and asked if the rector's magic was there from her. Since it was for us, the guy is sure that everything turned out fine. It will send these 2 students back. She thanked him for his help. This Roger, how's he doing? The girl asked a certain man already in the house. Because of this event, she thinks she can drop all suspicion. She studied his reaction and didn't notice anything strange. What a relief it is for them to not find someone like him again. But, however, why did they spread the rumors? They had to do this so that all the small rats would bite one. The man understood everything. They were standing near the door where the stone lay. It turns out that the real universal stone was safely transported. It's a good thing nothing happened to him. In the past, this stone had ruined an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they know that real security can go, she doesn't want to be here too long. Next, we see a certain dark magic from which the hero comes out. He didn't believe it at first, but here's the jackpot. It was a good thing that he left a mark on the fake stone. He thought that the rector would decide to check the real one. The magic power output of a real stone is much higher, it drains it by force. But the stone doesn't have the power to grant his wish, his true wish. He understands, because he has seen quite a few things, there is a limit to his strength. The boy moved closer and closer to the stone, then grabbed it with his hand. At least this stone can tell him the location of the remaining relics. When he grabbed it with his hand, everything around him shone green. More and more magical power accumulates, it tries to invade his consciousness. But you cannot twitch. If you try to get through regardless of the guy's desire, everything will break. Now he must show the location of the remaining pieces, he told the stone. The guy knew it, he wouldn't tell him all the pieces. Just think that one of them was so close. What happened? What did he do? What did he talk about recently? The hero also asked to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow night. This will be for the best, and then the time is already running out, but what about his voice? Asked the opponent. Everything went as it should. They found the location of one relic. It's hard for him to recover now because of the constant work. That's understandable, the assistant replied, so many things have happened. But only one is worth it. To be more precise, there are 2 of them, but one of them is already known, and the other one is here in Leatherwalk. According to the image that the hero showed the relic, he believes that it is in the auction house. Kant's stock house, the only one in the area. The guy had heard that something big was going to happen there soon. A possible relic will be an item for auction. The hero told him to look through the lists of items prepared for the auction. It's not difficult, they will meet tomorrow at this auction. As I walked down the hall, he saw a girl leaning her ear against his office. What was she doing here? She wondered and was afraid, but she didn't know he wasn't inside. Why was she looking for him? So where should she start? Should I ask about the special magic he used or the medicine? The hero stood and said nothing, but how hard is it for her to find out? If she has nothing to say, the teacher leaves. Then she stopped him and asked him to wait. What's wrong if it's not important? Suddenly, he turned around and saw a drop of water in front of his face. What does he think of her coordinate assignment formula? It surprised the teacher. He did not think that there are already students who are able to master the formulas. The girl praised herself and said that she was a genius, and also the fact that she is the only one among the students who did it. She asked something about a reward for it. He thought you could really be rewarded for this, maybe give her a top grade on what she thinks about it. These are just top marks, they weren't worth her effort. She would. I would like to get something else that is similar in value to the highest score. They looked into each other's eyes, and he invited her into his office. It was the first time she had ever been in this room. The research lab was in this direction. She wondered what it was, but the hero opened the door and let her in. She looked at his notes and didn't understand what he was researching. She hadn't seen such a pattern before. It didn't look like simple drawings. To be honest, he didn't expect her to be able to do this, so he even had to think of a decent reward. And how much it knows assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula. This is the principle of controlling a force in one coordinate using a formula in it. She just copied what she saw from him. The teacher would show her something else, since she had learned it and repeated what she had done. He picked up his wand and waved it. There appeared a certain arrow. Magic? What is it? An entire construction kit appeared above the teacher, supposedly a drawing made of magic. Her head is going to crack. What's that feeling? The girl fainted, and when she woke up, she was lying on the couch, and the teacher was reading notes. She asked how long it had been. About 30 minutes, but what kind of magic was that? The Klein bottle, he calls it. The hero once saw this and decided to just repeat it just for the sake of experiment. She was surprised that he was only able to create something like this as an experiment. He asked how her eyes and nose were, but why was he suddenly asking? She also has the ability to sense everything, all the features of the manifested magic. The girl was shocked by such news. When she saw Master's formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled. She sensed the formula, otherwise ordinary people wouldn't be able to do this. She must have been shocked by a magic she'd never seen before. Isn't the professor curious about her ability? He's not the least bit interested in abilities, but other mages might think otherwise. She'd better not fall for it. She didn't answer because it was getting late, so she should have gone to her room. How could he be so calm after learning her ability? Had he met people with a similar ability before? As it was, he rewarded her properly. They broke up, the guy went outside, he still cannot get used to the new stylish appearance. It was his assistant, they finally met. Was he still going to go there? Of course, everything was as usual, but where did the guy get the car? He got it from the best of the best in society, he said. Since they're going to a place like this, they can do it like this. He ran a hand through his hair and combed it back. They started to leave. The guys arrived at a certain place where important people were standing. It was like points. It was too bright and noisy, the hero complained. It's a famous place, but isn't it worse than some dirty place? What floor will be the meeting point on the 4th floor? When they wanted to go up the stairs, they were blocked by security guards. They don't have access without permission, but they can do anything. The guy took out a ticket and they were allowed to enter. The atmosphere on this floor was really different. The assistant had heard that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. That's how they created the unwritten rule. It stated that it was forbidden to fight on the 4th floor, so there is no security on this floor. And the hero is sure that there is a reason why they were invited to such a place. Maybe people are checking to see if they will follow this rule. The heroes pointed to the door, and they went inside. There were people at the table whose faces couldn't be seen. Moriarty, the girl, is sure that he wouldn't take it in a place like this. She'd thought he'd gone missing after a failed attempt to start a war in the kingdom. Why had he come here now? Maybe he plans to correct his mistakes. It was a girl, Black Rose Violetta. He sat down at the table and started eating. Of course not. What nonsense was she talking about? He hadn't even thought about it. She can't trust the guy. A person with no evil intentions destroys the Scarlet group as soon as it appears here. He just wanted to get rid of the dirt in front of his eyes. The man at the table asked to stop personal conversations and asked what the hero wanted. It wasn't just that he accepted the invitation here, Kurukas Pinion said. You don't know. He was planning to increase his power. So, is he planning to create a second Scarlet group or what? Dion's old children listened to them. Of course not. He was wondering why it was so stuffy in here, so he could clear up any misunderstandings. The man asked what misunderstandings he was talking about. The guy stopped them and said that before everything he wanted to talk in person. He said it was all right, Grandpa. So Moriarty understood, because usually the child is looked down upon here, the old Massel children. He certainly isn't enough to look down on a girl just because you're a kid. Don't worry, he has no desire to create a second Scarlet group. He plans to create his own business and allow them to offer it. He'll give them jobs and they'll make a lot of money. His assistant got angry. What was the guy even talking about? The girl said it was no different from the Scarlet group. That is, he wants to force and obey his order. No, because this is just a suggestion. If he wanted to, he would have started doing something long ago. He would also hand over a portion of the Scarlet group's business plaza to them, even if they refused his offer. Everyone was surprised, but why would he give it to you even if they refused? The girl couldn't understand what Tut was up to. They understand that now it is dangerous for the guy to act openly, so he needs his own loyal forces, and useless battles won't do anything. And I need to trust the hero, and they won't lose anything by refusing. He wants an answer here and now at this table. The man said, "Can you at least tell me what kind of business it is?" Others were angry because the man decided something without discussing it with the others. He explained that he didn't really want to get involved in a dangerous case. But the hero promised that there would be no dangers. They know what other pleasures there are to know. But this is opera and music, so you shouldn't say that they will do it. The hero replied that he would need more elegance from them. More precisely, telling a story through play, music, and dancing. The man does not even know, but he is sure that the hero sees the future in this. He was glad to hear this and looked forward to working with the leader. She wondered, Moriarty, what he wanted in the end. The guy wanted changes. This is a forgotten area, even despite the local industry and blacksmiths. Only gray skies and a bleak future await him, so they also maintain a clear sky over people's heads. The guy wanted to change this dark and gloomy alley, a place where people can only live and see a bright future. I also presented this business idea to other organizations, and they should get familiar with it before deciding. On the street, he discussed it with his assistant. He praised the hero because his ideas were incredible. It's been approved by all 3 organizations, which is amazing. But he only implemented other people's ideas. The girl didn't come up, so he asked her what she wanted. Why is she unaccompanied? But did she say something about wanting to talk to the guy alone? He sent his friend ahead and said he would catch up. He walked away and the girl asked about the business that he offered. He really thinks that it will go well. The current clothing market is controlled by nobles and wealthy merchants. She wondered if she really had a chance. But their target audience is not these people. Light and comfortable clothing that people can use in everyday life. If people like this idea, then everyone will turn away from fashion. And yet they will not be able to evade attempts to prevent others. She needs to get over it, and she can't hide forever. She didn't have to worry about protecting her sisters anymore. If she accepted his offer, then he would take responsibility for protecting them. And as soon as the girl's business gets better, she can apply her magic to fashion as well. How did he know about its capabilities? All because mages can recognize other mages. This is not something complicated at all. Since she agreed to work with him, she can't hide it anymore. The girl took off her mask and there was a bruise under her eye. A burn caused by magic just like that is the work of a magician who thought she was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healing apostles couldn't fix it. So she'd shown him her hideous appearance, so she'd probably put it back on. But the guy stopped her. She trusted him and showed him her secret. He came close to her and put his hand on her head. He said it would be right to reveal his secret. What's the guy doing? Leaning his finger against the spot. She asked me to look at my face. There was not a scratch on his face. Everything was cured. How he did it, the whole thing is in real magic. He can only say one. The girl is too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. It's dangerous to put this on display right now, she said. Now it was time for her to get to work, as he had ordered, and their meeting today was significant. But the girl turned around when he called her, and suddenly saw something. After that, the guy grabbed her and threw her to the ground. A dart flew past her face, and he asked if she was okay. He saved her, but right there behind the garden, who could it be? The guy had his suspicions, of course, but not the whole gang. A group of people approached them. They turned to James Moriarty. How can such an important big shot wander around here without guards? He gave the man a chance. Apparently, it was the remnant of the Scarlet group. Have they forgotten how their community collapsed? They remember everything, so they prepared. There was a smell of dispersal all around. He asked the girl not to use magic, because it would be difficult to control. Even that much he knows, she thought. This voice was not in vain waiting for one of the men. He didn't expect them to grab two bigwigs right away. How did it annoy the girl? Using her body isn't her style, but is she going to fight? Her hero asked. They were already caught and there was nowhere to run, so the lady asked the girl if she could dance. Of course, she can dance well enough that she doesn't feel envious of other people. He asked me to back her up. We see them fighting as a team against these people, but these guys are no match for them even with magic. They are already tired. They have only a short time left, the commander encouraged them. The girl no longer had the strength. She is no longer the same as when she was young. Well, she should increase her stamina when they're done with this, the hero replied. He can't find the guy who fired the shot. Did he hide after the ambush? It uses a hard-to-reach dispel fragrance and easily controls its murderous aura. It looks like there's a professional lurking among these guys. He turned to the girl, she turned, and the guy grabbed her, ran away. The man swore at the guys because they were able to miss them. Everyone rushed to catch up with them. But what was he doing? She asked. The girl was lying on his shoulder. There are professional assassins among them. If they continue, the advantage will be on the side of the attackers, the hero replied. What kind of killer was he? She asked, zigzagging around all these people. They noticed him and started running after him, and there were also people in black suits in front of them who decided to attack them. Does the girl know who they are? She had heard of a group of assassins coming from the southern desert. They are the ones who kill others for money. So they were Calisarp's killers, and he'd told her to be careful not to bite her tongue. But why? It turns out that he took a chain out of his sleeve and jumped up to the roof in this way. The two running behind them did the same and joined the battle. The girl defended herself with an umbrella from their blows, but after the first blow it fell apart. What's wrong with her umbrella is a special poison that Calisarps use. It eats away at absolutely everything, but what can they do now without any protection? They either wait until the attackers run out of metal knives or get out of here. The girl likes more option 2. The guy agreed with her, grabbed her and told her to hold on tight. He picked her up and jumped down from the house. The attackers lost sight of them, but then continued to follow them. While one of them was flying, he noticed the girl. She was indignant because the hero left her here and dumped her. What a coward. She didn't think he was such a person. The attackers were shocked because they did not think that he would run away. The man took out a few more knives, but at least he hardly thought that the guy could leave the girl. It was like a trap for him. The hero was using it as bait. He was hiding somewhere near the man was sure of it. He crept up behind the girl and swung. But suddenly, his knives flew off and Notkai's dagger pierced right through him. It was a hero, but how did he do it? It's all because of his special magic, although he slightly used the fragrance of dispel. He pulled his blade out of the man and the man fell. He used the dispel that was left on the mana. He used it to transmit sound. The girl shouted to him to stop because there was still one attacker on top. He took out chains from his sleeve and grabbed the hero's blade. The guy's weapon flew off. It was a melee. This man had knives in his hands and he attacked the guy, but when he saw that he was pulling something out from behind his back, he was afraid. How could he hide one more weapon? The guy dealt with the criminal with one blow. He did well, but he let his guard down at the crucial moment, so he lost. The other kids were running after them, and they could hear them in the distance. The fragrance of scattering is almost gone. It can leave the rest to the girl. Well, it's not difficult. These men came running to them. They finally found the guys. But at that moment, magic flew directly into the forehead one of them. There was a huge explosion and they all died. There didn't seem to be any more minions left. She didn't think they would ambush her after the group disappeared. They were forced, the hero explained, but who and why? Most likely, they were paid by the killers. This is definitely not Belbot Rickson, because the hero killed him. How could he have killed him, and was it really true? It's true, the man was doing dirty work while he was financing Dutry. At one time, a man humiliated the honor and respect of other people. He does not want to exist under the same sky with such people. Since they were talking about it, she would hand the Dutry recruits over to him. He could do whatever he wanted with them, but in return, she needed him to find out who was behind it. The guy was just about to talk about it. The girl will be busy with the business that he suggested. Couldn't she handle it? He'd hurt her ego with that question, and he knew how to do it. The girl changed her mind and decided to take care of it herself. She will do even better than he expects. He wished her luck, and they parted ways. There were shouts from the house for the assistant to get to someone faster, but why did that someone suddenly become an assistant? The hero returned home. The boys argued. You can even say that they fought. He kept wondering why it was so noisy inside, and it was them. Sheridan Ironfid, Roger's fellow developer, dwarf girl. The jam she was fighting begged for help, but the hero didn't help. Later, he said that he would stop hands and take a look at something. The girl immediately ran away and was ready to watch. The girl started scolding him because he pulled the wire while carrying another person, didn't he? She said that it is only for one person and the clamp now does not work. The guy was indignant because he had to do so. She took it in hand and said that the job would take 10 minutes and he should wait a bit. Then the guy got up from the floor and didn't understand why the little girl hated him so much. He knew it was because his friend was weak. But he must not forget that she is older than he is if he is patient when talking to her. At the first meeting, he thought it was a child. He had first seen her in the mines of the Delica Kingdom. Why? They kept her there as a... But does that count as being captured where she was? When they came to her, there were a lot of explosives lying around, and she sat in silence. They would have died there if the bombs around her had gone off. But even Captain Knights would have died if something like this had exploded at a depth of km underground. He remembers that some leftist types were pestering him. He had already taken care of them. They were from that group, the hero explained. But there must have been someone behind them. Maybe the guy would find out. Well, he's already handling the items at the auction. While he was thinking, the girl shouted at him to come to her quickly. The hero asked him to help her first so that she would not touch the gunpowder. 10 minutes for repairs, but the hero thinks that they will cope in 30 and he will rest for now. Looking down the street, he noticed Nikki's silhouette moving light and fast, even he couldn't hear the footsteps. There were a few people there, a group of guys moving synchronously. At this time it can be them. While he was thinking about this, he saw the gaze of a girl who looked directly at his window. The partner asked the commander what had happened. But it was just her imagination, and they moved on. The guy knew that his girlfriend couldn't see him. At first, he thought they were knights, but her silver hair. Patron saint of the Knights of the Night Serpent. Tyrina Lion Hall. Why she's here? I heard she was assigned to investigate the Rickson murder. She assumed the murder was connected to a recent incident or something. It's good that the guy got rid of the evidence more. He doesn't want to cross paths with this terrible person. At that moment, a girl came into the room. She fixed everything. It took a little longer because she decided to put the rest of the pieces in order. The object became smaller and thinner. She said to try it out. He put it on his arm and threw it at the wall, and it worked. The chain flew out and caught on this object, now much more mosh. She really was able to make it 2 times better. Now the hero will be able to use it on several people. And also added a new function. He will try to clench his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. What's the new feature? When he did that, a knife popped out of his hand. She did it because she remembered what he'd told her. He also sees a small hole on the left side and can shoot needles out of it to paralyze the enemy. He liked everything and thanked her for the work she had done. The hero has great taste, and her cowardly assistant all said that it was dangerous. As expected, Toon Academy's professor sounded a little strange, but oh well. Also, the girl noticed that he looks great in these fashionable clothes. Just a glance is enough to understand that he is a gentleman. He looks just like an aristocrat. Thank you for your kind words, but he'll put some things to good use. He's already leaving because he wants to go for a walk. There's something else he wants to ask her. Next, we see how that team in raincoats arrived at the place where the criminals were dealt with. She came here because someone caused a commotion, but these wounds are caused by magic. Perhaps there was some kind of fight between the factions. One of the wounded was from the Scarlet group. Why? How is this possible, since the Scarlet group has already been eliminated? There were 2 more bodies in the distance. The girl noticed, but pulled it out. It had a sour smell, a special poison used by the Calcip killers. Is she referring to the organization of assassins from the Fatima dynasty? Could it be that there was a conflict between them and the Scarlet group? Not at all. They didn't die from poison. Most likely they were on the first side. She approached one of the deceased and said that he was killed with 1 blow, just like everyone else. It looks like their hearts were pierced from the back. The assassin moved into a short-range battle. Most likely they thought that their caller was an ordinary mage, and later they died because of their own mistake. The one who took out the assassins is Mac, who knows how to handle a sword. The one who was here, the one who ended the gang. Why did she think that? The collapsed organization went so far as to hire assassins, which means they had a huge grudge. Come to think of it, Bellbot's finances had been transferred to the Scarlet group at some point. The one who got rid of him and found the burned-down factory and the professor who burned the werewolf to the ground. They'd finish up and leave, and she'd learned everything she needed to know. Was the investigation over? Not yet, but they're not even one step closer to finishing the case, the man said. If they keep going on like this, but the girl has a hunch, she said. There is a place where there should be a hint. Next, we see the academy as the girl greets the professor. She heard that he didn't show up for work today. That's right, he doesn't have any classes today, but what brings her here? Someone was looking for him, and she was passing by, so she decided to drop by. A knight of the State Security Service is looking for him. If that's the case, she'll come back with him. The man we'd seen earlier came into the office. He asked Roger if it was him and they started talking. He invited them to sit down, and they did so. The man's name was Lloyd, a state security officer. While he was flipping through the papers, the guy asked, would he like some tea? He refused, because he doesn't eat while working. If so, then the next question is, what brought him here? The man was able to deal with the werewolf that appeared on the academy grounds, wasn't he? This is true, but is there any problem with it? The guy would like to hear in detail what happened there. The hero should not worry, let him imagine that he is communicating with a friend. It wasn't Tarana who had come to see him, he realized, but he was already prepared to meet her. Since it wasn't her, there wouldn't be a problem, so he started. He told them everything, and that was the end of it, and the man thanked them for their time and left. He's someone who works for the state, so the hero was happy to help. It is an honor for a man to meet a professor, just as it is an honor for a professor to meet a man. They shook hands and parted. Then we see the park. The commander came there. The man approached the 2 girls. He asked if there were any leads. The girl replied that they did not find anything worthwhile. They got an investigation warrant, but there wasn't anything useful in it. But what about the hero? He talked to him as directed. He was clearly someone who devoted a lot of his time to training, wasn't he? Even though the man was wearing gloves, when they shook hands, it felt like it was. It felt like the hand of an ordinary mage who had never used a knife before. The girl was shocked by such news. Of course, he couldn't be mistaken, but how could it be the hand of an ordinary mage? Of course, this wasn't what she was expecting at all. She thought she had finally found a clue. But the case turns back into a mystery. Without any leads, the investigation stops. She told the girl to stay here and report anything suspicious. Well, why is she? Should I check everything in person before leaving? They can't, because that was one of the conditions. While the girl was leaving and one more girl called her. It was the headmistress. She waved, told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Her assistants were shocked that they knew each other. What brought her here? The girls ran up to each other. She could at least greet her old friend. She's too friendly right now, even though she didn't let the girl meet the professor in person before. She can stop pretending anymore. But don't bully their helpful newbie. She liked him very much. Well, how can she leave him alone with her? Does she think she's the kind of person who constantly breaks others? Isn't that right? The girl turned around and left the headmistress, could not see her off. Why didn't she even have a cup of tea and then leave like this? A guy, a rector, and a patron were watching them through the window. He has no idea what their relationship is, but thanks to her, he will be able to avoid meeting the madwoman. That guy from the kind of guy you can't let your guard down in front of. His actions are good hints for the hero. Did the man check for dust on the shelves first? He himself looked clean and well-groomed. The guy thinks that he is a germaphobe. This is a disease when you are afraid of germs and they're getting from any surface to your hands. If someone like him offers to shake hands with his bare hand, it means that he wanted to know something. Just in case, the guy asked the girl to make him artificial skin, and apparently not in vain. The man had a good try, but the guy was better prepared. It's time to relax and prepare the test. After a week, the rest of them have been acting very cautiously lately. A similar reason is the recent visit of patrons. Careful, but what does he mean by that? People tried to avoid contact with each other as much as possible. Now private meetings are held outside Tion. Was there anything else unusual? Speaking of which, 2 days ago, the girl said 3 people 3 orders were captured by the police. Just like that, it wasn't worth the hero's attention, so she didn't inform him about it. How you have to be to get caught by the police. It is said that the students involved were 2 guys and 1 girl from his class. His class is probably Aiden, Leo, and Tracy. This is them. How did these guys manage to catch someone out of town? Most likely, at this moment they were completing tasks. A low-grade student has a task board that allows them to pay for their tuition. All 3 students are not from the richest families. Well, even if that's the case, for these guys to catch the third-order people, the hero continued to follow them, but this is within his expectations. The girl asked what she should do with these people from the order. The guy said, they don't need people who can be overpowered by some students. The professor was right. Is there anything else, he asked. Apart from the agreement to lay low for a while, there was nothing. If that was the case, he put on his raincoat and went out. Stage 1 of testing is scheduled for today, and the guy is sure that they have been diligently preparing for it. In the lesson, he will teach the source code formula, as he said. Students who took 1-5 places in the list. Of course, he won't teach them the whole formula, but he will immediately divide this formula into 4 stages, and it will train 1 for each test. If he finds out that someone is cheating, then let them know that they will have to pay the appropriate price for it. And now the test begins. I used my magic. After a while, the test was over. Everyone understood what it meant when he allowed you to use notes on the test. It was so complicated that they weren't even needed. As everyone started to leave the classroom, the girl noticed her friend coming down the stairs. She turned to the professor, who asked, does she have any questions about the test? Not at all. She just finished reading the book that the professor gave her and would like to return it. She may not return it in the future. She will need this book again. And the edition he gave her is much more important. Let her consider it a tribute to the previous owner. So he may not return it, but keep it for himself. He believes that only in her hands will this book show its full potential. Her friend caught up with her, but the girl was shocked by the professor's words. She turned to the girl and said that nothing special had happened and asked about the test. It wasn't that complicated, the girl said, because she didn't see it that way. Her friend did not understand. For her the test was very difficult. She must have been very tired and couldn't get her bearings at all. It happens too, so she doesn't have to worry. Yes, she had so much to do, but she couldn't prepare properly at all. Next, we see Nikki's papers. No matter how many times the girl looks, she does not cease to be surprised. To think that a professor could compose such questions. This was the headmistress. In order to create such questions, you need a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics. Similarly, with the correct placement of tricks and the complexity of the test. She didn't expect much from this tough guy, but he surprised her a lot. How would she compare him to Professor Chris? Since they are both professors of the male incarnation, they are sure that the sections in the test should be similar. It would be cruel to compare such things. Professor Chris puts difficult questions on the exam just to show off his knowledge. She is sure that the man has already reviewed the test and would like to see what his current expression is. He crumpled the test in his hands and threw it at the wall. He was wondering why the rector suddenly came, but to take note of the question from Professor Rogers' exam. What does it mean? Professor Chris, he's also in charge of the incarnation section, she had said at the time. She brought it to him, thinking that it might be useful for him when writing up the next exam. He couldn't believe that he was being compared to some fallen noble. They will see which of them is better than this disgrace. He will not stand it and will take revenge on the hero for it. The girl has prepared for other exams. She thinks that now she can have a quiet lunch. The princess immediately came back. Because she was shocked by this exam, she hopes that her friend will get better. While she was thinking, a guy came up to her. He told his company, take a look at who's standing here. Isn't this a proud and noble commoner? She asked him to move away, but he couldn't hear what she was mumbling. He said to the girl, he is angry because she rejected him. He should be ashamed that he is noble. The guy was angry. This is even more. She is a pathetic girl and should know her place. He grabbed her hand and told her that she would follow him. The girl screamed and tried to pull away. He pulled on it and threw it to the ground. She stood up, but how did she still look him in the eye? That's why you need to train commoners to behave with honorable people. He waved his wand, but then a guy came out and asked what this student was doing. Freyden Wahlberg, there are rumors that he is cruel and merciless towards the commoners. Why did he come here? The guy explained to the student that he was raising an impudent commoner because he was grateful. Well, how does he bring up? To bring up does not mean to mock him. But it wasn't true. This girl dared to look at him from high up. The guy used his magic and ordered the guy to keep quiet, causing him to fall to the ground. He is that has covered the name of a noble person. How much longer do you have to endure scum with nothing to do? Is he angry that he's being scolded or something? The guy won't say it twice, this student should get out of his sight sooner. He approached the girl, and she thanked him for saving her. He looked at her, wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. He looked sideways and pointed at her lunch. She wouldn't be able to eat it anymore. It's okay, she will clean the food from the dirt, pick it up from the ground and eat it. If the girl doesn't mind, then the guy would like to have lunch with her. He wanted to share his food with her. The girl was very apologetic. What kind of place is this? She never noticed him. It turns out that the guys came under a tree and had a picnic. This is his personal space. If she keeps it a secret from the other students, she can come here whenever she wants. The girl promised not to tell anyone about this place, but is this really his lunch? It's just that he got carried away and made too much, but did he make it himself? So it was. He asked her to try it. It was very tasty. He is glad that she liked it. It was said that this disciple hated commoners, but he didn't look like such a person at all. She won't believe the rumors anymore because they can't be believed. The children were sitting under a tree and eating. Next, we see the professor who met Professor Roger. She asked if his exams were over and he was already on his way to check them out. Will she have a practice exam? Yes, practice exercises are more useful for summoners. She asked if he wanted to see it. He didn't answer yet, but later agreed. It looks like she's nervous about her first exam. He said clearly that he would go and see if that was the case, so she asked him to follow her. Everything took place in the forest and the students listened attentively to her. As she had said during the exam, they would be communicating with spirits. The boys must use their magic power to communicate and make friends with them. She would show them that first. The girl folded her hands and started using magic around her. Spirits appeared and she greeted them. This is the spiritual professor's power. They've seen it all, haven't they? It's not difficult if they follow what she showed. The guys can start working, and the students did so. Professor, does he want to try it? Because it's quite easy. The man refused, and not one of those who love perfume. The girl said that it can't be. The spirits are very kind. He can look at them. The spirits are trembling. Even the other spirits don't come near Professor Roger. She thought about it. Hadn't he told her? The mother said that her son has the quality of a shaman, and he doesn't like the divine spirits protecting him. What happens? There are times when they're not interested, but just think, they're scared right now. He was trying to say that he was an exception, but still, those who were wary of him were only lower-ranked spirits. It's true that middle-ranked spirits are calm. Still, it's so unfortunate. It would be nice if he could also get close to the spirits. He tried to explain that there are different people in the world, but in any case, she is currently conducting an exam. Is she sure she can leave it up to her assistants? The girl completely forgot herself and said that it was time for her to go to the students. Thank God he still has enough magic power. If the mid-rank spirits reacted as well, the professor would have suspected the guy of something. The spirits are not afraid of it, but it is behind them. Only the lowest rank can sense the strange energy. That gaze, as they hide between the trees, is the energy of the fire spirit, and of a high level at that. How could others not sense it? Even a professor who is sensitive to spirits doesn't react. A presence that a mid-level spirit manager's spiritual professor can't sense. It turns out then that this guy does not exist in nature. This is a spirit controlled by someone. If they are so obviously following the guy, then the answer is only one. This means that there is still one first order hidden in the academy. Why did they suddenly decide to show up right now, and they're just watching the hero, not doing anything? Maybe they realized the guy was fake. No, then they wouldn't have been watching him, but would have acted immediately. Maybe that's how they send the signal. The hero became too hot, the temperature rose, and did not clearly react to his words. Then it moved to a place where there is no one, which now they will do. Even if they didn't react, at least he would know who he was dealing with. The hero doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He went deeper into the forest and a fiery inscription appeared in front of him. It was written this evening after classes at this place. We see the hero in the forest. Oh my god, did he even come earlier? There is no physical body here. The hero had a premonition that this would happen, but he asked me to get straight to the point. The guy is as cold as ever, but in any case, this someone needs help. He is going to cause chaos in the academy, and the hero himself knows that his role is destruction. Magicians who summon fire extinguish fires. And does this someone want the hero to help him in his games with fire? It looks like they're planning a terrorist attack. Playing with fire, this someone doesn't want to do anything like that. But with the wake of his subordinates, the second order disappeared. Unlike other members of the first order, he doesn't work with anyone. With the hero's skills to hide his identity and help the wisp, it shouldn't be a problem. Of course, this person does not ask for a free job. He will definitely compensate if the hero helps him. It will be something like a mutual contract, but a contract between whom? Between John Doe and Esmeralda, of course. It's a girl, it's not a real name, it must be a code name like the hero's. Does he agree to this person's suggestion? The teacher refused in his current position. There was nothing he could do. He asked to wait, because he has not yet told everything and whether the hero is 100% sure of this. Just don't let him tell him that he's just too lazy to do it. Normally, the guy would have agreed, but this is different. The rector still suspects him and the hero cannot make a rash decision. If that's all she wanted to say, then he leaves. He really has received enough information, and it's time for him to leave. Suddenly he was stopped by this voice. She thought not so long ago she found out interesting information. She had heard that he had a subordinate. Someone like the great John, who can do anything, has a subordinate. And in addition to all this, he is from the second order. Does the guy think that something is wrong here? And just don't let him say that he's planning something in secret from those people. She speaks as if she knows him well for someone who has come to him for help. Not only does she jump to conclusions, but she even suspects him. And it's all because he infiltrated the academy without doing anything outstanding. She dares to look down on him. Why was he thinking like that? He was the one who was acting weird. He can't be the only one who doesn't have an assistant when all the other professors do. And he decided that it would be better to choose someone from the organization. She thinks there's no point in explaining anything to him. She was just joking, and he doesn't think he took it too seriously. He doesn't care if she suspects him or not. This time he won't find fault with it. But don't let her question his loyalty to the Zero Order. If it happens again, one of them will have to pay for it, the guy said. Firepaw excused himself as he has nothing more to say and leaves. And so it happened, the professor went back. All of this could have ended badly for him, and it was good that he learned what this John was like. If he hadn't, he would have died on the spot. He stopped near a tree. He needs to think about everything from the voice behind the flame. There was a young woman. If it's an elementalist who can control high-ranked flame spirits, that is, all elements will be suspected. Also, don't forget about the students who can control the flame spirits. The hero then remembered that Leatherwelk was organizing events for the admission of new professors. Since all of Theon's sponsors will be there, all the professors will also need to be present. If she is a professor, she will attend this event, and this will be his chance. The hero approached the academy and walked down the street. In the window we saw a certain girl. He was so focused on his work that she wondered if it had happened, which she probably shouldn't have worried about. He didn't feel afraid of her flames, perhaps much stronger than she expected. She walked through the academy, all her efforts wasted. Then she thought of an event that was coming up soon, but nothing. The main role will not be hers, but someone else's. Next, we see a student walking through the woods, not expecting to be able to have lunch with him again. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions for her. Ever since she was a child, she could tell who had malicious intent or ill intentions towards her. The only people around her who don't have malicious intent against her. This is her friend Elendil and Freyden, as well as her teacher, Professor Roger. She thought, no, Professor Roger doesn't have any good intentions towards her, more like sadness or guilt. But why? While she was thinking, someone spoke to her. The girl was afraid. She was asked if Renee is a first-year student. He's a friend of Freyden's, Henry Presto, nice to meet you. The guy waved to her in greeting. She was with Freyden just now, right? It was, but how did the guy know about it? He has his own methods, and he was also curious about what his friend had been doing lately. The girl understood from her feelings that this guy doesn't have any intentions for her, but she feels that he is dangerous. He asked if they had done something wrong. There was no need to be so afraid of him. As a way to settle the new relationship, he asked to be allowed to help her. The guy has a part-time job that pays well and is pretty safe. He is sure that she herself knows that the students are mostly commoners who have no money. Why was he telling her this when they'd just met? Perhaps out of curiosity. He was shocked to see his friend spending time with a girl like her. Why is this so surprising to him? She just thought he was a good person. Suddenly, the guy laughed hard. He laughed and couldn't believe that his friend could be such a lovely acquaintance. She didn't understand his reaction. Of course, Freyden, a very nice person, he hadn't laughed like that in a long time. He also thought that after all the time spent with him. But in any case, he would just be curious to see them all together. Can she decide if she wants to accept the offer after learning all the details? What does she think of that? Next, we see the building where the event is being held. Girls in dresses and men in business suits are playing music there. And all the main characters of the party are already here. Professors have heard that all new teachers have good skills. Perhaps they were talking about him. There are such rumors. People were talking about Roger, our hero. A girl came up to Count Chris and praised him because he was as irresistible as the rumors about him. Everyone was getting to know each other. A congressman met Professor Esmeralda. Everyone here is busy looking for connections. The hero mused. First, he will study the situation, and then go in search of Esmeralda. Suddenly a man came up to him and asked if he was Professor Roger. It was Count Deckers, and the hero had apologized, but he wasn't in the mood for conversation right now. The man was startled by his look, understood everything, and said that maybe they would talk later. Since he has pounced on the Count, and no flies will interfere with him, he would use it to find Esmeralda. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was a man who was talking to the professor and his girlfriend. The man asked why the girl was trying to avoid him. She denied suddenly, and their conversation broke hero and asked the man to stop. Selena already has plans for the hero. The girl was surprised and the man was angry. After all, this is just a new professor. This monkey should know who is next to him. It was the company's director, Evan Luke. He is sure that the hero has heard about his company, and if he understood, then it should be easier to move out of the way. The girl grabbed the sleeve of the hero, who noticed this. Didn't he tell the man that he already had plans with her? You made the man even angrier, hero. Didn't you hear who he is? Why dare he joke? Did he think that the headmaster would leave him alone just because he was a professor at the academy? The man swung at him, but the guy stopped him. Since he spoke in such a tone, then the hero will speak to him as well. Did he think that the guy would leave him alone, that the man would still talk about being the director of the company? He tried to pull his hand away. Does the hero want to be fired? What kind of power was there that he couldn't get out of? But let him try. They were approached by one more man in a suit and asked to stop people who might get hurt. Here's a terrible fallen noble. The man said that this person should watch his words because he is being watched. For this, the security guard received a slap in the face while the man told him to call him the director. Well, how can he calm down after such an appeal to him? Everything is going even more unusual than the hero expected. He wanted to leave, using Professor Selena as an excuse. And something more interesting happened. He swore at everyone about how they teach their academy professors in the first place. This fallen noble tried to use violence against him. If they still want the company to sponsor them in the future, then they should fire that person immediately. The head of the academy was wondering who he was. So this man is the son of the chairman of the company. She's right. The owner of the company is the chairman, Theodore. Why does some director throw out empty words? Didn't he discuss it with his father? Of course, his father agrees with this because this is his son. Behind the girl was this guy's father, and she asked if this old man thought the same. He apologized for his son's behavior. The girl said that everything was fine. She was even slightly refreshed. The man thanked her for putting it that way. But the girl continued because leaving everything as it is will be a little ugly. What does the rector suggest? She suggests, in full view of everyone, that these two should have a fair duel. The professor was scared. She solved the situation so well, but suddenly she did it. Why? No, it might be a good thing if the situation ended up like this, but that guy wouldn't accept it. Chairman Traitor doesn't look happy either. A duel here guarantees that there will be no trouble later, and the hero, of course, does not mind. Since Evan doesn't have any magic, it's allowed for someone else to fight instead. That's what he wanted to do, and he will give you a chance and an opportunity to correct your mistake. If his assistant is fighting for him, then it's worth a try. His assistant Nick is quite an experienced magician. But just through Mika, he saw his assistant being overpowered by that professor. Everyone was talking about it. The bodyguards of such people are usually smart, but all the rumors about the professor are true. The man from the boy's childhood was surprised. Are all the professors of the academy monsters of this level? Of course not, the rector replied, just Professor Roger, a rather unique person. Anyway, he's not complaining about it, is he, chairman? As he thought, his face showed it. It looks like he's getting old. Well, since it was a fair fight, then he should accept it. He said that there was no need to worry about his son. He would have a good talk with him. What was expected of such a chairman? Anyway, there was something he wanted to ask the girl, but she refused. But why hadn't he said anything yet? He wanted to ask me to introduce him to Professor Roger, right? She apologizes, but please let him refrain from addressing one of the professors. Since she asked for it, the man agreed. It's finally over, and now the hero can focus on his goal, he said as he left the building. But on the way, he was met by the professor he was defending. He greeted her and asked, "Is everything okay?" Yes, she accepted the apology personally from the company's chairman and thanked him for his help. Where he's going now, he doesn't know. He doesn't have any plans. She said she was going to meet the animism professors. Would he like to go with her? The man turned around and had a very surprised look on his face. Treating animism is a great opportunity. Professor Sosluna, Professor Selena, and with her Professor Roger. One of the participants in the meeting heard that he was appointed to the second year as a new professor. No one really reacted to the hero. What he denied was that someone like him didn't deserve to teach the second year. Well, he's so humble, everyone said. He was not very happy. The meeting was useless. He carefully watched the three professors, but none of them showed any particular reaction to it. In a recent conversation, Esmeralda was difficult and short-tempered, not one to maintain her composure in a situation like this. So she's not one of those professors, which means no, but since it doesn't have enough information, it should consider all options. I should have wetted my throat earlier, he said, taking a glass from the tray. Suddenly, a student approached him, and he was surprised that she does everything here because she was recommended to work part-time here. If you looked closely, several of her classmates were also here. He agreed and asked her not to overwork herself and go home before it was too late. Since that's the case, she'll head there right now. Later, his girlfriend caught up with him. She found him. "Isn't that little Renee?" she asked. How did she know this girl? She became her first one more assistant working here. How interesting it all is. Why is she talking about her assistant? She's talking about that girl over there. She's a new student, but she already knows a lot about animism. Jonah Lovett, come to think of it, had forgotten all about the students, since she was a high-level animist. Otherwise he thought that she would definitely be a professor. But somewhere the girl the professor told him about is going. She put down all her work and headed somewhere else. He saw the girl coming down the hall, putting down the tray. She only left to put down a tray or something. It looks like he's paying attention to the wrong things at this rate. He's going to leave out important details. Well, what about this? Didn't these guys want to start a business? They've bought fabric, and it looks like they're going to start manufacturing clothes. What are the lower class people thinking? Violetta acts even faster than the hero thought. Even though she's trying to hide it, she must already be desperate to be trusted. He listened to the conversations of these businessmen. How some people not know their place and conduct commoner business in the imperial family's territory? The man replied to this guy that he shouldn't be angry. Isn't it obvious that they will soon go broke? They should just watch them with a glass of wine, and an action will eventually turn into a huge wave that will change the course of the future. Soon these people will understand they are his friends. The guy's friend looked up, and the glass flew out of his hand. The professor ran up to him and asked, "Is everything all right?" The professor had his hand on his head and said it was just a slippery floor. He'll be back soon. He needs some fresh air. This was noticed by another one of the professors. The guy went outside and the voices in his head caught up with him. He stood on the balcony and tried to drown it all out. By focusing on a quick duel, he had used up too much magic power. He was too careless to even notice. The man was watching him from around the corner, learning the smell of medicine. As he was walking back, he heard screams for help. But what was it? A fire was burning inside. Apparently the monsters were shouting for everyone to run. What had happened in those few minutes, he wondered. Most likely, it was Esmeralda, just her. We see a fire monster that looks like a robot. Everything around it is burning with flames. No one understood where this monster came from. It was necessary to stop the priority of this evacuation of people. Everyone helped each other and ran to the exit. The mages summoned spirits to help with the situation. One of these magicians was Professor Angela, a 5-year-old student at the academy, and also a professor of animism, 4 years of study at the academy. They took their sticks, other people took their balls and attacked. Neither one, but it did not work carefully at the top. There was something and it fell. People were fighting off all this, but suddenly they were consumed by fire. Do not touch the falling flame. If the black flame touches their clothes, then they must immediately take them off. The hero saw all this and understood that it was something different from ordinary fire. It was something closer to the destroyer of violence and to magma. In that case, it's not just a high-level spirit, it's the highest level spirit that has already reached rank 6. Why is a spirit in humanoid form? They usually take on natural forms, such as animals or plants. Something was definitely wrong here. If you think about it like this monster doesn't have a normal lower half of its body. So he was reincarnated through a medium, wasn't he? The biggest advantage of using a medium to summon is that the summoner's identity can be hidden. This is very suspicious. A silver tray that stands in the center of the table. Then the hero realized everything was just as he thought. Joanna was Esmeralda. It was impossible to follow her now, since he had found a way to break through. Then he would take care of everything. Suddenly, he saw a girl lying in the shards ahead of him. She saw this monster and knew that she had to run. They were pinned down on her legs. The girl struggled to get out. Suddenly, a moment later, the professor pulled her out from under the broken glass and asked if she was all right. She was surprised that he was so close, but what if they had moved so quickly? The girl has cut her leg, but the wound is not very deep, so the professor will apply some medicine. She had a certain sense of deja vu because of this situation. She asked the professor if they had met somewhere before. What is the girl talking about? It seems that she was mistaken. She also said that she probably thought he had finished treating her wound, and it was dangerous here, so she needed to leave quickly. Well, what about the professor? He must fulfill his duty as a teacher. She must leave. The girl thanked him for saving her and ran away. He was left alone with the monster at her nocturnus. He flew into the air, dark magic enveloping him. He was on top and saw the monster. His games will end here. He used the Ventusvalp spell. Then we see a certain white tiger moving towards the monster. It was a water tiger. It turns out that it was not the professor who used it at all, but the Mac something that remained on the battlefield. Because of this attack, the monster lost one of its own hands. Now people have a chance to win. But this attack didn't do as much damage as Mac expected. And one attack was enough for Unsolanu to start disintegrating. Next, everyone noticed that Professor Angela's hand had recovered, and she should have called off her magic sooner. But they can't handle this thing with their current level of strength. Any water attacks were repelled. As luck would have it, the rector had already left, but maybe he was the spirit's target. They noticed a certain target. What was it? But inside her was Roger. Everyone was terrified. He used attacks and continued to kill the monster. This spirit was moving strangely as if it was trying to protect something. The girl noticed and then realized that this monster was summoned with the help of a medium. The hero didn't have enough strength. He can't use high-level magic because of exhaustion. Well, then, the professor picked up his wand and aimed an attack at the monster. Everything will be over right now. He attacked, and his attack turned into pieces of ice. Did the professor manage to do this? Human. They saw a human silhouette begin to appear after the monster's impact. We need to be sure that one day they will all burn to the ground. He said the last words. Just let him try if he can, the hero shouted back. The monster promised to watch them all burn down. In the end, it just turned into a piece of dust that scattered. The lower half of the monster wasn't properly formed, and after careful examination of the blurred parts, it was revealed that this monster was connected to a medium. How did the professor manage to find out? Even this was asked by the magician. But anyone in his position would have understood that. But the student did not really notice this at all. Because he is well versed in animism, he did not even think in this way. Contracts in animism are made in such a way as to be fair for both parties. That's why the forced summoning that spirits hate is almost never used. The guy had never heard of a spirit that hated people. Spirits usually don't look like that monster, but that's because spirits representatives of nature mostly look like people. They don't care. Just think that some spirit might exist and you couldn't react faster. However, thanks to Professor Roger, the damage has been reduced to a minimum. Especially that magic he used at the end. Was it moving through space or something? When the guy asked him that, he was scared, but he shouldn't react so strongly to it. After all, he's been living here for quite some time and has seen a lot of things. The kid is right. The professor placed a little magic power in a certain coordinate and then applied it. Placing by coordinates is generally possible. It is difficult at first, but when you get used to it, it becomes quite easy, the professor explained. Even when people get used to it, they can't easily control it unless they have an innate spatial perception ability. Or did he think about it and ask how the guy was feeling? What does Mac mean by that? When he used magic while not in the best condition, he would experience some strange symptoms or something. For example, I heard strange sounds. The guy was very afraid of such details. Perhaps, of course, he worries for nothing, but you know, sometimes there are people with more developed thinking than others. The world puts them in the category of geniuses, but do it a little wrong. If a genius is people who, in order to reveal their talent, break down part of the barrier of human capabilities. These people have no barriers at all. Isn't that a good thing? The hero asked. Yes, it may seem like a blessing at first, but it's not. People don't realize at all that the overwhelming barrier is actually a solid wall protecting them from the outside. That's why he asked this about Professor Roger. Has he ever heard strange noises? The concept that he talks about is incredibly interesting, but unfortunately it has nothing to do with him, the hero replied. He said that this is indeed the case, but it's still very interesting. Is there anything else the guy can tell him about it? Unfortunately, this is all that he was told in his youth. Then it's probably just a legend for people. Maybe that's what he laughed at. He's such an extraordinary person, and Mac was already thinking, but it seems that he imagined it. Well, right now he thinks that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle this in a sober mind. The professor asked if there was anything other than that. The guy didn't quite understand the question. He said they can hear voices, change if there's anything else besides that. As far as he knows, these are just voices. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to perceive these voices. And if we imagine that they are capable, when the next stage may begin, for example, worsening of symptoms, Mac assumes that then he will start to see some things. Don't forget it's just a big if. If something like this followed, then most likely such a person would be able to make contact with them personally, forever with them, the gods. Next, we see how to publish a newspaper about this monster. It was signed as the terrorist who attacked the banquet hall and the identity of the criminal. The damage was significant and most of the victims were the cream of the crop. If that was Esmeralda's goal, then she would have half succeeded. Well, it was good for them as well since they found out the identity of this Esmeralda. Should he pass on the information to the academy? It was impossible that she had only just begun to act. If Black Dawn found out her identity right away, they would suspect him because he had destroyed that spirit. Not yet the time to watch and wait for the right moment. The questionnaire also included that guy, this rich son of a. Is he the head of the Canst auction house? The increased security of the auction due to yesterday's incident is quite annoying. While the guy was not reading this newspaper, someone approached him. How could he invite a lady at such an early hour? Yet she had come. It was the girl he had fixed his face with. He said he was curious about how the slums had changed, right? So they could go. They went outside, and she asked them to look around the street, which had recently been renovated. It's much cleaner than it was before. Of course, after all, they used about 80% of the budget to widen the road. Just like he said, this street will soon be filled with artisans. Other groups are also following his suggestions, and Kurukus is working on a musical that will replace the circus, and their old men are preparing the magazine that he mentioned. They plan to collect fairy tales and stories from unknown writers, even though they told the children to spread rumors, but she's not sure if it will work. It's okay if the ad doesn't work, you just need to tell them to do everything possible to promote. By the way, any business always requires an initial investment. There weren't many people willing to invest in their ideas, but it still worked. They approached the newly opened atelier. They planned to start with more affordable clothing, and then gradually invest in high-end brands. The girl is just beaming with joy. Of course, she always dreamed of this. Okay, it looks like they've already looked at everything and said they need to go, and he'll introduce her to people. What other people? What does he mean? He means the people they will work with. As they were walking, a grown man was harassing a girl, asking her if she was free tonight and how about sharing the evening with him. The guy pointed at the man, and there he was. He walked over and removed the man's hand and apologized to Milady. He would have to steal this man from her just as he had an appointment with him. The girl agreed and ran away. They were supposed to meet later. He said he already thought that he would be late if the heroes left him one. What does the leader say? Who do they take the guy for? Oh, and what a beautiful lady next to him. This man is a member of UN, Owen, Alex. The girl was outraged by such phrases. He is seriously working with them or what? Yes, he may not look like it, but his skills speak for themselves. Maybe there's more to it than she sees, she mused. Now they will get down to business, what treasures and what girls they are looking for. What a disgust. She had a hero who was sure they could trust him. He apologized for not introducing himself right away and leaned over to the girl. His name is Alex. He is a noble from the southern Fatima kingdom and will be happy to deal with her. Nobleman, you need to be careful. He's actually a fraud, the hero said. He'd just tried to trick her. Well, after all, what's the matter and why was he called? The hero will explain all the details when they return to the shelter. Their hideout, he means the place these people come to, but what if the guy is disappointed? The hero said nothing in response. Don't worry about it. They came to the house and there was a guy named Roger inside and he was finally back. He asked how their investigation went because his friend looked tired. It's all right, he just can't do it anymore. While he was standing there talking to people, the girl called out to him and asked him where he'd gone. Here he is, and she also saw the boss for a long time. They did not see her. Oh, a member of the company, Bellaluna Fitana, so where were they? The girl was surprised, and I asked if the girl was an elf. As you can see, she's an elf responsible for producing medicine and gunpowder. She tormented the guy with her ideas. She promised that it wouldn't hurt. Wait, don't elves hate things made by humans? These are not stereotypes about elves at all. It is a completely different situation when other races subconsciously understand that he is a fraud. He looked at this guy, but it seemed like he was wondering what they thought of him. Then they were contacted by one more person. Finally, they are all similar here. They both came on time. Harp and Phantos, members, UN Owen. Now that they're all here, they can come in and talk. Now that Alec has finished introducing himself, it's other people's turn. The big man in the hat introduced himself. Why did he just say hello? Is that all he's going to say? There was a small boy next to him. This man is still a quiet one, and he hopes that everyone will understand him. His name was Harp, and he doesn't have a last name. The kid doesn't seem special. How did they get to know the leader in the first place? They're talking about Mr. Roger, but that's his father, in short. The girl was shocked, but in short, he is not his real son. This is a special case. When a boy was born and didn't know much about the world, but what does he mean by these words? He calls Roger his father because he taught him so much. He can imagine the man next to him by himself. He asked his friend to take off his hat. This man was a beastman. It is correct among beastmen. He is physically developed. He worked a lot where his strength was needed, like things like whale hunting. But how is that even possible? Aren't such people afraid of water? That's not the point, the hero said. Fanta's strength and skills are part of the style of his men. But he still lost to the leader, which is why he decided to work for him. One way or another, this man will be their main combat agent in the group. He should be 2 in strength. Everyone exhaled, and finally Violetta. Now it was her turn to hope that she would continue to work with them. But she'd only come here to show him the street, and she was already busy enough for that. Well, if she's talking about business, then she's ready to go, right? It wasn't that she didn't want to join in. The girl clenched her fists. But she's not sure if she should join, and everyone has something they're good at, but she's just Violetta. The hero put his hand on his forehead and resented if he thought she didn't have enough skills to join them without bringing her. There's only one reason why he brought her here and introduced all these people. The reason is that she is more than qualified enough to join. He reached out to her and said he wanted to hear her decision. Would she work with them or not? The girl raised her hand and squeezed the guy's hand. It will work. That's good. They have all the necessary team members, and he's picked out the best ones. They know even better than he imagined. So, before they start, let him introduce their goal. Very soon, they will raid the upcoming Canst auction. "What kind of auction is this?" But they have what the guy needs, and when they get it, you can grab a few gifts on the way out. The guy raised his hand and pondered, and asked the leader to wait. Let me clear up some things first. As far as the guy understands, no one has managed to rob the auction over the past 20 years. There have been hundreds of attempts. In addition, due to recent events, security has been strengthened. There are also rumors about an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the vault. If they're so sure of themselves, then he thinks the hero definitely has a plan. Of course, he asked Hans to bring a piece of paper. "Attention, this is a blueprint of the building." The guy opened it and pointed out their target. The target was in the middle of the map. Then we see the building. This is the academy, and the hero is walking down the street there. He saw the professor and Joanna. Who are they talking to? "Ah, here's Professor Roger. They haven't seen each other for a long time." She smiled when she saw her acquaintance, and it was true that it had been a long time since the incident at the banquet. The man next to him apologized. As the professor went to her friend, the guy asked if they talked about something important. "Not at all," the girl replied. "He's just worried about what happened at the banquet." He apologized for asking her so late, but how is she feeling? "It's all right. It looks like he handled it all by himself. Thanks to him, all the students were safe." Assistant, she was thanking Professor Roger. The girl Esmeralda bowed to him, so in her opinion, pretending to know nothing is the best option. She's already sorry. She told the professor if only there was something she could do, but they'd evacuated people. It's just that this is all the professor could do. She didn't have the necessary skills, so that's the problem. His girlfriend is worried about it. He turned to her. Unlike her, he does not know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. The girl did not understand this answer. Her attitude helped calm people down during the evacuation, and she did everything she could in the role she was given. The girl noticed these words being bright and kind. She didn't even know was embarrassed. Whether she had the right to hear such words, the guy did not quite understand. Class had already started. Hadn't she apologized for wasting his time? She also thanked him for listening to her experience and said goodbye. Next time, she would treat him to something delicious. The guy just stood there and said nothing. There was a girl behind him, talking about this woman as if she was pathetic. How did she even shift her worries to the master of the First Order? The guy turned to her. It would not hurt her to learn to control her emotions. The girl was afraid of such a reaction, apologized. Now to the point, could she find out about one person for him? Of course, the girl agreed. If he asks her to do it, she'll even check on his entire family and friends. "That's not necessary," he said. He needed her to find out about Joanna. The girl said that she would immediately start an investigation. Then we see the actions that take place on the auction site. There was that guy who had disgraced himself at the banquet, and since he had heard that they were coming, how much longer should they wait? A guard approached him and asked me if Seraph should wait inside. Well, yes, of course, but what if they arrive the same moment he leaves? This is a great opportunity for the corporation to push out the token and expand its business. Besides, this is his only chance to regain his father's trust. So that car with these people arrived. He greeted them. He's the manager of this auction site, and his name is Evan. The man spread his arms and said that it was nice to meet him. He had heard a lot about the guy. "Lord Argora Musla, it is an honor to see someone abandoned with a family still warmly welcomed." The guy told them to follow him, not to take care of the guests. But there's no need to be so formal. They're about 1 year old, so why not just be friends? Is the guest sure of this? Since it is so, then they will go in. The guy didn't finish his speech. There's no need to be in such a hurry. The guest replied, he's still thinking about it and can ask for a favor. Well, what's a favor? On the way here, he was given one valuable item, but he didn't find a suitable place to store it. Currently, their family uses magic liquids to produce high-quality magic stones. The magic stone manufacturing business is interesting. There was a business prototype in the briefcase, and the hero can't carry it everywhere with him. He's right. If so, it may be that they know a good place to store it. Of course, there is a suitable place in the basement for this. They can go there and leave it there. There was something golden in the guest's ear. Never would have thought that he would be able to find an exact replica of the Southern aristocrat's clothing in this hero. Impressed. Violet was the one who worked on his costume, wasn't she? The hero is glad that the guy liked it, and he hopes that he remembers who he should act as. Of course, although he doesn't have much power thanks to his father's business in the magic stone market, he is an influential and handsome young noble. The hero will pretend that he didn't hear the last part. But Fantasia, he will cope with his role. He just needs to be silent and act as a bodyguard. If it's an order, he'll do it, of course. Recently, the corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical tools and artifacts. As a result, magic liquids became essential ingredients for creating magic tools. Apparently, that's why the hero chose this person to disguise the guy. This is how he uses this opportunity to connect with Evan. They were almost there. He asked the guy to stick it in his ear before leaving, but what was it? This is a mobile communication device that Sheridan made. "This is Vigo, and she and Melvin are on their way to their destination." And I understood everything and accepted it through the earpiece. Then Evan turned around and asked him what he had said. The guy replied that he was just admiring the interior design. He laughed and knew that the boy had a good eye, and now they just had to open it. The elevator entrance was opened with one key. Just like Hans said, it is guarded by armored knights. They went inside. On the map, the hero pointed to their goal. This is the basement of the building. It will not be easy. All auction items are stored in the 30th underground. In addition, there is an artifact that monitors each step, but this does not mean that it is impossible. For the guys, the task was to inspect the interior of the vault. When they came out, they informed the leader that the exploration was successful. Looking at the layout, he is now absolutely sure that everything will work out. That's a relief. They just need to get on with their plan. They will continue, but he remembers what they were talking about. Who does the guy take the letter for? Don't worry about it, the guy trusted him. They need to finish up and come back soon. The guy agreed. He'll just say goodbye and leave. Seriously, why does the leader want the guy to stay here? This voice sounds familiar. Heard the conversation outside the door. The guy was afraid that there is one leader, he said. She was here, but who was this guy talking about? And he had joined her, his ex-girlfriend. But whatever she was doing, she had to run away as soon as she could. And it wouldn't end well if she caught her eye on him, and it especially wouldn't end well for him. He will definitely leave when he gets the chance. She's the same as always. He watched the girl's trail. Later, he came to the chairman's son and said that it was time for them to leave. But why? He asked about the case they were discussing. The guy said he'd rather talk about it in a more private setting. Then we see their house, where they discuss about the fact that Balaluna has not yet returned. Not yet, because she's analyzing what the guy gave her. Now Alex's assignment needed to be explained properly. The structure of the auction house was roughly the same as on the map that the hero showed them. But more importantly, the storage space for auction items is divided into 3 rooms. This is all based on the significance of the most valuable items placed in the room with the largest number. The duration of the auction is 3 days. Each day, items from one of the rooms are put up for auction, starting from 1. They found out that the item he needed was in room 3, so they should target it for day 3 of the auction, right? No, their plan will be implemented in day 2. But why? On day 3, security will be tightened. On the first day of the auction, there will be too many outsiders, and on day 2 the most suitable time for this. Well, as for the request to the girl, everything was almost ready in 3 days. She will definitely finish. He asked Violetta if she could look for a specialist in construction or interior decoration. She will ask Oldkis to help with this. As far as he knows, a knight from the intelligence service will be present. The Order of Knights and the Intelligence Service are quite famous for sure. Everything will go smoothly. It's just a low-ranked knight to worry about. There's nothing to worry about. What makes him even think that he'll be one? When their plan comes to fruition, there might be a lot more of them. What happens if they meet during the operation? The guy said that they had met each other for quite a long time and there was no need to worry. He would perfectly fulfill the role assigned to him. The hero said that there would be no problems with the information they received today is enough. The girl agreed, since the guy thinks so. But this is just a hypothesis, so the plan remains the same. Then we see the train station and the man who has arrived, finally here in Leatherwelk. This lady turned to the assistant and said that it was going to rain soon. You need to stop beaming and go to her. He told her not to hurry because he had too much luggage. It was Detective Assistant Betty. Why did she bring so many useless things with her in the first place? The girl is angry. They are not useless. He means things that give her endless inspiration. Suddenly, some papers flew out of the bag. What is it all about? How can I carry documents about incidents over the past 5 years? But for Betty, they're all very necessary, and besides, shouldn't he be moving faster? Why? Because she said it was going to rain. This, of course, is a problem, but when should it come? Considering humidity, precipitation, and some other factors in 5 minutes. It turned out that not after 5 minutes, but after 5 seconds, the rain began to fall, as if on a click. She understands that they need to cover all the pages, otherwise they will get wet. The guy was confused, because they are not allowed to dunk, began to collect all the scattered papers as quickly as possible. He knows how meticulous she is. The girl used magic in the form of a ball so that the guy had time to collect everything and nothing got wet. Is he surprised? Is she serious? If this was her plan, why didn't she do it in the first place? This girl has the title of Green Water of Celadon, Private Detective Casey Salmon. The assistant asked why they had come to this particular place. She had heard that strange things had been happening in this city lately, such as the activity of suspicious organizations ambushing werewolves. Is the appearance of werewolves an unusual phenomenon? She explained that these were unusual werewolves, but why were they unusual? Besides, his last footprints are here, and again she doesn't tell him whose last one is. The last trace of James Moriarty. Didn't he die fighting her? Why did Betty still believe that So the rumor that they fought at the waterfall near the cliff and fell together in the final is also not true. The girl started cursing. It was true, how dare she even laugh at her? The difference between all these rumors is that that person didn't die, her intuition tells her so. Her intuition again, but what about her amazing inductive reasoning skills? This is not just an intuition, it has evidence, but what is it? It is her evidence. These are newspapers and data that the girl is now carrying. 5 years ago, in the Dachura Kingdom, they almost raided civilians. The so-called Bloody Night. That's when the big twisted monster, the Zhivodansky beast, appeared. The man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. But he gave up his reputation and was never seen again. And what is she trying to say? What she's trying to say is that 4 years ago in a kingdom adjacent to the empire, a mysterious thief with a black shadow has appeared in the land of ravaged Russian nobles. The same Arsene Lupin, who worked for about a year and stole a lot of treasure, then disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man appeared in the kingdom who tried to start a war. It was James Moriarty, who also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again, as well as the civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah. The winner of this war was Machiavelli. He disappeared at the end of the same war. Maybe she is trying to say that all these people are one and the same person. According to her calculation, it looks like this is the case. And the last place he went was this city, which is why they're here. Why would someone with such abilities hide their identity and wander the world? Anyway, he's the man who once led the empire to chaos. If he's still alive, they'll have to finish him off. She told them to keep going because she had found a good place for them to stay. It was an auction house. Daria, we see the very house where the princess was thanked for coming. The chairman's son would introduce himself to her and say that he was in charge of the auction. It was nice to meet her too. She was a little tired right now. Could he show her the room where she would be staying? Of course, he would take her to the VIP suite. The girl looked around and was shocked. How much is all this around worth? Even if you sell one of them, how many families could you help? Next, we see the heroes being informed that their operation is starting. The guy was glad. His hands were already itching. He already thought that he would die of boredom after waiting so long. First of all, he would meet Violet downstairs. But there was his ex-girlfriend next to him. Why was she here right now? This is the first move. It will take some time to untie your shoelaces and go down. The girl heard it. They've only just started and everything is already going awry. Then since everything went wrong, the girl will have to do it herself. The first step was to find the key to the elevator entrance. The hero said that he would leave it to the guy and the girl. She turned to a small man and asked him to help her. It seems that she has drunk too much. Will he take her to her room? As they walked, she thanked him for his help. Of course, he can't ignore the guest who came to the auction house. She can rest in his room for a while. The girl thanked him for his great kindness. She needs to sober up to find her room that's to sober her up. Would she like to play one very fun game with him? He approached her. The girl really likes fun games, she replied to the guy. Well, when he reached for her face with his hand, she grabbed that hand, twisted it, and dropped it to the floor. The man was shocked. How did he like this game? She asked. The girl didn't even think that she could knock him out with one hit. But apparently, she didn't learn to strengthen her body with magic for nothing. Later, in the room, she found a cabinet with a bunch of keys. Where is the one they need? We see the assembly hall, where people are standing in the middle who will present items for auction. The man greeted the ladies and gentlemen. He thanked everyone to once again, and they visited their auction house. Without further ado, they can look at one lot 2 days. It is said that this jewel was wept out by the mermaid herself. Everyone was shocked at such a subject. It was incredibly beautiful. Bidding started at 1 million dinars. Everyone raised their prices to 50 million, 200 million. The princess was thinking, is it really the tears of a mermaid so extraordinary? Everything may look beautiful, but it's fake, the girl next to her was saying. It was the same detective from the train station. It seems that the princess was bored with the auction. The girl asked if they had met before, but no, they are seeing each other for the first time. How did she know her then? The girl looked bored. Not many people would openly show their displeasure in a place like this. Does she know that her hair is slightly rumpled at the back? She was lying in her room recently, right? Although the smell of the air freshener from the room lingered on her, she didn't wear perfume. It's not appropriate for a noble to pay attention to what others think of him. In order to not pay attention to what other people think in a place like this, she must be royalty. It was also rumored that she had come to this auction. Since she's sitting in the VIP lounge, she's obviously an unusual person. The princess was shocked by the detective's knowledge. She forgot to introduce herself to the girl. Her name is Casey. She's a detective. This name, is she really that famous private detective? The girl was shocked. After all, she is also a water mage who also received the title of Green Water. It's a great honor for the detective that the princess recognized her, but she's doing something in this house. She was invited here as soon as she arrived in the city. By the way, there are always incidents at such big events, right? Can you just call it her detective sense? Things seem to have gone awry from the start, but Violetta is doing her job, as the hero might have noticed. He was not in the hall where the objects were presented, but was in the corridor. Now he needs to team up with the guys. But while he was walking, the same son noticed him to the chairman and asked, "What do they have here?" They met again. What a coincidence, the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall. There's Roger, the professor. The man doesn't even know what the teacher is doing here, but he is very happy to see him. Evan asked if the man liked the auction. Yes, it is to some extent worth visiting. To some extent, well, as they say, a guy can only see as much as he wants. The hero agreed with him and said that he was leaving. Since the guy one man asked the guards to accompany him, "This is an important guest, so you need to treat him politely," the guard said. Whether the guy is watching the hero on purpose, apparently wants to show his power. The plan will fall apart if they follow the hero. He said that an unknown person was speaking at the moment. He could not move and was waiting for reinforcements. How can it not move? The assistant was afraid, because he is his reinforcements. He was standing next to the same boy, and he was telling Hans that he had to go by now. The device in his hands should have been able to get him anywhere, and the boy should call him Kafka. If that's the case, can the guy call him Dumas? The kid exhaled and said that he was going to call him that anyway. They'll be a bit late in that case. They have no choice but to go with the harp. Why is this device jammed? Because it just flashed red and showed that a signal was detected. While they were standing with their backs to them, a man came up and asked what they were doing here. He shone a flashlight at them and told them to show up immediately, so they were caught. The guy didn't even think that they would be patrolling this alley. He told the boy to do something. A security guard approached him and was surprised that it was just a child. What was he doing here? But while the man was thinking, the guy punched him and knocked him out. He fell senseless to the ground, dropped his flashlight, and the headdress fell off his head. How could such a small child knock out one man, one punch? The assistant asked if the man was a knight. Maybe he doesn't mean a knight, but a young man who graduated from a military academy. He also received an official knighthood and is significantly stronger than an ordinary person. The guy told him to finish explaining and thanked him for his good work. They were supposed to hide this guy in a pile of which sounded pretty good. While they were dragging him, one more security guard came out and killed his friend. The boy shouted in his voice to wait for the man on behalf of the dead man. The assistant was very surprised because he made a voice like a knocked out guard. A friend asked what his friend had left in that alley. He shouted that it was not necessary to go to him because he wanted to go to the toilet. The man said that he would come soon and let his friend wait. He just looked around. There is nothing strange here. Here's the same muck. Let it come back faster. The boy was shocked by himself as he heard the voice. The voice was 1 and 1, wasn't it? Who the hell is this kid? In any case, they just need to turn on the device and go inside. Finally, the guy who pretended to be a guest got to the place. He didn't think his ex-girlfriend would be there. How hard was it to go down the stairs? He'd better hurry, meet Violet, and get the key. When he came out, the girl literally fell on top of him. She apologized because she just slipped up. When she looked up, did she thank him for catching her? It turns out that this was a trick so that she could give him the key to her hand without being noticed. The guy said, "Don't worry about it, many people paid attention to them." He told his earpiece that he had the keys and could go to the elevator. The man said that you will wait for him at the very elevator. He used magic so that he couldn't be seen, but when the hero passed by, the hero followed him. When the man lowered his magic, did he even scare the guy? Is this the spirit manifestation that beastmen use to hide their presence? The man just asked for the key, and he went straight to the point. He has it, so we need to hurry. They went around the corner and saw a huge number of guards. As expected, the number of guards increased. With their headphones on, they said that they had come to the entrance. Little girl Wells said she was moving out. The girl was in the middle of a crowd of people, then ran away and around, steam appeared. She ran around the corner and grinned that this was happening at all. People were outraged. Everything turned out even better than expected, especially Ballaluna's tear gas. The guards told everyone to take cover immediately. They needed help, and they didn't have enough people, the security chief said. He turned to the knights and asked if they could help them. Chemical terrorism, that's all. No matter how terrible, 2 of them will stay and defend the elevator, the rest will leave. So it started. It's time to go inside. Can he take care of those 2? He asked the man. He agreed. When they approached the knights, they were asked their names. After all, this was an area under guard. The guy raised his hand and asked to wait. He said there was a commotion and they got lost trying to find shelter. Come to think of it, the knights don't know who he is. He came here last time with his friend Evan. It was as if he remembered now. When he'd seen them in the Reach, the 2 of them had been here, so they didn't know where Evan was. They thought in time, they shouldn't come any closer and stay in their place. After these words, the man sped up and attacked the 2 knights. What is happening at all? The man did not kill them, he avoided them from vital points, but knocked them out. The armor was bent by 1 hit. This is the strength. How did the leader find such a guy at all? We see the assistant. He put his hand to his ear. He was informed that they had dealt with the guards at the entrance. Guy and kid move out. He pressed some button on the device. Now everything is fine. They should go in and move according to the plan. The kid was carrying a huge shopping cart. In the hall, however, the auction was still going on, and they would start next with 500,000 dinars. People started offering millions. The guy didn't pay attention to the guards. They were still chasing him. It would be difficult to move freely, judging by the radio conversations. Everything is going on. What if the guy got scared and turned around? What's the detective doing here? She was the one who fought him at that waterfall. She was crazy. They would die if they continued. The situation was scary. But the girl didn't care. Even if she couldn't defeat him now, she would pay with her life to defeat a villain like him. Okay, now we need to get ready, she said during the fall. Was she looking at him in horror? What was this woman doing here? He changed his appearance so that she wouldn't be able to recognize him, but this girl was incredibly delicious and even earned the title of Green Water. If she gets in the way of their operation, then all their weekly plans can go to waste. She probably hasn't figured out the plan yet, otherwise she wouldn't be as calm as she is now. Does she know what's going on here or not? The hero can only hope that his subordinate will quietly and quickly complete the task. We see security guards sitting at a screen in a separate room. One of them almost fell asleep. How boring. What kind of brave person thought of robbing an auction? His partner told him not to get distracted. What are they even worried about? They have all these amazing artifacts. This artifact conveys a picture of what is happening. It is a pity to use such an interesting artifact only for security. Suddenly there was some kind of interference, but what was it? What happened? Interference started in the second room. According to the security guard, everything is in order. He's probably already imagining things. But he suddenly jumped up from his chair and was indignant. What did he notice that even startled his friend? An intruder appeared in the wall of the safe. He drilled through the wall and got inside. This place is deep underground. No one understood what was going on, so let the hero repeat it. The chairman's son was informed that this incident had occurred. A message about an intruder in the second security room, but what about the guy guarding the entrance? If the intruder could still get inside, it doesn't matter, you need to immediately call security. The guy was shocked and very scared that the artifacts might be damaged. Even though the guards had reported to him from the start, it didn't reassure him. Then the commotion was over and all the knights were in place. They were informed that an intruder had dug a tunnel inside and entered. They should check the sewer entrance around this area, the commander-in-chief told them. The rest of us should split up into a group of rapists and an assault group and go with the head to the vault. Everyone, of course, agreed, sir. The guards were already taking the elevator down, but they have no idea how much such artifacts are worth, and they think the guy will just sit back and watch how everything is solved. He was in a room where there were cameras, but what to do? The main task is to transfer items to vault number 3. The assault team must go to vault 2 and capture the enemies. So the knights did. A group of rapists started moving items to vault number 3. The assault group follows him to vault number 2, the commander-in-chief said. The assault team called the base, and they opened the doors of 2 storage rooms. The base was in touch. They reported that the enemies were still in storage. The director said to go inside now, but the knights were told not to move. Why was there no one here? They went inside and everything was clean and tidy. How is it that there is no one? The director was indignant. What are they carrying? There's no sign of an intruder, and all the objects they think he's looking at are untouched. Then was he sure he hadn't mistaken the camera for another room? The screen changed. Suddenly there were knights, no criminals. What is this fake? What should they do? Maybe return everything to vault number 3. No, they should have moved everything to a different location. Security said they'd pass it on to the group of porters who were in the elevator right now. But what if it was a fake screen? Does that mean that someone played the fake footage in real time? Someone replaced the frames that the artifact was playing with their own ones. Well, for what purpose? What were they going to achieve just by swapping frames? Suddenly, the guards realized that this was a trap. Room 2 was just a trap. From the very beginning, the criminals targeted room 3. They planned to intercept the transfer of items that they made according to instructions. Was the base in touch? Was it an assault team? What happened? The elevator leading to the surface collapsed. The man was in shock. They will not get out of there without an elevator. You need to help the guys. They have no internal forces that could help them. Can ask for help from the police. This cannot be done because the auction's reputation will collapse if this situation becomes known. What they should do then? He doesn't even know. The man was very shocked and scared. The guards will go there and try to stop the attackers. You need to gather all the guards. The man went to the door, tried to open it, but it was blocked. Why the door wouldn't open? What was going on at all? It was the little girl who had installed the bolts, and now they were locked inside. The leader had come up with such an amazing plan, she thought, and she didn't know what to do when she first heard about the vault artifact. Back then, when they were discussing all this, he asked her if there was anything she could do. It wants to replace the storage frame that will be shown through the artifact. Naturally, he would need a device to crack the transmission. The girl caught fire with this idea and, of course, completed the task. The mission was successful. The guys in security suits took out the artifacts quite calmly. What happened 30 minutes earlier? We see two people sitting in a certain place and tied up. They were sitting in the cart that chap had brought. Then the boy and the guy put on the armor like it was sitting all right, but it fit snugly to the stomach. The man had badly dented the armor when the two men hit, and they had torn it down, but they couldn't fully repair it. The guy in those clothes was actually very comfortable, he said when he saw that man's fist. The man and the guy will be ready. They will see the guys later. See you downstairs. It was a good thing they didn't run into a security group, but the man said to wait. He needed to check the location of the guards. Can he use the manifestation of the spirit in this way? All 8 guards were scattered in different rooms. Fortunately, they have 2 guards nearby who have strayed from the rest. He can't believe they were just loitering around the storage room, but it made it easy for them to take care of them. They put on the armor and got down to business. You just need to be patient. The man barely fit into this armor. Not everyone is as huge as he is. It was necessary to prepare because everything will start soon. Back then, when they were wearing the armor, the head told the rapist group to start moving items to the storage room, and the second group had to follow him to the vault and destroy the enemies. This man again forces his subordinates to work on his achievements and merits. He does this because there are not so many opportunities to stand out in the house. They should just take their duties seriously, that's for sure, otherwise they will be punished if they do not work 100%. The guards were talking all around, and a boy were listening to them. They took chests and moved them, says a group of rapists. They successfully entered the elevator with items. The assault team was telling the rapist group that they were instructed to move all items to a safe place at the top. So the time has come for the guys to start their own business. While in the elevator, they killed all the other guards. All did not understand what was happening, but they were already unconscious. Well, now there's one last step left. What this guy did, he messed up the lift so that the guys below couldn't get up. After that, it's clearly time for them to run away from here. On the street, the hero asked if they had loaded everything into the backseat, and now they can go. The guy told the girl that he would come back on his own since the plan changed, so he needs the boss to check something. Is he talking about the item that the leader was looking for? Yes, the guy knew that the real one was in the auction room, and he couldn't tell it from a fake. The girl agreed, but if the leader is with him, then everything will be fine. She lets him go. All the items were loaded, and Violetta was back, needing to get inside faster. Come to think of it, these guys are all pretty good at fighting, but it also seems like that's not the only thing they're good at. While all the guy was able to do was gather information. Will they just leave him behind? He wondered. What is Hans even thinking? If that were the case, the leader would have abandoned him long ago. You need to focus on getting the relic shard to him safely. Most likely, the leader will not be able to answer him now, so let him just listen. The guy said that they managed to escape safely. He will take the item that the hero was talking about and bring it. We see the guards who have unlocked the battery for the communication device. The hero is almost dead. He will wait for the guy in the central hall, so they will meet there. Well, everyone managed to escape. A similar situation reached these guys, so they escaped. Now he can leave and meet Hans outside. He was walking down the corridor with the bag. There was no one here. Was it because of the sleeping powder that was scattered by the small ones or what? Why were these guys standing there when she noticed them? The man pointed some sort of weapon at him in the form of magic, but what was wrong? What's happening? When there was a huge explosion, the hero naturally noticed it and ran away. Some people broke in. People told everyone to lie down. Anyone who moves will die. People jumped up and asked who they were. Didn't they know what this place was? But the man told everyone not to move. He loaded his weapon directly into the forehead of the man from something died. People panicked and started running. So where are the guards? Everyone was running away and told to disperse. Everyone's safety was the most important thing to him. The magicians thought that they could just kill them all. They would take their value from the corpses. How did the robbers get into the auction hall? The hero thought. Could it be because of them? A man ran at the hero and shouted that they were greedy nobles. He had dynamite on his chest and shouted to everyone that everyone was going to die. This one was a dynamite tank used by the Liberation Army. The guy definitely wasn't wrong. It's the same method as the Liberation Army. It wasn't just the robbers, it was the Liberation Army that was also targeting this place. The guy used his wand and threw the man with the dynamite away, where a huge explosion occurred. The hero could die, and the entire building must be under a fiery silence. How did the bomb go off? Maybe it was custom-made gunpowder. But he got rid of it when he played the part in Moriarty, didn't he? All the people were coming out of the hall, all shouting. The guy noticed the dead guard. That's a curse, it's black magic. The Liberation Army looters, and now black magic? What was going on anyway, and where was his assistant Hans safe or not? Princess barely got out of the robber's auction house. What's going on anyway? She was thinking about her new girlfriend. But the guards found the princess. It wasn't the guards as she thought, but the attackers. They would show the strength of the Liberation Army to the royal family. She knew she shouldn't have come. It was better to stay at the academy. But suddenly there was water above them, and the voices were too loud. These attackers hit the bubbles and rose up in the air. None of them could get out. They only have one left. But the bombs inside also don't work. It can't be that special gunpowder because it can bypass the fiery silence. It was her new friend, the detective, who was telling all people to give up. No matter how special this gunpowder is, it still remains gunpowder. All she had to do was wet it. Her assistant ran up to the detective and said that everything was clear. Both of them had just finished their work. The girl asked if the princess was okay. A girl from the guard came up to her. She was with Terina, and she is also an Ia from the Order of the Night Serpent. The detective kept looking, and it looked like everything was clear, so they could join forces and get out of this place. Where did these guys even come from? How did they bypass the security of the house? By the way, they didn't see any of the guards nearby. For what reason did all the guards leave their seats? And all possible organizations decided to take the chance while it was happening. There's obviously a lot of danger here, detective, so they should discuss it when they get out of here. Well, that's bad luck. The building was beginning to collapse. At this point, our main character was asked why he accepted him into the team, but it was a rather strange question, so our main character just looked at his interlocutor and asked him to explain what he meant in general. The man immediately began to say that Paz himself knew that he was a coward, constantly left all the battles to his boss, even though he had powers that others did not have. Of course, our character said that he accepted it because he was a coward, but this answer did not suit the same person. He asked to explain himself, but our character said that he knows very well about the power of a person. How dangerous it is and what responsibility it carries. Is this not afraid of the reason? Does anyone else have more of their own power? These were rather heavy words for a person. He immediately pushed his saliva away and then said that he was an orphan, so he spent his yama with an orphanage. He did not climb with other children who lived there, but still there was one person, or rather a girl with whom he communicated. It's like a sister to him. The man talked about this with a big smile on his face. He said that she was that bright and cute child, and he was just nothing compared to her. Once the girl even found a stray puppy and brought it to them. He was so cute, remembered how he stroked. Then he bit lightly. However, at the same moment, our main character said that Hans can stop, you can continue with him. But Hans at that moment only hit the table, answered with trembling hands that this was his first transformation in life, and also first of all murder. If the dog hadn't bitten his hand, if he had known about his cursed power even earlier, then he definitely wouldn't have been able to do all the things he did now. He was sure he shouldn't have taken that girl, but she, as the main character, only asked him to calm down and then held out his hand, said that if the time comes when there will be a deadly danger, then you need to use the things that he held out. Hans was shocked because he understood what kind of thing was in the hands of our main character, but our protagonist, or rather the boss, said that if the time comes when he will be in mortal danger, then you need to use it. Hans was very surprised. He was scared because what kind of animal did this thing come from? But our character remained silent, said that when the time comes and he runs away, leave everything behind. He won't blame it, but if he wants to fight back and they don't run away, then you need to use this thing as your trump cards. It was a kind of dagger made from a column or bones, and our main character only said that he would respect any choice of Hans. At this point, we see Hans himself, who finally woke up. He was wounded, a dagger was stuck in him. But what happened in general? Why is it in such a deplorable state? But the people who were in Alish's room kept talking about how today must be their lucky day. They were standing right over our man and saying that whoever he was, they had really loosened their guard. One of the judges asked Chubby to hurry up and takes the bag because the building is already shaking all the time, so it looks like people understood what was going on. The fat man only stretched out his hands. He stretched out his hands to the bag right in front of Hans, said that he was going to take everything, and then said that his opponent was really busy, thought that he could hide the mono relics in the bag. But as soon as this bag was taken by this person, then Hans seemed to find the dead man. He also took the offender by the pant leg and began to ask him to put this bag in its place, because this item should be handed over to his boss. The fat man, while smiling, just started to play with this bag. I was surprised that Hans was still alive, even thought that there was probably a curse on him, and also worked as planned. The fat man started hitting the man repeatedly, right in the stomach. He went up to him and said that he couldn't even move, but was already telling him to give up his bag. Hans continued to cry out over and over in pain until it was obvious that the wounds were beginning to spread down his neck. The fat man just laughed again and said that most likely the opponent this time was just holding on to one willpower all this time, so it was very amazing. He didn't have much time left. He would just leave Hans to rest, or you can say just die right there, right in the center of the room. As soon as the fat man moved away, it was noticeable that Hans began to feel even worse. His body became incredibly heavy. But she understood that the thing that was in the bag was definitely not for them. That if there was someone else in this place besides him, they would not have allowed it so easily take your religion. He was remembered in his own eyes, and also realized that if he didn't succeed, then he would simply lose his trust. From the very beginning he was a coward who was nothing without the help of his boss. He immediately began to blame himself for being just weak, something that remained ruthless to him from the very end. Hans was finally able to stand up and then move forward. But as soon as he got up, the same knife that you gave him as a bonus fell out of his pocket. Of course, Hans knew that if he didn't make it, it would just be the end of the world, so if that was the case, then he could use the knife for the last time, and that was all he had. Now this dagger finally penetrated Hans's skin. Metamorphosis began. Immediately he moved into a certain animal, shouting directly at the entire building. His body began to become covered with fur. Aggression began to ooze from his eyes. The fat man, as well as his companion, thought that he was just shouting. They wanted to turn around and kill him. But as soon as they turned around, they noticed that Hans had turned into a monster. There was fear in his eyes, but it was too late because Hans probably just dealt with them. This roar, all the characters who were and participated in this story heard this scream, roar, or the incredible power of this energy. They decided to immediately go to that place. Of course, as soon as everyone gathered, and also on the business of their shack, they discussed this place, where they were going, or rather the auction house. But what was wrong with this place? One of the people thought that he felt the presence of a strong predator there, that the predator was dangerous, that the creature was definitely unusual. He even met a beast of this level a couple of times, so this time it might even be stronger than any beast he encountered. The blonde understood that if you were in the auction house right now, then something must have happened. Yes, she blonde remembered that conversation with his voice. He said last time the question said Phantos it was the second strongest among them, but who was the first? Really the boss. But I heard him say no, because he didn't include himself in this list when he made that assessment. He is actually in the first place, but just the same one was upset with him, continued to work on his body. He said that he was in third place, even though he had done well in the Night Academy, but he hadn't reached that level yet. I was interested, because if not he, there is no other person, then who in general then? The boss first started to keep quiet, but then, after a few minutes, he replied that Hans was the first in power. By that time, the auction house was on fire, and many shareholders were shouting that all its goods were on fire, that it would lose a fortune, and that they were definitely finished. Many were reassured by the theme that they at least managed to leave their lives, that they managed to escape safely, but the evacuation of guests is also carried out accordingly. At the same time, one of the people began to complain very much, because once the guests were saved, then where is the princess at all? The man shrugged his shoulders and said that they had not found it yet. They had started all the boarders and were quarreling. Because what could have happened to him? Did she really suffer? Because if so, then it was necessary to find her as soon as possible. But at the same time, there were screams, explosions, and destruction. No one could believe what they were about to see. But when they turned around, they noticed a huge monster that was putting up wolves, and the biggest of them started to climb out. They didn't see it. It was a chupacabra or something similar to it. It was so huge that no one had ever seen it in person, not even in pictures or by ear. However, one of the people who accurately rejects what he saw through his behavior said that this Lauren has already seen. These are the monsters that wreaked havoc on the kingdom 5 years ago. This is the Jebaden monster. By that time, this monster was already descending directly down one of the buildings to the ground. He met people who ran away from him in terror. Well, those who tried to escape only almost got caught up by him. As soon as one of the hands and a finger wanted to touch the aristocrat, the monster's finger was cut off by one of the knights. It was a patrol for the Order of Protection, who asked everyone to save themselves while they dealt with this creature. The knight actually understood that he had heard that he was at the auction house on the robber field, but what was this castle right in front of them anyway? In order not to so panic, he immediately asked everyone to calm down, saying that whatever happened, but the safety of her citizens was their priority. It was only necessary to focus on destroying the monster. Well, as soon as that was said, the monster went on its attack again. At the same moment the Night Order started their attacks. They didn't immediately start using all the spells to stop the monster, but as soon as they saw that the charge finally let it go to the side. They noticed that the monster didn't move at all. He was not injured. All the shells flew off from the monster, and he, using his tails, began to build barricades while threatening all the other guards. The guards who were scared asked them to take their time. They wanted to wait for an opportunity to attack. But looking back, they realized that such a fast speed for such a size, they were in complete despair. Because where did such a monster of such a level even come from? They could only accept the fact that now, if nothing was done, the monster would simply break all the buildings. The girl, also a guy who appeared near the hole in the building, asked them to jump and leave the rest to them. All the heroes who followed her did the same. They actually followed the girl. but as soon as they thought they were going to crash, the girl only shoved them into the balls that surrounded the water aura. Looking ahead, they saw the same monster. Many recognized it, or rather the monster that appeared in the kingdom 5 years ago. Many people thought that he was already dead, but the girl with blue hair said that she herself made him stuffed in the royal museum. Although this monster looks like a beast, they have a difference, because his front legs are all very different from human ones. But can such creatures even exist? Of course, the girl said that they couldn't let go of this option, because the same beast that Abraham Van Helsing had destroyed had reappeared here in the same kingdom, and that traces of James Moriarty had also been found somewhere here. Obviously, but they can't just count it as an ordinary coincidence. Everything indicates that these are two personalities of the same person. This is the man they have right now, right next to them, so why is Moriarty doing this? Rhea Girl decided that there is no time to think. She also realized that you need to take action, stop that monster. This was the main task, so she at that moment activated all her skills and then let them into the monster. That was surrounded by the monster, and then desperate realized that finally then someone stopped the bridge. Did they really have an ally? If that was really the case, then this was actually a new chance to win, and they immediately started sending out a lot of bullets that hit the monster's body directly. Many chains bound his hands, but the monster did not give in. The girl realized that it was just incredibly difficult, that even with her skills, nothing can be done in it. The monster, very angry, began to shout at the top of his voice, thereby canceling all the spells that were applied to him. The girl, looking at her hand, understood that she could not collect mana now, but did his monster howl prevent her from using mana. Of course, if she let something like this stop her, she would never earn the title of Green Water, so at the same time, she raised her umbrella and started to activate other spells, many fairies created from water. Many knights were very happy with this, because for the first time in a long time, they saw in one manga that they finally had a chance to win, and so on. But the monster just started to grow even bigger. By that time, our protagonist had already appeared right in the hall, right in the kingdom. After looking at all the corpses, he noticed that there was a sinister mother flying around, so it was probably only a black magician working there. The animal bite was also there, but didn't the respected Hans use the very thing that he had given him before? Of course, this was a very difficult decision for Hans, so our boss just couldn't leave him here. He would come back when he was well prepared, and then after looking at his friend, he only realized that he needed to finish some preparations. When he thought about what he should do next, all the humans started to fight against all the wolves themselves. They gradually started to succeed, but the eyes and the skulls were still shining. Who was going to block the magic again? So the water mage girl had to prepare for this. I looked to the side earlier, and then noticed a certain operation. Looked to the side, she noticed that of course approaching, it was a huge horde of rats. Can a monster really control a door? Why rats? Because she is most afraid of them. So the girl began to do only what to recline her magic and against the rats so that they flew as far away as possible. But it was too late. The rats started advancing as much as possible. They jumped right to join the mages. The girl thought that all was lost, but Betty came to her rescue, beating off the rats. The whole squad finally started helping her, fighting off the rats, but now, in addition to the rats, there was another problem. The rats collapsed the root of the wolf's body, and then forced it to rise. The severed head and the rats turned into a werewolf, so it could be said that the monster was able to reproduce. And the reasons for the sudden appearance of on the Bloody Night, it was the same monster that appeared not so long ago. The knight also said that everyone should concentrate, because they had to get rid of them before they got new ones. He shouted that they had to stop them no matter what, so if they couldn't stop them, the nightmare would happen again. Of course, all the mages as well as the knights who were in this battle, that nightmare just continued. That recreated all the opponents too quickly that no one was even able to focus on the monster itself. But while she was distracted by the werewolves, the rats came up to her again. She wanted to run away again because she was very scared, but her friend came to her aid, saying that there were too many animals around, so they had to leave. The magician said that there were still citizens who did not evacuate, but were not distracted yet. The monster also only continued its offensive, but it is quite possible that it needs to concentrate again. Well, the presence of the game did not allow the magician to concentrate. She wanted to watch only about the safety of civilians and so on, but then realized that it can't just happen. The entire squad was shouting that they simply couldn't make it at this rate. They needed to evacuate first, but Maglish realized that no matter what happened to her, she had to protect all the citizens. By that time, for some reason, the werewolves began to stand still. They began to look somewhere, directly to the side. They noticed that someone had soared up in the sky. It was our boss, who was also the main character, who made it clear that he had finally appeared. The girl and the squad also realized that this was the same Moriarty they were looking for, as indicated by the mask that covered his face, as well as Perry's equanimity with monsters. It's the same frightening aura she felt, so I'm sure it's definitely Moriarty. This person is the most dangerous creature that was there, monsters. This should also be understood. Of course, our main character hoped that Hans, in this case, would be able to recognize him, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the mad beast. But he feels that Hans is still alive, so he decided to push the rescue of his subordinate to the main goal, because it was the responsibility of the leader. One instant, it immediately clung directly to the monster's skull and then pierced it. Many who watched this fight thought that Moriarty only teleported, they just moved around. The girl, in turn, thought that he was doing something wrong because Moriarty was only trying to chop off limbs, but the severed head just becomes new werewolves. The moment the girl noticed that the head was gone. Of course, most likely it was the ball, which was made of special material or some kind of magic. But there was no time to be distracted. I noticed that in her direction he sent another monster. She decided to look at all, then realized that they could fill up. She asked everyone to choose as quickly as possible, and also trust the person who was now fighting against the beast. Of course, it was a little insulting to admit, but that one was actually an incredible experience. In an instant, our Moriarty rose directly above the monster, and then began to scatter some files directly above it. In an instant this gas spread, many people began to feel bad, and the monster sank to its knees. Of course, he noticed that the monster was discarding the damaged heads to grow new ones, using sharpened gas, that it was actually my original, but he himself knows that he was weakened after Leninka. A moment later, a huge fire burst right into the monster's mouth, and our character had no choice but to continue using his spells. Many stakes pierced the body of the werewolf, and new werewolves began to form right under it, so our main character had no choice but to get out his famous revolvers and go straight into battle. Werewolves who were hit directly in the chest by their bullets immediately fell to the floor. Of course, there were many of them, but it was clear that this was the end for them. Now no one could protect the werewolf, the huge monster, because all the werewolves were dead. It was already necessary to finish. After a moment, the monster immediately took down all the sticks that were in his hands, then began to shout again, making it clear that he would fight to the end. And the protagonist told Tom to stop making a fuss and come out, because this body is definitely not his. The monster got it in an unfortunate way. The bullet was fired, the monster fell to the ground again, its mouth went straight towards our protagonist. He thought that now he would wait for death, but immediately another person descended on the monster's head, who was led into its skull by a certain syringe. Our character realized that he was just in time, and then asked him to go back, while looking at the body of Hans, who finally sucked with himself. Many who returned to the square couldn't believe that the monster had stopped screaming. Was it really a number or something like that? But after looking straight in that direction, they noticed that there were no traces there, that there was only one dust point. At first they wanted to check what happened there, but then they decided that it was better not to, because first you need to save those who remained there and then check it out. The boss, as well as his subordinate, asked each other if Han would be okay at all. After all, he was able to survive a huge harpoon right in the neck. But he simply replied that everything would be fine, because from having an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation, they even killed many people, so it was necessary to get out as early as possible while they prevailed over the night. By the time someone called out to our protagonist, he turned around and noticed the same girl who called him Art. Our main character realized who was in front of her and said that in fact they hadn't seen him for a long time, but was she really looking for him all this time? The girl in breath said that she actually knew that at that moment he wasn't dead, but as I said, something they value their life, which she was given managed to save, that she should have pretended that she didn't recognize him, and so it would have been better for them, both of them. The girl immediately made it clear that she would not just give up, first by referring to our main character as Moriarty, and then as Helsing, Lupin, and so on. She asked, "So how does he call you in this city?" She realized that he was constantly changing personalities, so it was useless. She would still pursue and land like this. Press, the main character who held the mask, actually recognized her worthily, said that it appreciated her, knew that she was sharply determined, but did not think that she had investigated his past. Of course, if he runs away now, then she will still continue to pursue him, and I will not be able to hide her if his identity becomes known. It will all be easy, but I think I'll have to kill her. But at the same time, the girl continued her speech, saying that all the troubles caused in the Empire were most likely the work of him or his organization. Of course, it was all strange, so that our main character was even surprised, because what kind of organization in general? Our main character said that it really hit the nail on the head, so if she wants to grab it, then let her not do it, because there are probably terrorists and civilians who have not yet escaped from the auction house. The girl, a little wary, asked, because does he really threaten the lives of peaceful people? But all Moriarty said was that it was all up to her. He didn't want his father to give up so easily either. Even if she caught him, the lives of the people inside weren't guaranteed. The girl gritted her teeth, calling the man rather a coward. And our protagonist realized that he changed his mind because she is definitely annoying, but definitely not smart, so he uses her as a hunting dog that will already blow up Black Dawn instead of him. As by that time all the people realized that it was time for them to leave, the girl, noticing this, decided to use a magic spell on her. But she didn't succeed, but still our main character called her skilled, which she actually learned a lot, but it wasn't enough to stop him. One of the men also decided to attack directly from above, but even he couldn't get through one of the minions. He noticed that his blow was blocked with his bare hand. As soon as they were thrown away, they decided to go into battle again, but this time they did not succeed. They realized that their defense is much better than it is for a trained and elite knight, but what will they think about the swords that I need? One is one of the girls who noticed that a man hit the ball, but who are they? As by that time another girl, or rather Poppins, decided to say that a knight was approaching them, so they needed to leave as soon as possible. They all went up in the air, and the girl, standing at the bottom and shouting at the house that it was his organization to get rid of him. She same protagonist only looked at her with disdain and said that they would definitely see each other again in the future. At the same time, the girl asked our main character why did he do this. Our main character, while turning away from her, only said that everything was also unexpected for him because he thought that she would understand. But did she really think that a live bait among ordinary people, she will remain the same, just like them, really do not really fit into their low standard? Our main character immediately squeezed his hand, said that he was very disappointed in this world, that this world is so boring, that the people in it are so ignorant, that he already felt stuffy. He began to go crazy with frustration. There was only contempt for the entire human race in his voice, and he actually hated what he saw around him. The girl asked, but is this really the reason why the one who killed the child was just to tease her? But our main character just turned to her, looking at her with the same despicable eyes. I ask her, is this a monstrous mistake? He asked her to stop pretending, because she herself understands everything, that deep down she also hears the voice that he is. The girl, realizing that she simply could not answer him, lowered her head. She said that she was doing what she was doing, that the person in front of her was actually not a bad person, that all these little misunderstandings that she had seen before could be resolved by simple negotiations. But now she realized that she had nothing left, that this was not actually the path that he chose. So she would arrest him right now. Right by the time the detective was asked to go straight to the scene, the girl said goodbye to everyone and then walked up to one of the knights. The knight told her that they should be the ones to thank them, because if it wasn't for them, they would definitely have been with us longer, so he, as she ordered, seized the bomb from the terrorists. The girl said that since they work so well, they will most likely be able to send her the result for analysis. Point Knights, who agreed, said that it was actually time for him to return to the scene of the crime, and then asked to call him if he needed anything. Point the girl, who began to look at the very place where everything happened, understood. While rubbing her chin a little, that gunpowder, on which the silence of fire does not work, is on. In fact, it was a strange thing, because who even supplies the army with such a dangerous thing? There is definitely no one in the army who is not capable, so the only thing that immediately comes to mind is Black Dawn, which Marinade himself is associated with. She understood that after the monster disappeared, his friends immediately got involved, which means that this whole incident is just a Black Dawn experiment. The girl got incredibly motivated. She immediately decided that first of all it was worth buying gunpowder so that she could catch them all red-handed. But she needed to prepare well for this. She only longed for the moment when he would finally be able to catch Moriarty by the tail. She knew that once she could catch him, she would end up making all the preparations. By the time Hans finally woke up, he opened his eyes and saw that he was lying in a room. He could not understand where he was, but still our main character immediately approached him, who began to ask him how his good friend and assistant feels. Does he feel pain, or is it discomfort somewhere? Hans, seeing his boss, asked what had happened. She's the protagonist, or did she ask, because doesn't he remember what happened? Doesn't he remember how he turned into a monster? Our protagonist said that thank God his friend wasn't dead, that it would be a huge relief, but at the same time, our protagonist just asked Hans to give him what he found. Hansa, realizing that he had hit it right, said that it was the case that something probably went wrong. He asked his brother to listen to him and not be surprised, because the fact is that in order to get it, he went to a lot of things. Hans squeezed his hand as the boss yelled at him, telling him to stop beating around the bush and just hand over the thing in his right hand. Of course, Hans thought he had nothing, but then he noticed that he actually had something on his right hand. Our main character said that he has been squeezing this item ever since he transformed back. Hans, this surprised everyone very much. But our character Lee told him that this is exactly what it is, because no matter how hard he tried to extract it, he just wouldn't let go of concept. So our main character just had to wait for the moment when it starts. Point Hands, nerves starting to laugh, said that most likely the boss must understand what he did, and then the same one stretched out his hand and asked the boss to pick it up. Our protagonist praised him for his work, and then despaired, saying that since his friend was awake, he should get dressed and go down, because he was going to tell everyone something. As soon as the entire squad was gathered around the round table, Moriarty, who had finally sat down, said that even with all the troubles and surprises, but his team coped with a bang, so their mission was now successful. He praised you, then said that they will not be able to expose them now because the whip failed, but it takes time to take care of the values. Many people started cheering, shouting that now they are rich and so on. But even so, our hero asked them not to be happy ahead of time, because they will need a little time, because it was all stolen wealth. After working together, most likely they already realized how unique they all are. One of the people immediately began to say that he was actually amazed, because who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? He actually saw something like this for the first time. This person, after all, does he really own a knight's sword? But the person only replied that he was a normal spirit, even though he was fighting on equal terms with the knight Chinese. This person immediately moved on from another topic, asking our character about the young lady, which was the case for them. He said that this girl was able to control the water. She is clearly an unusual person. Our character just said that her name was Casey, that she was a hereditary magician from us in the family, so the guys in his squad should know about it. She was an extremely skilled magician who completed the color rank. When asked how they met, Moriarty only said that they first crossed paths in the kingdom of Delica. By that time, we can notice that one of the knights approached another person. They noticed that one of the people was not breathing. He was coming to the wall. You could see that the pulse, also the body was cold, but did the guy just pass away? But at that moment, the same water mage girl ran over and said that everything was fine, and then asked everyone to take a look. The girls were shocked. Why did the princess even start undressing the girl who was currently sitting on the floor? But the girl only said that in fact everything was fine, because Betty had a hole in her back. The princess asked to look at it carefully. She said that in front of them was an autonomously controlled robot, an automaton. Of course, he looked like a person, but in fact, she perfectly poured out into society using emotions. Everyone was surprised, because the human robot was something really interesting. Many people had never even heard about it, or did not stutter. Usually, such inventions are heard at the speed of light, but the princess only said that this is not surprising, because no one knows about it. BTI is a secret experiment of the kingdom of Delica from many years ago. Secret soldier. Betty woke up at the same moment. Her eyes started to glow. But the first question was that why was she even naked? All over her screams, the princess just started whistling, then made excuses that she only turned off, and the princess decided not to waste time for free. In fact, it was wild, and then, getting angry, it started to move away, which offended her. The princess said that since they had started the conversation Oni, it would still end it as it should. She said that they had first met in the kingdom of Delica when the princess herself was hunting Moriarty. The girls asked her if she had known Moriarty from the beginning, but the princess only said with her hands and said that she only knew that he was a brilliant mathematician. He was competent, so we discussed this topic a couple of times. Even then, he'd annoyed the hell out of her, and then she'd started talking about what she hated about him, while everyone was listening intently, even though they didn't want to hear all the details. She said that his voice from the very first meeting drove her to white heat. Something here constantly pretended to be the most intelligent. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she immediately began to pursue him. In fact, for this occupation she met Betty. That day, she confronted him in a secret automaton factory, where a floor collapsed due to an explosion. Art disappeared into the ruins, and she chased him, but still lost him. Just as she was thinking about getting out, she ran into Betty, hidden from Vengeance's eyes, in that very capsule. She first saw the successful outcome of an illegal secret project, and the code name was given to Beta. Many people wondered if the harp is also an automaton. The girl said that in fact it is, but only asked to discuss it later in a different way together. But we're back to our Moriarty's party, which still confused hands. They were always saying, one by one, that there was an unusual individual, but that they'd never seen it before. Everyone looked around at him, and then realized that one of the automaton children was also among them. So the protagonist said that he also thought that they were all destroyed, but it seems that she is now, that is, Betty together with the princess. The girl, a little worried, said, because it would be interesting to know why they were needed before, although, like it or not, but they clearly did not look like standard automatons. Moriarty was immediately angry, saying that all of them were only needed for war, that they were just steel soldiers who could be controlled at any time. It is obvious that mass production was launched for this very purpose. I was surprised, because did the creator really want to start a war? Moriarty was silent, but then said that in any case, he had been through it himself in the kingdom. Again transported to the princess, who told everything she knew about the meeting with Betty, said that after that she soon woke up. Everyone was shocked by this information, but they had no choice but to believe that it was morning. Betty had already packed all her things and then called the princess. The princess realized that it was time for her to go, because Betty's banned. When asked where she would go, she only said that she would go to the place where she was located before, but it was destroyed, so she decided to find a new one. The girl who was standing next to her immediately said, with a hand on her heart, that it was too late, but she still wants to say thank you for saving her. Who turned to the detective. She said that she would personally reward her as soon as she visited her as the opportunity presented itself. The detective immediately said that she would be looking forward to it. She was clearly counting on a reward, and then, turning back, said, or rather asked if they could say hi from her to Tarina, because they planned to stay for a long time. The girl, realizing that she knew her, said that she would tell everything, right, that it was a sign for the girls to say that she was finally leaving on the path of new adventures. She said that they would see each other soon. At this moment in the academy, our main character continued to read books, or some reports that he disguised as textbooks. Sipping tea, understood what was there. There will only be hints of a monster, and news about the auction house is unfortunately withheld. Who would have thought that the detective would follow him all the way to his city, so she also found out his fake names. Moriarty realized that it would be necessary to impose a disclosure ban on anyone with the Moriarty surname. The only good thing was that he was wrong about Black Dawn. But then I thought I might be right. By then, the girl had approached him, telling him that he had finally finished sorting the material. Moriarty said that she did a good job, and the girl noticed that her professor was watching the events that happened yesterday. But did he also make a fuss about what happened? The girl said that the Clockwork Knights were caught by monsters, but who would have thought that they were so strong? She even thought of revising some calculations, something to help our hero understand, which is unexpected. But James Moriarty is not related to the Knights, so if you think about it, they came into motion because of this incident, the Holy Knights of Bruise. This name immediately prompted our main character to turn a little white. He was clearly not happy with this, or rather with what he heard. The sacred people are the same people who live on a separate island, remote from the continent itself, where the religious order of Lucentes, which professes the religion of the Radiant God, is based. Instead of hundreds of years of hunting for pagans and cryptids, a cleansing ceremony is held, Messi is acquitted, and humanity is saved. The label of pagan they hung on all non-humans that could legally persecute them. This organization is no longer as popular as it used to be because of corruption, as well as constantly changing dogmas of teaching. They constantly add something new, prohibit, and they act completely with impunity. Our protagonist understood that the Holy Knights were just who were constantly inactive for centuries, but as soon as he did something, as soon as they found out, they immediately began to climb out, that is, the girl. It is clear that she actually touched on a good topic, began to say that it's rather suspicious, because they didn't do anything on the Bloody Night 5 years ago, so why did they decide to intervene right now, right at this moment? Of course, our hero understood that this could only happen in two cases, either they were completely brainwashed, or something else happened. Our character was quite depressed. He knew that he was getting bad news, but to be so sure that he couldn't believe it, he just realized that you just need to assume and not hope that everything will pass by itself. He immediately asked the girl who was standing in front of him, after all, did she fulfill his request? The girl immediately started up. She said that she had completely forgotten. She also began to tell about the same girl, Jonah. She is the one who is considered the Old Order. Her real name is Lovett. This phrase about the Second Order actually surprised our protagonist, so I understood why, how she hid her identity. The girl immediately began to tell that it turned out that she was from the Dachra Kingdom. Most likely she survived the Great Fires. This Great Fire was actually a terrible accident. It happened more than a decade ago, but how did it survive? By the way, the cause of the fires was never found out, but could it be that the very order is to blame for everything, or other people? Our main character asked how many survivors were registered at all, but the girl only said that including the Second Order, Jonah, 3. But you can single out one of them, or rather the servants of art, Pirate, and the third they do not know anything yet. Our protagonist said that he understood, and then said that class would start soon, so we had to get ready, and before they started, he would announce the results of the exam. All the students were waiting, and their professor kept saying that they would see the full table, which was compiled in descending order of rank on the bulletin board after class, and in the meantime, he would announce the top 5 results of the first exam. Of course, everyone was curious about who won first place, so he replied that it was Flora Lumos with a 100% result and Julia, who shared first place with her. Of course, many people were surprised by this because they never expected that someone would be able to catch up with the result of that girl. So the professor said that there were 2 people in the first place, then there was simply no second place, and Tracy was in third place, who was surprised with her result. They began to praise her, congratulate her, which allowed her to overtake in the paint. The third one started saying that if they wanted to, then she could be a tutor for them, but many people started to refuse. Renee was in 4th place, Leo was in 5th place. Even more people were shocked by this. After all, how are there only 3 fallen nobles in the top? But the professor also said that this was all, it was the top 5 students who can come up after class and pick up their items, and now he asked to get the printouts that he distributed in the last lesson. Today, our professor revealed that they will be learning lessons based on releasing mana. He began to say that magic circles are more stable than spells, and also ideal for sharing talismans with artifacts, which is why they are still relevant today. In addition, most magic circles are exactly the shape of a circle, even on weekends. This consequence was a tradition and belief so that the caster is better protected from the influence of external forces. It is they who will consider several non-traditional circles today. The girls, or rather the best ones who were in this class, began to notice that there was something unusual about what was drawn on the blackboard. They thought it didn't look like a magic circle, and then they started looking at the best student, who was clearly not happy about it. She couldn't understand why everyone, absolutely everyone, was staring at her. Did they make her the leader of the student resistance because of what happened in the first semester? Of course, she was very interested in what all this means, but it is unlikely that the professor decided to attend Fables, but still, if he decided, then she would be very disappointed in him. Of course, our protagonist realized that they did not believe him, so he told them to look carefully. He touched the hand that was drawn on the blackboard, after which the magic began to ooze out. He understood the worst of the confusion, but there was nothing to do. Because a magic circle that is not round does not just pour mana, and rounded shapes are easier to pass mana, while the corners are cliffs where mana breaks off it dissipates, but his circle worked perfectly. Do they know why? The 2 students raised their hands, and at the same time, Flora, who raised her hand first, began to say that it was because of the symbols, father, that inside the squares, they attract mana, helping to maintain the flow. The professor replied that this was all true, but still confirmed that even a square formation couldn't work flawlessly. He used a universal magic square in which a certain order of characters was observed, which made it possible to read the same phrase in the direction of a dot. In other words, it was a palindrome. Many people started asking questions, because if there are any advantages to using a square. Well, the professor only said that it is easier to draw it, because a round shape works only if it is carefully drawn, which is why there are certification courses that teach correct technological circles, and on the other hand there was a square that held 4 points that were indifferent to each other. It was much easier to draw, as well as people. He asked them to get the printouts, because if they could learn this, who could create their own magic information, this would be their second exam assignment. He was just looking forward to it. By that time, after self-help lessons, many people started going to libraries. There was a constant candelabra, books were scattered all over the office. Leo, as well as his other friends, understood that he was ranked after Renee. After a while, we noticed that it was Leo who came up to our protagonist, so the protagonist asked for his hand, so as soon as Leo extended his hand filled with blue lightning, which immediately began to ooze out of his palm. Leo did not understand what it was in his hand, but our professor, despite all the surprises of his student, began to tell him everything in incredible detail. He began to say that it was one of the 4 calculation elements that he needed. The name of this element was Exodus. Our professor called it the basis, but it wasn't particularly useful on its own, so one couldn't be happy so quickly. Leo, who was looking at the whole essence of his new element, thought that he could do something with it, and then asked if it wouldn't turn out that he would need to take the remaining top 5 places before the end of the semester. The professor, who was looking at him closely, replied that Leo needed to wait for this, that he would have to, or that he would have to work hard on himself. As soon as this conversation between the student and the professor was over, Leo left his office, walking along the way and then looking at his palm. All he could think about was that this was just part of the huge plan he had in mind, that nothing could be extracted from the professor that easily, that he could not be calculated or analyzed, that the professor was simply beyond the reach of anyone and any test that could be tested on him. Leo understood that teaching such magic to ordinary students was simply impossible. Like the professor was, did he have a dark past, or is he a genius among his people? Is he the one who is born once 1,000 years, or something like that? As Leo left the building, he noticed several aristocrats in the distance near a huge tree, as well as Jonah O'Valley from his class. He thought that was her name, and then he thought, what are people doing in that place? Why are they standing in one place now? We, in turn, see 2 students who come to the girl. They constantly asked her if she knows who they are. Does she really not want to answer questions about why she does not know her place? But the girl only became much more aggressive. In her eyes there was a thirst to kill. Her eyes lit up with yellow colors, while she made it clear that it was better not to mess with her. Her one sentence was just that she wants to test what the people standing right in front of her want to do to her. Can they beat her up, punish her, or something? She asked them what would happen if she refused their offer. Would they really be safe? At the same moment, one of the people who was immediately leaving the building could not believe that she was now threatening all the people, here or there, of course, or actually took out their sticks, starting to say that such a as she simply does not dare to tell them, Why doesn't it dawn on her that they are much stronger? But as soon as they started talking about it, our man appeared and told them to stop, because a bunch of aristocrats who had gathered to press one for the camel would definitely not be a good sign for them. After all, didn't the professor already give a warning last time? Jevon Pelio himself recently left school, so why do they have to repeat all this? Besides, the man was now heading to Professor Roger, but if they don't care, then they can continue. The aristocrat, according to them, that luck was not on his side, decided to tell all his people that they should leave. He went up to the man and said that there was no point in boasting about his mind, there was no need to forget that in front of him he was just a simple people. His mind won't change anything at all. The boy just turned to him and began to smile that he could now try to change his. The aristocrats realized that there was no point in continuing, and then immediately headed for the exit. But isn't his ego too inflated for that? That is, if only in a group. The beastman asked why the man helped her at all, was there any reason? But the man only said that he didn't help, because if he hadn't intervened, she would have simply killed all the guys. Of course, an incredible hooray came from the beastman, which could hit anyone who came right to this tree. Our man knew exactly what could happen. Assured that she would teach them a lesson so that they would no longer interfere in her affairs, and also not mock her fellow tribesmen. But the man just waved his hand and said that with such a thirst for blood, she definitely wouldn't be able to teach them a lesson. She would simply kill them, but I still had to be happy because these didn't feel the same aura that I got from the girl. The girl, having listened to the whole dialogue from the guy, immediately asked him, isn't he afraid of her? But the boy replied that there was no reason to be afraid, because only an idiot shouldn't be afraid. What does it cost him? He understood that since she entered the academy, she knows how ordinary people treat people like her. It means that she is interested in expanding her horizons and getting to know people, everyone who will surround her. The girl asked how he even knew about this, did he really know about her plans, or something more? But the man only said that he had heard a lot about the leader of the group to which she belongs, who is very kind to other people's lives. But at the same moment the girl said something in her language, Pegvinasolda, that's what she said. She to everyone she said that the guy in front of her was good. The guy asked, what did he say? But the girl only said that this was a saying in her people, that in the language of people it would be small but brave warriors. This all alarmed our man very much. He asked her not to think of calling him little again, but he asked about the velad and why did he tense up? Is it really only because of this? She began to ask, isn't the spirit's size more important than growth? After all, it was in this situation that he showed it much better than those she had met before. Leo put his hands in his pockets and then said that it was better to just call him by his name. The girl still didn't understand what she wanted from him, but he said that he told her his name, but she can call him a warrior, he doesn't mind. At this point, Leo was called by one of his acquaintances, Aiden. He said that he accompanied Tracy while she went to receive her element. He even knew that he had received it too. At the same moment, the guy approached the girl and said that he didn't want to interfere with their conversation, but he would still like to ask the girl's name. Jonah said her name and then Aiden asked her to go grab a few dishes with them. Tracy started to say that they weren't even friends with them, but Jonah had already agreed they would leave it to the others. One of the girls, who also received her element, said that she was a little disappointed that she was doing everything so simply. After all, she had exactly imagined some kind of complex procedure, but she didn't even manage to ask him questions. She told our hero that she was exactly worried. While she was walking along the corridor, lost in thought, she was met by another girl who asked her if she wanted to fly with her. Renee asked for forgiveness, but she had already agreed with another person that the other girl was very She also said that there was nothing wrong with that and then wished to have a nice time, so Renee I said that they could have lunch next once. Of course Renee thought that she understood everything correctly because she was worried that she might be upset, but she is so understanding, maybe because she is actually a princess. Renee, who was making her way through the forest, did not only know that she was being watched by the princess, who actually wanted to find out with whom Renee decided to have lunch. Why go so far? Does she really have a boyfriend? The princess was actually very upset. She just stood behind one of the trees and couldn't help it. After all, who dared to seduce her innocent friend? She wanted to see the impudent face of this. But at the same moment, one of the people appeared right behind her and asked who this guy was sitting. The princess was very frightened, but turning around she noticed that one of the people, most likely from the academy, was standing in front of her. Now all the people had met. Renee and the princess were sitting on the same ground. The princess was addressing the very person who was going to have lunch with Renee. This field and flowers were his doing. It was Freud in Wolfsburg, who at that moment was dressed on one trees. He asked, doesn't he have any problems with this? But the princess only asked, is it really a hobby for a cold wolf to decorate everything with flowers? Of course, the guy said that he had nothing to blame him for because this was his hobby. It would be better to get a couple. In fact, a lightning bolt appeared between both people. They clearly did not like each other, but did not show it so as not to upset Renee. Renee, who decided to dilute this silence with dialogue, asked, after all, what brought the princess there, right to her? But the princess only replied that she began to worry because she had gone far into the forest. The guy who just closed his eyes to this said that it was an explanation. I would make an excuse, because of this obsession of hers, the princess has no friends. The princess was shocked. She again began to scold the guy who was sitting near the tree, starting to tell him that something was wrong. But at this moment Renee, who was very excited about the information that the princess heard, asked, are they really not friends? Is there really no one she can turn to when she needs help? The princess became even more upset, because why did Renee decide to ask her the same thing? Do they all really want to upset her? But Renee only said that she also noticed this because the princess always walks alone, there is never anyone next to her. The guy, starting to look at the princess, began to say that Renee was right, that the princess had no friends at all, that she was a real poor thing. I wanted to say a few words to him, caustic, offensive, but Renee just began to say that this is unthinkable. It is difficult to make friends with the princess because of social status, but there are no other reasons for this, because she has such a good character, she is always ready to understand. But the guy, still with his eyes closed, answered that they should abandon this idea, and there was a lot more besides social status, for example, the first princess and her status. They asked again yes to the question. After all, they did not understand what to talk about. But the guy only asked, haven't you heard about the clashes between the heir and the kingdom? Fighting for the place of the head of the family is only a common thing among brothers and sisters, but the first princess is different. She is an impeccable ruler in everything. She positioned herself in such a way that the questions of the heirs to the throne disappeared from themselves. Of course, the third princess could gather an underground opposition from aristocrats. However, why is everyone avoiding her? Why do they want to communicate with him? The reason was incredibly simple, because the first princess generously forgives and accepts all her brothers and sisters with whom she was supposed to cut off all ties. The princess who was sitting next to her was not very happy with this information. She wanted to let everyone know that everything was wrong, that she just needed a toy or entertainment and so on. But the guy, looking at her reaction, said that whatever the reason, but as long as she accepts her relatives, others will not want to merge her, bringing her closer to the third princess. Meanwhile, the third princess, suspecting nothing, is loading around the clubs, volunteering. It's hard to even imagine how the people who have become the object of my attention feel. The princess remembered all these different times when she wanted to join the club, to help someone, but all to no avail. She was just a little upset. Renee asked all this because is the first princess really that impressive? But the guy said, at the same time, the mood changes, that this is not so at all. You see, she, too, was once completely alone, completely without support. They had many enemies who sought to kill her, remove her, and did not allow her to take over the management of the kingdom. But it turned out that they all then disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they are. They simply disappeared, as if they had never been on this planet. The princess was very upset. She still bowed her head while looking at the ground. While everyone was surprised, the guy continued to say that he did not know the details. But after all this, one very great rumor spread among the aristocrats, or rather, that it was the first princess who was wary of the shadow. This image immediately surfaced in the heads of all the people. But the matter was coming to an end. Evening came, they all had dinner. The princess thanked all the Soviets, saying that the Wolfsburg family actually cooks well. Renee, saying that is it really true that she herself saw that same Jevoden beast up close. The princess immediately began to say that it was the same for me. Somehow she still couldn't believe that she managed to survive herself, many, and they said that she was glad that she was okay. The princess immediately lit up, as if she had not been upset recently. She said, or rather thought to herself, that this was exactly what she wanted as a student, hanging out with friends, worrying and caring about each other. So the girl asked, is this monster really dead? Is it all over? To introduce herself, she immediately remembered that very last request when she spoke with the water mage. She remembered that she asked to say that this incident was settled by the knights, because so far he simply cannot reveal to the world the truth about what happened. Aiden said that if people find out who destroyed the monster, then the excitement will grow. There are times when a convenient lie is better than an inconvenient truth. Princess, they remembered all these words, said that everything is so, all the pride of that same detective, and the Clockwork Knights were able to cope with the monster in a matter of seconds. Renee, exhaling, said that this was a huge relief for her and, in principle, for all people. But the princess also said that it seems that she saw Professor Roger at the auction that day. Many were surprised by this information, but Princess only said America saw something, but I think it was actually him. This was quite unexpected, since he didn't really look like a collector who collected expensive jewelry. Roger Celisai, clearly she thinks he's seen this before somewhere. By that time, something strange was happening in one of the offices. Many were shouting that something was wrong. Now one of the professors there said that it was simply wrong to postpone the magic festival without preliminary discussion, because do magic festivals really mean nothing to them? He believed that this was a historical event that many people celebrated, and for the students of the academy it was an opportunity to show their status. In other words, it is a matter of honor for their academy. The man said that even though the rector was in front of them, it was still an abuse of authority, but he was clearly not happy with this point. The girl who was looking at him simply didn't understand, because this is how the festival is being postponed, or they want to find a way to find fault with her. She immediately replied that she asked for forgiveness, that they would all find out about it in this way. She smiled so as not to show them her anger, but it still showed that she had no choice, and did not have it until that moment. Also time was running out, so I just couldn't discuss all this with them. She immediately spread her hands straight through the air and said that he was taking into account current events, but the atmosphere for a holiday was not quite suitable. Are they really not finding anything? The girl only said that the second exam test is coming, so organizing a festival after it is only a reasonable decision that everyone should support. The professor asked to speak, but another professor asked the Hugo, what does he propose then? The professor did not answer anything, so the girl who stood at a distance replied that if he had nothing to offer, then his objection was just an empty phrase. Hugo immediately fell silent, and then the vice-rector, as well as the other professor, looked at each other. Hugo, for now, said in his own hand that nothing can be done since the rector has made such a decision. The matter was done a long time ago, so he, the professor of this academy, where can we accept such a result? Showing not a single expression, she said that they could do as they wanted. Pizza Reactor immediately said that since she changes the plan at her own discretion, it would be fair for them to introduce some event of their own, so how about something new in the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival? Hugo was clearly up to something. Our protagonist, who at that moment was sitting in his office and reading reports and videos that the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival had actually been postponed, thought that this was a good idea considering the recent turmoil and the mood of the people actually affected my studies. He realized that one thing from the banquet hall incident that was actually interesting was the Emerald, who would definitely attack such a gathering of people as at the festival. Of course, our hero will try to find a way to make her reveal herself, and then the academy will take care of her. It's strange, but for some reason great fires pop up in his memory. Not only Esmeralda survived them, but also 2 other people. This was definitely an interesting fact that needed to be taken into account in the future when passing a sentence or about something else. He only thought that he needed to visit one person as soon as possible. At that moment there was a knock on the door. It was one of the students who took first place, who most likely came with her element. She was late, although the professor asked for their eggs at the first opportunity. The girl said that she had been busy all this time, but does the professor really think you're up just because you're a little late? Our character said that of course he doesn't mind, so he asks her to come over. At the same moment, as soon as Flora approached him, he began to hand over the element to her while congratulating her from the first place. Flora was not so pleased that she shared first place with someone, so the victory was not so pleasant. The main character, looking at her, said that she already knew that this was only one of 4 fragments that were separated using magic. Flora began to ask about the magic that she saw in his personal laboratory for the second time. Our character asked her, is she really talking about Klein's disease? Flora said that she was not thinking about this, but about the same cube drawn on the board. The professor said that she spied it all, but the girl only began to make excuses, saying that she was to blame for all this. That cube itself caught her eye, which could not have been noticed in such a prominent place when there is so much are people looking there. Our main character does not show a single emotion. He just continued to say that then at least she would pretend that she didn't see. Where are her manners? The girl sighed and said that she wanted to know about it anyway. The main character, realizing that in fact he could no longer hide anything, replied that this was a terrorist attack. That's what the object is called, a girl, because what is it anyway? What is this thing? But the main character only replied that it is also called the Super Bowl. Flora actually became interested in this whole topic and asked, what types of magic does he belong to? Our character, who clearly wanted to think about this issue, brought his fist to his mouth more carefully and looked like he was thinking. But why did he say that this cannot be said so simply? All the research that has been carried out in this area has shown that Mother is able to overcome space and time, creating the 4th dimension. Of course, the main characters themselves found out all this through their own research, but telling students about this would simply be impossible and wrong. He said that this is a space for magic to explore the territory. The girl, clearly turning her face away from him, said that if someone doesn't want to tell, then there's no need, where she already got the answer she wanted, and then immediately said that he would come out. As soon as she wanted to leave, she asked, how was the professor's body doing? Our character didn't understand what she was talking about. What kind of body? But the girl just turned around and said that she had simply blurted out too much, that it was a question, and also asked her teacher to pretend that he had not heard anything. This means that the protagonist remained confused. He did not suspect anything, did not think anything at all. By that time it was possible to notice the kingdom of Dachira, the village station. The professor and his assistant arrived directly by train. They thought that only this trip was terribly tiring, but the professor only answered that he had not been to this place for a long time. Her assistant asked why he needed to be dragged with her at all. The main character only said that he was the one responsible for obtaining information, so he shouldn't complain at all. Hans began to say that he did not understand at all what information could be found about the kingdom that burned to the ground several years ago. But the professor, making his way through the grass, replied that survivors still lived in this place. Hans, who was still not happy with this, said that the professor himself could have found them and asked them, but the professor made it clear that he was bored doing this alone. Hans was shocked by this answer, but there was nothing he could do because the professor told him that he needed to stop complaining and just hurry up before it got dark outside and they would lose the trees. As soon as the two heroes walked onto one of the hills, they saw that in fact many houses had burned down, some were destroyed, while others stood. Once they walked a little further, they noticed the whole situation that was in the city. Why didn't the survivors get away from here at all? Because where did they look? There were ruins of buildings everywhere with nice grass. The main character replied that he shouldn't say that. He should have moved aside. As soon as Hans looked to the side, he noticed a man standing on a hill and drawing something from a picture. The man, realizing that they had come to him and said that they had come to the address, he clearly felt them because for some reason he was wearing a bandage. Why did he even draw on it? Even the character who asked for forgiveness for disturbing him said that they had finally arrived. The artist said that there was nothing wrong with this because he was just finishing up. Of course, I still really finally looked at the picture and asked, after all, can he really see? Why the bandage? But the artist only said that he doesn't see anything at all, but still knows how to feel, so it was clearly clear that magic was hidden in the picture. Of course, she didn't think that the main character would choose to live in such a place, and in something like that. The artist replied that he was not at all proud of the fact that he was a magician. To put it in a phrase, he admitted that he doesn't draw so well only for the reason that for a very long time this has been his natural skill, which he has improved year after year. But, however, he still wondered, because why did such a presentable gentleman forget in this wilderness? The professor was surprised, because does the person in front of him really know who he is? Of course, the artist did not know who was standing in front of him, due to the lack of vision. He has a very developed sense, as well as the aura that he feels from him. It is very powerful, nature told him. She whispered that a hero had appeared, who had slept the earth a long time ago from a terrible event. Of course, ours understood that most likely a person has a connection with spirits, and this only means that one can talk, not that is, period. He immediately began to say that we would talk about the fires that were in this region. He wanted the artist to tell him about the people who survived all the terrible times. The artist, having listened to all this, just took his paint and also the canvas and then sent our people after him. On the way, he said that if you think about it, he hasn't introduced himself for a long time, so he immediately said that his name is Pirate. Our main character this time introduced himself as Roger, just like he introduced himself to all his children at school. While Hans walked behind, looking at the surroundings, the artist said that despite the fact that this place has turned into lifeless ruins, it was once beautifully prosperous village. Our protagonist knew this very well, but the artist said that I remember when I first arrived here. He was quite talented in magic, so he brought the mentor nobly with blood by itself. But drawing attracted him more than magic, so he often booked. I even broke his brushes. I don't understand what's so good about drawing. The artist, with his hands stained with paint, complained about his case, said that at first he endured it, but then he simply could not withstand its pressure, and in the end he simply took it and ran away. While choosing the path of the artist, against the one in the area, he decided everything. Of course, the installation was not easy for friends, so without her help he would definitely have died. I just won't be able to survive, period. The professor, having heard that the artist was talking about someone, asked who he was talking about. Well, the artist just opened his case and said that now we will show the dot. He also used a brush in the air, and before that a picture appeared, everything now became very strange. It was as if the world had become painted. Our character realized that this was artistic magic, that Hans should not have been surprised. After all, it was the magic of drawing for work. The artist immediately asked to follow him, because the center of the village was right there, so what was there to go forward? Now the streets became incredibly busy, and the artist said that in this place there were a lot of tourists, a village shrouded in the winds. That's what this place was like. It was the pride of this city. That was the very woman who was now in front. All the people said that they saw her face, but the artist only said that he was simply afraid that he would not be able to convey the beauty of this girl with his skills. He even admitted that she was kind and cheerful, always communicated with the people around her with a smile on her face. No one ever saw sadness in her. This girl had been wearing perfume since birth. They also loved her very much. Their name was Esmeralda. She also survived those same fires. The artist immediately said that it was Anna who helped him get comfortable in this city. Thanks to her, there was always a friendly, warm atmosphere in the village. Everyone wanted to stay there, and it was always peaceful here. But that world was destroyed with the arrival of one family of aristocrats who decided to confess their love to Esmeralda. One of the people immediately fell to his knee right in front of her, said that he loved her at first sight, that she would go with him. That's exactly what he told her. The innocent girl didn't even doubt his words. It was an honor for her to accept the offer 300 times over, but of course, someone didn't plow with love. Yes, of course, he waited and thirsted for her power, which came from the high, but she had a kind and innocent nature. It was for this reason that she was doomed to fall for an obvious trick. The artist refused, but of course the villagers did not remain indifferent when they learned about the proposal. They did not wish her an unhappy life in the cold world of aristocrats. But no one at all, was in a hurry to intervene. Of course, they asked him, the artist, because it seems like Esmeralda's partners are a nobleman. Of course, our hero said that if we are talking about the citizens of the dope of those times, then everything was generally obvious. Because when he goes against the will of the aristocrats, of course you will be jailed for treason. So what, didn't they just watch what was happening? The artist replied that this was not true, because in the end someone intervened. One person plucked up courage, followed by everyone else. Just like dogs, they opposed the wedding. That's when that terrible tragedy happened. It was noticeable that the people who came at that moment began to say directly to the weddings that Esmeralda should not trust anyone, because the man who offered her his hand in marriage was deceiving people and introduced his cunning speeches. Many simply could not believe that now their beloved Spiral would marry such an intelligent person. The night stopped their path, and people began to say that even aristocrats have the right to pull out her girl. They asked everyone to get away from Esmeralda, get out of the village. But the aristocrat only replied that it was only funny, that how could pathetic scum have the right to tell him something against his will. It was ordered to kill all the people who stood in the way. Blood gushed out. There was a lot of blood right before her eyes. She saw that people were asking to set fire to houses. They would continue from everyone in the area. Even the main character could not believe it. Hans was also simply shocked, and the artist said that the cause of the fire was not a natural phenomenon at all. This is the bitter truth about great fires. Many people shouted that it was necessary to stop, that they were asking the aristocrat to stop all this. Esmeralda, who fell to her knees, began to say that the villagers were not to blame for anything, that she agreed to everything. The aristocrat stopped. But the aristocrat, despite her with his pitiful, vile face, said that it was too late. He asked to watch her carefully, because age, what happens when there are just ice floes and there are more and more aristocrats who allowed them to live? Esmeralda, looking straight ahead, noticed the devastation in front of her. Her breathing caught. She began to fall and scream that she did not want to see it. But the aristocrat who stood on her just laughed. I asked her, is she really desperate? Because if everything is so, then it's even better. The aristocrat, turning to his knights, said that he already had a headache and yours is not a burning mortal, so he asked to bring the girl to him as soon as they finished. Esmeralda, who was still sitting on the floor, didn't understand. But how did it all happen? Just yesterday this place was full of smiles, but you know, only the day it all turned into success, tears were dripping down her face. They fell straight to the ground. The knight who stood right behind her asked his comrades to take her away as quickly as possible. But it was noticeable that the tears that poured straight from Esmeralda's face turned into a light. Most likely they were spirits, of course. Everyone thought that they were of some rank, but as soon as one of the spirits touched the weapon, the person burned along with the weapon. The knight, looking at this, asked, "What is she doing?" Esmeralda just looked at them with eyes full and cruel, saying that not everyone deserves to burn in hell. She hated them all. All her wrath turned into incredible fires that gathered right behind her, forming the golem's magma. Given by the golem, called Quasimodo, Esmeralda asked him to burn everyone she hated. It was in this way that the artist said that she burned all the soldiers that were there, then left the village point that day. The artist went blind, to which our main character said that he was incredibly well preserved for someone who lost his sight in a fire. The artist said that, to be honest, he himself would have died if not for the help of one child. Even the main character asked what kind of child. But the artist also remembered that moment. He was on one of the banks. He said that they thanked the child for sending us life. But the girl only says that they are grateful because she only did what she should have done, and she saved only him, but could not save the others. The artist at that moment was upset, But the girl asked him whether he was the one who had recently become a superior artist. She remembered how he wandered aimlessly around. The artist replied that I was all right, and then the girl asked him, because how would someone engage in artistry, given that he has serious burns all over his body, he most likely after this. But is it really not that serious? A loss? Of course, the artist refused, that all this is so, but still he is grateful that at least I remained alive. The girl couldn't believe it, because she wasn't particularly grateful for everything. After all, those creatures that were in the village killed all its inhabitants, just because they were objected to. The girl will never be able to forgive them for all this. With these words the girl left. He was wondering what the name of this child was, but he didn't have time to ask. He was never able to leave the village after this incident, even taking into account the fact that all that was left of her was the nightmares. But this was the first place where they could accept him, so it seems that he became too attached to this place. Of course, he had too strong a sense of duty. He wanted to protect the trees too much. Years passed, and he learned to put magic into his brushes. This was the only way to continue drawing after losing my sight, and that was the end of the story. Our main character thanked him for the table, a wonderful story. However, if he was a bad person, would he have told him the details? Of course, the artist said that he would not tell him anything. He is careful, however, sympathy, compassion, rage. In his painted world he lies all his emotions. Because if the person were bad, he would never feel them. That's how he understood that the professor can be trusted. She is the main character. I said that he now understands, because past artists were also full of pain, so our protagonist is grateful that they shared everything about it with him. The artist said that everything was wrong. He began to say that it was thanks to his guests, because he would be the first to speak to someone. It was hard for him all this time because of his blindness, but now it has become much easier for him. Of course, he understands that this is all arrogant, but still they ask to really help those girls who could not overcome all the obstacles. They are somewhere lonely because of their despair. With these thoughts, our main characters moved on. The professor, stepping forward, understood that if you think about it, then the kingdom was inevitable, because they took the trouble to hide the truth in the fires so that they would spread rumors. But you definitely can't hide this from the people, so if you don't like social conflicts and classes, then because of this, it was possible to get only a revolution due to the accumulated anger of the commoners at points. Even though the failure was carried out, there were still a bunch of reasons why the kingdom fell after the bloody night. One could understand why most of the nobles would go abroad. Hans, who was standing there, asked his brother. After all, in the end they could not find out anything significant, so it turns out that they didn't come in vain. Our character only said that this is partly only true, because it's not that they are. He only asked Hans to find out that it was a seclusion. Moment he said that it was from dope, 20 years old, not very much. Dachra aristocrats fled to the empire that was next door. She, the main character, immediately realized that he might be closer than they think. The day of the second academy exam test, announced by our protagonist, has finally begun. He asked everyone to come forward as soon as they did not hear their number. So, the first person finally turned out to be one of the students. Our professor asked him, "Do they really think that the square shape of the magic circle is the only possible option? You didn't even bother to change the symbols inside." All these words were in her head, making the girl blush, who finally came out. Did she hear anything that the professor told her that she decided to take the path of least resistance, without even trying to challenge herself? But who is he for? Talked about the shape of magic circles. So the professor only asked her to be grateful for the fact that he missed her point altogether. Of course, all the students who were watching this understood that the atmosphere was heating up. This was no longer a test, a bloody massacre in order of priority. The next number was 13. This was a man already known to us, who was clearly in no hurry to go out. As soon as the professor took his work, he thought that it was a rather bold combination of classical circles and symbols, that he preferred stability, and the mana from such a circle would not go anywhere. Even the main character said that, unlike those forms, what he showed, they were quite primitive, but the man was able to complement the classics and revise the mana first aid kit. It was a pretty good job. But still he decided to neglect the variety of forms that our protagonist talked about and used circles. I really didn't want to object, but the professor just said that he took into account the shortcoming and would give him a B+. Many aristocrats who are now watching this could not believe that another simple resin could get a higher rating than an aristocrat. The next one who came straight forward was Flora. As soon as our hero took the work, he saw that they were geckos with a tortoise shell type. It was very interesting, and there were also no errors in the calculations. So at that very moment Flora was able to get the highest mark. She also used it technically and performed it quite difficult. This continued until the last moment, until Renee came out. Judging by her face, she was quite worried, and the professor asked her to show her the cereal that she had taken. Renee, having gathered her thoughts, said, even shouting that she would not have an image of the magic circle. They're just shocked by this action, because really she sniffed at the professor's assignment. Renee, looking at the teacher, wanted to know what she would get, what would happen to him at the moment. But Roger asked her, does she really mean to say that she could not invent the working magic circle? Renee also said that she could still do it, but it is very problematic to depict it on paper, so can she use the space to show? The professor replied that she could do whatever she wanted, so at that very moment Renee began to outline the point. She thought for a long time about how best to realize her concept. Thanks to the book for the stands of the magic of her autumn, she will be able to show the professor how much she has changed. Our hero, who watched this, was very surprised because now he saw a three-dimensional magic circle. Renee, despite the professor's reaction, understood. She knew that he would immediately understand the idea. She was clearly worried about this, but she is a character from it seemed that she also receives the highest mark. But she is very sorry that this is the highest score that he can give her. The girl was immediately shocked, and something is meant there. But Roger said that her circle was simply superior, that it was an incredible job, but how did she come up with such information? After all, the restored time frame was hardly possible to conceive such a thing, let alone realize the point. The girl immediately began to talk about everything that she could think of, that she did. Well, the professor just looked at her and said that he had already understood everything and that he should stop explaining. As soon as she left, the professor only continued to think that in his practice he had never met such people, or rather mana, that moves without the owner's command. Did a person really do all this instinctively? Of course, the book he gave her could serve as an impetus to discover her talent, but in any case, this circle was excellent, so he told her that she was a great fellow. Still looking at her back, he thought that Renee had outlined the figure by herself, which meant that he still believed that without attribute magic he was inferior to attribute magic. And here it demonstrates how difficult it is to wear it on a three-dimensional magic circle. So what does it mean for this that this is without attribute magic, just a special type of magic, like spatial? Considering that officially in this world magic simply does not exist, then she took away her likeness, but if Renee's magic is connected with spatial dimensions, then he will need this power. He understood that she could definitely become a useful person for him in the future. He immediately called Flora, Renee, Julia, Jonah and Aiden, calling them the best who passed the exam, and he would be busy for a while, so he asked them to come for the awards after the festival. Coming out after this exam, they were not delighted with their skits, because this time in the top there are 2 arrests of Krat, that she just pisses people off, something our Flora will not have such an honor left. At that moment it was noticeable that Flora walked straight up to Renee, clearly challenging her to some kind of duel with her glances. Renee, looking at all this, thought that Flora couldn't take her eyes off her, that she had goosebumps. The princess who stood nearby said that they really needed something from them. But Flora just turned around and left, and her friend asked for forgiveness, saying that Flora was in no mood. Of course, the princess didn't understand why she was doing this. Vitali just stared, then left, which wasn't even worth it. Throughout the rest of the seats, Flora sat in such a depressed mood. Her friend said that she was not like herself, that she usually didn't care about other students, but is it really because Renee received the same grade as she? But Flora just kept thinking that she didn't understand the formation that was right at the board, and why did she receive so much praise for it? This all infuriated her incredibly, and then she turned to her friend and said that she had better take care of herself. Did she at least try to prepare for the exam? Cheryl didn't bring up what your friend was getting at. But Flora only replied that the professor said that if a student does not prove himself in the exams, he will be left for the 2nd year. The girl was very upset. She immediately asked Flora to help her, period. But Flora just turned away and said that she needed to remember what was written in the textbook so that then she would not fail. By that time, the professor had finally entered, making it clear to everyone that there was now going to be a good survey. But Cheryl was clearly depressed because she had just received the notes. She simply wouldn't have time to learn anything. As soon as everything was over, Cheryl was simply not in the condition to continue, and the teacher continued to tell them that they could rest. Flora, who was looking at her friend, asked her if she could cope or would she screw up. But my friend only said that she barely had time to answer all the questions. The professor, who was still standing at the blackboard, said that since the exam was over, would they touch upon an exciting topic that had not yet been discussed. She said that as everyone knows, but the transfer of mana is carried out between 2 people, but if the transferees have insufficient experience in this, then the process becomes dangerous. Do they know what phenomenon can happen? The professor immediately said that complete anemia could occur, then most likely there would be a memory loss. Many did not believe it. But the professor only said that one former student had just given her talismans, which was able to partially recreate it in memory so that everyone could feel it all. This is the latest development, so does anyone really want to try this? The professor was asked if all this was dangerous, but the professor said that if you were unlucky, then gaps would form in the consciousness and memories would become confused. This product turns out to have an extremely weak effect, so it won't be affected. But you still need to be careful. The entire Russian Federation is in memories can only be created by working in pairs, and the last memories that they would like to hide can appear to partners during a breakdown. Many decided that it would be quite interesting, The princess did not mind, but what would happen to Renee if she saw something? The princess said that I don't care because everything that she wanted to hide was told by that same man Aiden. The professor had already handed out tickets to everyone, so they decided to try it. It turns out that the guy needs to pour some mana into this scroll, then they will lose their memory. Flora, who was looking at all this, was clearly delighted with this, did not even want to use it right away, but then looked at her friend, who was scared. Of course, he was ready for this, but he still didn't want to. Flora, putting down the beret at that moment, said that if it's the opposite, then we need to say about it. But at that moment there was a noise in the audience, some people learned about the change, so I was there as a sign that the exchange could now begin. Of course, as soon as Renee did this, it all seemed very interesting, that it felt like a lot of time had passed, although this was not the case, and Renee immediately turned to the princess and said that even if it was her birthday, he was inviting students with whom she barely knew each other on holiday. This is unnecessary. The princess was embarrassed. She was clearly not ready for the fact that they would find out her dark past from the first year of training. She blushed very red, but Renee asked, "Past?" The princess immediately replied that she saw something very recent. That she was very small, about a dozen years old, then now she expected to see the memories through the eyes of eyewitnesses. But she was observed from the outside, so perhaps she saw what was happening and everything through her eyes' mother, there was a hut there and so on. The princess thought that most likely her mother had loved her before, but Renee answered that she grew up without parents, which surprised the princess. The princess immediately began a dialogue about this, because did she really have no memories with her parents at all? Now both girls were sitting in the garden, but Renee asked, did she really see her? The princess was sure that she saw during a breakdown in memory and could not be confused with anything, that it flowed to her from her magical power. This is definitely Renee's past. But since she said that this is not usual, but what does Renee herself think? Of course, Renee said that she was confused, but this is not a fully studied phenomenon. You never know what happens. However, she doesn't actually remember anyone. Renee immediately said that in fact she was raised by a teacher, she calls him that, but nothing special, just an elderly dooley. He was quite stubborn and never took anyone seriously. The princess asked her, after all, if she doesn't remember her parents, remind the teacher, what then does she even remember about the past? Renee said that he recalled how the teacher met him when he was 10 years old. But how can you not remember anything before 10? The princess asked, could there be something that the teacher has to do with this? The princess asked to plant it herself. After all, she didn't have any memories before meeting him, so did someone really change her memory? Of course, the girl doesn't know anything about the past. Her mother, she was clearly upset. But the princess, noticing this, directly reached out to her and told her not to worry, that I wouldn't be able to find out about the whole place. The princess understood that if this was possible, then she would really like to help bring back her memories, because now in front of her was the girl who became her real first friend. Now the cables were joined by the same guy who asked, did something like that happen? But the princess replied that this was only between them, and Henry also came up, who clearly began to tease, saying that he was the villain who was spreading rumors about her lonely birth. The princess asked him, but the guy just didn't stop talking. He immediately started laughing. I said that the princess just makes me laugh with swords like these, right in his presence. Of course, Renee was immediately hugged by the princess, but Henry immediately began to say that nothing had happened. They both now started saying that they weren't very worried, but the guy said that they knew Henry so well that he didn't want anything so bad. Quality of change, he can offer a better part-time job. Renee was very interested in this, so as soon as I told him that the ward would be 3 times larger, she immediately agreed. The princess wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. The princess immediately approached the girl, saying that she simply should not have accepted the offer of this very visual guy. That does the educational system really require such sacrifices? But the guy only said that the princess's condition should have been forgotten, that he not only studied in this given institution, which is just people, so that the majority have to fight for every coin. Thanks to the efforts at the current reactor, the situation improved, but the difference was still huge. The princess said that she did not expect that the guy knew so much, in the form of isn't it who the problems of commoners do not concern. But the guys just asked them not to make things up, because he said that he knows, and then answered himself that he'd better go, because of someone, but now it's problematic to relax. The princess did not understand what she was talking about here, because it seemed like there was still plenty of time, but the guy only replied that he had received a marriage proposal. It was a young lady from the Wagner family. The man replied that this Lumos is again, he is sure that it is the elder who are talking again. But the guy standing with him said that he heard that both families but news from the academy during the festival, so they seem to want to strengthen the partnership with the help marriage. But if he is against it, then you can make a suggestion from somewhere. How are you doing before? The guy looked at his friend and asked, is he really singing like that? And who said that marriage is the only way to realize yourself in this life? The guy said, with cringe in his eyes, what does he have? Didn't he say that he supports any of his choices because that's the duty of a vassal? The man immediately left. By that time, we can notice how both are sitting right in the cafe, talking about the fact that they were both lured there, as well as the fact that lately they have been hearing the name Roger too often. The girl asked, "But what about this?" But the guy just said that he really wanted to ask if she went to his classes and something like that. The girl simply had no idea why did he even ask about this, but the guy only said that he was interested in who he was, period. The girl asked to get straight to the point. It was necessary to lay out the reason he was using to refuse the engagement this time, period. The guy said that there is no need to worry about it, because since he will refuse anyway, the reason will be that he will say that it was disgusting then, and then he will simply leave. The girl said that he could do as he wanted, but then decided to ask him one thing. The guy stopped. She said that dried mandrake is good for the body. This case the guy doesn't know where to get it. The guy was shocked, stopped, and then we see that the magic festival is planned before or between the professors, and suggested this is the very south. Does he really want the aristocrats to have the opportunity to rehabilitate themselves with the help of victory? Of course, the professor already had a lot to fight for, and now he still has to rake it all in, but why should he even try? He'll just lose quickly and go about his business. The strangest thing here is that after the incident at the Black Dawn banquet, I took no action. Sedna said that nothing was happening there at all. What was Esmeralda up to? All this interested our main character, but at the same moment he noticed that they were trying to contact him. Hans said that he had found a separate restoration that fully corresponded to the description. At this moment, more precisely 2 hours later, directly opposite the estate, we see that our character will happen to someone at the door. There was almost no one, and the area around the house looked neat, as if someone lived there. There was no choice. The third one would find out personally. But as soon as the door opened, our main character was thrown aside, and then they tried to use magic. I, the protagonist, was able to defend myself, and then, attacking the person, I said he doesn't twitch, because does he really want everyone to raise their ears? The person inside immediately began to scream that he didn't understand who was in front of him. Why was he hanging around his house all day? Was he really sent by a person? Are they already trying to kill him? But our main character only said that there was no point in this. After all, if he wanted to kill, he would have already killed. And then said that he now wants to talk to Professor Kroll, or better call him the killer who is responsible for hundreds of deaths and fires. It was clear that this professor was simply not himself. At one point our hero asked again, is it really possible that the ducal family PHEBIUS is involved in this? What is this? He said that he had never heard of such a family being in dope. This name was not known to him before. It had never been heard of them. The informant told him that of course he didn't hear, because while he was there, their families and the trace had already gone cold. They asked him, because he understands that all the aristocrats disappeared after the bloody night, although they could not escape even before that. Our protagonist asked, is there really no other reason? He was immediately told that it was only ripening at the root, as expected, so the Khan became curious, so he carefully investigated this incident that happened in this area very recently. He said that he was able to find out that from a certain day representatives of their family began to disappear, and the number of disappeared became more and more. Therefore, a rumor appeared that this family was cursed, that it was cursed because of their actions in the past. There was even a case where fires appeared out of nowhere. They say that the last head of the family simply burned in that fire right in front of all her relatives, as well as the guests who were there, period. She is the main character, whom Hansel listened to and said that, taking into account all the circumstances that happened recently, also all the missing, then you might think that some kind of order appeared against them, or something like that. Khan said that he thought that they too were burned, because the remnants of the family began to hide as best they could, but rumors inevitably began to spread throughout the cities as well as among other people. Considering how many people have been burned to death, it is certainly not surprising that these rumors are spreading at incredible speed. Our protagonist, having delved into this matter, realized that what was happening was that they did not run away on their own, but were driven away like lepers. But how many survivors are left, does he know? But at the same moment Hans answered. What our main character could not have expected at all, he replied that there was only one survivor left, which incredibly surprised everyone. Our progress realized that most likely Esmeralda did not calm down, even after everyone was expelled, but who was the lucky one? Hans immediately replied that this lucky person who had already managed to survive was called Crollo Fabius. He said that so far almost nothing is known. It is not known where he lives, because even meeting him because of this will not be possible, because most likely it will soon be too late. However, later, after looking at several books, Hans replied that he lived in a place called Thiam. By this time, our main character was already sitting with this given person. He immediately put on his table one of the things that I was able to get in the city in which I was just recently. It was a badge that was used by a secret military unit. Of course, the man understood what kind of thing it was. This could be said judging by his eyes, which were already tired from eternal anxiety, Also the point of panic. He could not understand, because why was he asking him exactly about this? Does he really want to help? Yes, and why does he even know his face? It was he who survived that terrible monster at the banquet, didn't he? But our character only asked him about this. He said that it would be great if he honestly told him everything. That's how their conversations began. Of course, our main character understood that his operative token had finally come in handy. He didn't even think about it when he put it on the table. Of course, he even thought that the person sitting right in front of him on one of the chairs would not recognize him, but he immediately recognized this token. Could it be from a family of magicians, even though he was from them? Of course, I wasn't completely sure that this thing was really in their hands yet, but I'm very glad that she was able to help and get her interlocutor talking. Of course, our main character said, speaking calmly, that at the moment he was investigating something, and also just got on the trail of one extremely dangerous person who causes a lot of trouble for everyone else. The man who was sitting right above him also perked up. He began to worry even more, saying that he was right in saying that she was the devil in the flesh, a burning devil who wanted his death. Horror began to be read in the eyes of this man. He simply could not collect himself. A tremor appeared in his hands, his eyes turned red, as if the capillaries were bursting on their own. He said that he still thought that this city was safe, but how wrong he was. He said that he saw that same incredible monster. He thought that he would definitely be fried. He would be dead in a few seconds, like everyone who was right there, that same witch was to blame for everything. Our main character realized that Esmeralda was killing because of this man, and now the man in front of him was most likely actually already fed up with all this talk. Maybe she was slowly and painfully mocking them all. Our protagonist asked him how he knows this much, because the name, appearance, anything would be suitable to help at least somehow with the investigation. The man immediately wrung his hands straight from his face, asked the name. Of course he can definitely not can remember. Our main character became incredibly aggressive, because is it really possible to leave a person in front of him to die? However, at the same moment, as soon as he began to examine, our protagonist began to get angry. He began to shout that he remembered something else, that she was a pretty girl in her early 20s, that she had black hair. At the same moment, our main character realized that if everything was so, then most likely she looked like an adult, but it was the woman who was at the banquet who was more drawn to a student. Magic knights often look beyond their age, so anything can happen. Our main character asked if he knew anything else. The man began to worry, but still tried to remember something. He said that the girl wrote his letter. Reaching straight to his pockets, he immediately handed this letter to our protagonist. This surprised him very much, because did Esmeralda personally send that very letter? In this letter, as soon as our brief did not hide it, it was written that Esmeralda was going to visit the person to whom she sent the letter on the last day of the festival. The man who was sitting directly opposite asked if he could catch her with such evidence as he had in his hands right now. But at the same moment the main character replied that this would be very little, which greatly upset the man who was sitting right in front of him. Our main character only replied that he could not figure her out just with this letter that the man had just given him. Or does he want him to go through all the black-haired pretty ones there in 10 days? Of course, the man who was sitting in front of him began to worry, but still suggested one thing. He said that he could ask for help from the city so that they could all help him. But at that moment our character made it clear to him that everything wouldn't work out so simply. After all, is he really such an that he can't understand that if a girl was able to calmly show up to her boyfriend's banquet back, then neither he nor the magic of the city will be able to protect him? The man was worried, but what could he do to finish this? But our hero only understood that he needed to use it to catch Esmeralda. He said that he was very glad that she at least warned when she could attack, so since they know the date, his man will be safe so far, but she can still come up with something if they act thoughtlessly. The man immediately became shocked, even more sweat appeared on his face, and then our protagonist added that he needs to convert without any nonsense, that he is simply born, all he needs to do is do nothing, continue his lifestyle, which he leads from the very moment when he began to be afraid and hide, like a real rat. The first day of the magic festival has already arrived. All the people who went outside on this sunny day thought that it was very exciting and educational, but is this really their first magic festivals? For Renee, this was exactly the case. She was incredibly surprised by the whole atmosphere, and the princess, turning to her, seemed that since she was so excited, they needed to start having fun. They needed to create a good memory of their first festival at which they were able to go. Renee, who listened to this entire dialogue, said that for the first time she sees so many interesting things that she really likes it. She looks at all the people that are now circling around. For example, an old lady who can take over the field of spirits. Spirits that appear to people are simply wonderful. Even children can see them and talk to them. There is also a room of fear, where most likely it is very creepy, haunted houses. Even restless souls were sent there, using necromancy to scare people. And then you could even notice people dressed as zombies. The princess turned around, but also explained to her friend that these were not zombies, that they were just students who study at a local college, and also that they looked moderately normal. Renee was surprised, because is it really local? Are there really so many streams of students in the city? The princess said that I didn't know with her friend. Then when you arrive in the city there is a small college. And then they immediately saw Professor Roger, who was very far away, that he was with Professor Selena. They had a nice conversation, and they also heard that the professors will be patrolling in pairs. Apparently there are still a number of them today. At the same moment, Selena, who constantly worried our main character, asked if he had seen this, but in the distance they were selling a love potion. Our protagonist pretended that he was very interested, but in fact he only thought that there was little time left until the end of the festival, that he did not know at all how exactly and what exactly Esmeralda was doing, but it was necessary to accurately prepare the counterworld in advance to be ready for anything. Our main character, as of Wednesday, what has come true is that even if he uses that same person as bait, then if she attacks, just like last time, then it's a little difficult to deal with her without exposing himself. But at the same moment, another professor who was standing nearby still shouted to our protagonist, while pointing her finger at everything, and then asked him what he was thinking about so much that he even responded to his name. Our character said that he is very sorry, but there are a lot of thoughts on his mind lately. The professor who stood next to him said that if he wants to share, then she is ready to listen to him and help, but our main character only first asked to remove the patties, which greatly embarrassed the girl next to him. She asked him if he was worried about tomorrow's professorial duels. Even the main character answered that this was absolutely true, but in fact he just forgot about it. He clearly didn't even think about doing this tomorrow at home. The professor immediately became thoughtful. She said that she understood that he was worried, because considering what guests would be present there, however, was Selena herself participating there. Selena immediately replied that she was glad to participate, but her older colleagues agreed to her. Of course, the battle really doesn't fit with her image, because duels in themselves are dangerous, and if you still have to finish speaking. Just why doesn't anyone finish speaking? Well, Professor Roger, why doesn't anyone think about him? Of course, this upset him very much. But the girl only told our main character that everything would be fine, that although he might get hurt, he definitely wouldn't die. Of course you will start. The protagonist said that this will not happen, because in the end it is just a spectacle, and security will definitely be taken care of. At the same moment, Roger, as well as the professor, noticed one of the students in the country, who said that it was a pity that he could not get in, which was very upsetting. At that moment they noticed a whole group of people who were getting good grades in his class. The professor realized that most likely he had a new company, that his students were actually doing well. He approached his students and asked, are they really playing at the shooting range? But at the same moment, the person who was nearby came up and said that most likely this was a new participant who most likely knew how to shoot, because whoever it was, he looked like a real person who had never held a gun in his hands. Our protagonist wanted to answer that he was not like that, but his student began to shout that the seller took back his words, because even if he looked like pajamas, George's professor served in the army. The mug wanted to say that again this is all not so, but his student, as well as the seller, began to step on him, saying that such a man who simply cannot be a soldier, after all, he has no muscles. What if everything is like this? You need to prove everything. Of course, our main character was forced. He was clearly not happy, but the seller that he finally had a new client. In an instant, our protagonist took the weapon and then finally began to hit without missing a beat. People were surprised, but the seller simply could not believe that the man in front of him managed it on the first try. The point of the man just had to admit that this time his eyes gave, so since he broke the record, he deserves a prize. In an instant, in the hands of the professor, there was a soft toy, a masterpiece of the toy maker. Most likely it was a stuffed animal of thought in the kingdom of Dachara. But at that moment, this toy was presented to the children, who were incredibly happy, because did their professor really give them his prize? She, the main character, said that of course the children needed her more, and then went back with her friend to continue patrolling the area. Professor, who was walking along, he said that this toy was very cute, but our main character replied that if she liked it so much, she could tell right away. However, the woman, looking further, that there is no fault in this. If the kids are happy, then this is much better than if she were. She likes that these children have a continuous smile on their faces. This is exactly the word that stuck in our character's head, because smiling faces are exactly what he wants. He said that since he understood, then they need to move on, because the round was not over yet. At that moment, somewhere at the magic festival, one of the girls realized that she had been playing too much and also completely forgot about work. What should she do now? Why is this such a difficult task for her? But you shouldn't have said that it was a test for her. She caught fire. She realized that this test did not work, which she did not like. Of course, she raised that since this is all so, then this should have been expected from the first order. But while the girl was so focused on starting to work further, I called one woman who asked her if she wanted to try something incredibly delicious. Of course, the girl was very glad that she was invited to try the delicious food, so she immediately went to the counter rather than go further to work. The professor, also our main character, did not waste any time. The girl continued to try sweets, and our professor constantly teased her. They say that he sees that she is enjoying the festival. The girl was a little confused, because does he really think that she doesn't want to patrol or something like that? But our just thought about it and then moved on, listening to what the girl told him, that the other professor did not tell him about this food. He didn't intend to, but he was still sure that they themselves were enjoying this festival. Selena, who was walking nearby, could not believe it, and also the car that today flew by so quickly. Our main character turned to her, saying that there were still 4 days ahead, but the professor replied that she also thought so, but tomorrow there would be a duel between the teachers, so it was necessary to finish their rounds. So for a moment he realized that it was just time to finish, and then he saw that Fabius ran out of one of the chambers, which greatly disturbed our chief. Immediately our protagonist replied to his professor that he would leave her for a while, which really surprised her. While our hero was heading in that direction, he couldn't think because the damn imbecile was up to something. At this moment we see that this person is somewhere in one of the dark alleys, so distant that we don't see a single person. At that moment he was strangling a certain girl, telling her that she had to die, that she was a real devil. But at the same moment a stone charge flew at him, which seriously injured him. He couldn't understand who was behind. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw our character, who pulled his hand at him, saying that he warned him not to stick his head out. Crollo, who was looking at him, did not understand what was happening. Then he was intoxicated, did not understand what was happening. He said that at first he had planned to stay at home and also not go out into the street, but this creature just continued to watch him, exposing him life at risk. He immediately said that he was finally able to catch the same devil who had been chasing him all this time. He asked to look at the girl he caught. As soon as our main character turned his head, he could not understand, because really the person had caught her. Was it really she? How could the person who was now sitting on his knees in front of him catch her and also defeat her? Crollo asked what people here think about this occasion. Our character turned to say that they would discuss the details later and then began to walk forward, but at the same moment Selena appeared behind them, who was simply shocked by this picture, saying what was happening now. She, the main character, wanted to justify herself, but it was too late. Selena simply passed out. Of course, it was lucky that it was just darkness, but who wouldn't be shocked by something like that? Our protocol holds the girls in his hands, and also looking at your face, I understood that it was all for the best, because we have time to come up with an excuse. He also asked Crollo to take the girl to another place, but Crollo was behind our main character, realizing that he was scared and as if he had seen death. Our main character did not understand why he made such an expression on his face, but then, looking at the professor, he noticed that his face had also changed. The girl said that she really wasn't going to do anything until the end of this festival, but why is Roger doing this now? It was clear that the iris of the eyes had changed, but when your voice was gone, the voice also changed. Of course, the hair also began to change, as if it were burning in terms of the point. She touched our character's shoulder, and then said that she was an idiot for keeping her word. She looked at the man who was now on the floor, gradually continuing to transform into his real appearance. Okay, for a moment she acquired that same black hair color. It was Esmeralda, who belonged to the first. She looked at the man who was right on the floor. He was so scared that he fainted, foam was coming out of his mouth, and the girl continued to say that I had become incredibly boring. That's what it's like to have fun, period. She asked her, because they really weren't separating personalities, or something like that, why is she so good at camouflaging herself? The girl said, without turning her face, that at the moment he was able to see through everything, as expected. But Roger is truly an amazing person. Is this really their first meeting? Because at the meeting of the orders they all hid their identity. Our main character asked her, with some uncertainty in all her hair, because what does the body intend there? Why did she reveal herself? But the girl just continued to say that since she decided to open up, there was no reason to hide anything. She wanted to finish off this guy who was now on the floor, and also finish his place. It even looked like the man was not going to get up. Even the main character asked him, but what if the second person remembers everything? Well, the girl just said that the poor thing cannot hide another one with her. This child is not visible in purity. She doesn't know anything at all, just like her past until the moment she met this person. Up to this point, he noticed that Esmeralda was behaving too carelessly, so I myself will try to finish her off in an instant, then he will definitely succeed. However, if he kills her, he will fight for another person, Selena. Now our main character was faced with getting out, killing the girl so that she was in front of him, or something else. Point you also the moment a certain fire appeared. This energy was the energy of Quasimodo. It tirelessly watches to see if they remember what happened during the jar, so she will definitely have to retreat. She had no other time. The girl who was now standing right in front of him said, trying to get her to go, she just can't kill him while he's passed out. And then, touching our character's chin, she told him to start keeping an eye on Selena because she seems to really like him. In an instant, the hair again took on its natural color, or rather pink. The irises began to return their color as well. The girl just fell to the floor. Of course, the professor's real energy as well as his energy returned. However, even after seeing all this with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. Even the main character said to the throne in his pendant that it was he who would now call her place, and that she would always need to come as soon as possible. And sitting on one of the boxes, he realized that he had made a mistake. Just think, he couldn't admit it right next to the dot. Joanna Lovett is just the girl who pulled Pirate out of the fire. She followed Esmeralda and joined the Black Blossoms in search of together. Me, it's worth making exceptions, because he had to suspect this girl too. Although he's 3 but he could be wrong. I didn't have anything suspicious at all, however. Even after he tells the truth again, how can he even kill her? Will this decision be correct and murder, considering it doesn't even know anything about its evil nature? By that time, Sedna was able to come to the place. She asked, was she really late? Judging by her appearance, one could understand that she enjoyed the festival very much. He asked forgiveness for this, but she is the main character, or he said that there was nothing in it. He only wants her to take care of the couple that was now in front of him. In an instant the girl woke up. She asked where she was. There the professor, who was standing, or rather sitting, in one of the studios, right next to her, said that she was very worried about her heart, and then suddenly fainted, right during the rounds, so he took it away. The girl began to feel embarrassed. She thought that it was simply impossible to fall at such a moment. She, as the main character, could only exhale with relief, because she realized that the girl seemed to not remember anything, that it was very good. Well, since she has come to her senses, she will leave her to rest. The girl, who stood up a little from the bed, said that if Roger was still staying, then she expressed her deep gratitude to him. Roger, who was standing right above her, said that there was no need to thank him. After all, he did what he had to do. However, at the same time at that moment, the girl began to say that she was not only talking about this, she was also amazed thanks to them for the fact that he carried her while she was fainting, for his advice, and also the shame that he enjoyed the festival with her. At least perhaps, he didn't like it, but he still stayed with her. She asked strongly, forgive her if you're tired of it. But Roger only replied that if he found her annoying, he would have said so right away. However, he did not express dissatisfaction, because he had no idea about it. He himself enjoyed the festival today, so he is grateful to her for that. You don't have to worry about it. The professor immediately turned away and went to the exit, and the girl said that next year she also wants to enjoy the festival with him, while continuing to smile. She's the main character. I don't turn to her, and also without smiling he said that everything is of course and festival for work like this every year. The girl, who was sitting right behind him, said that they would be able to go to this festival together next year, which he promised her. But our protagonist, I don't turn around, only replied that everything would be so. Obviously he was in a sad mood. It was already evening outside. It was clear that only moonlight was coming through the windows. In one of the rooms, a stranger entered, who could not believe that there was no magic lock in the office of such a professor. He didn't think about security at all. The box was open. There was a magic medicine. You know, the man was sure that it was for Roger. It was a remedy for mana deficiency. The man was clearly going after him. The second day of the magic festival began right at the town arena, where many people and professors gathered. All the spectators who gathered there said that the magic of the great aristocrats of the old new magic tower had now visited their classes. It was hard to believe that they could see them live, but is it now? Didn't the rector of the academy come out? Of course, this was the rector of the academy, which was very happy that so many important people had gathered, and also that everyone was in demand. Everyone wanted to look at each other's skills. Proofreader Eliza was approached by other old people who had not seen each other for a very long time. One of the people even introduced his friend, who did not say hello, so they were only greeted instead of him. This was the head of one of the 3 great dukes and families, Hybeck. Why on earth, did a friend ask? That's exactly what another head of one of the 3 great families asked, needed. Of course, the rector began to greet everyone, saying that they had not seen each other for a very long time, but had they really come to visit their own daughter? Caden decided not to say anything. He said that he simply was not obliged to answer such questions, but the old man who was behind him began a little near his face, because his daughter studies at this academy. Why be so rude? Kaizen just closed his eyes and said that the old man should not poke his nose into the affairs of another family. But the reactor only continued to support them, saying that they both get along well, so most likely they need to move forward. However, she cannot make another duke in a month, and it turns out that today all the representatives of the 3 great families will gather. And the old man also said that if she was talking about David, then he should have appeared first, but apparently he filled it out somewhere. It was at that moment that some plump man appeared, spread his arms straight in the air, and asked who was gathered here. If it was unexpected for me to see all 3 pillars of the empire together, he was even sure that this year's ceremony was everyone's expectation, because he tried after all. Of course, most likely it was David, but they turned away from him because it was announced that everything was finally beginning. Of course, he continued to say that it was his initiative, but no one listened to him. One of the presenters said that her name was Luna, fourth-year students, and also today's leading point, a very sad person sat nearby who was called a professor and also a mentor who would advise her. Now it was necessary to move on to the participants. The first duel was opened by the first-year mentor to find, and Roger was opposing there. Everyone believed that this would not be an easy battle, because now there was an incredibly popular new professor there who discusses all the commas who are not too lazy. Of course, Roger understood that she hadn't even started the duel yet, and the professor had a mirror on him, a video, but the result was glad Hugo sang along. And so it happened. His opponent actually only thought that there wasn't much time left until the last day of the festival. He couldn't lose one body to the public at the same time. As soon as it was announced that the beat was beginning, one of the people immediately activated his wand, and Roger was waiting for this blow, said that he would try to merge as quickly as possible. He would definitely lose, that's what he thought. Many who watched this could not understand, will they really fight? After all, they have been standing for 5 minutes and doing nothing. However, one of the magicians, who was simply worried, he understood that the child was behaving too obviously, that he was allowing himself to be attacked, so he was clearly planning some kind of cunning attack. But our main character was already furious with just patience, because how long had he still had to wait? He only expected the person to attack him. Because he was now incredibly open, he could be attacked from all sides. But for a moment the enemy realized that there was no time to wait, it was time to show what he could do. One of the magic immediately came forward. It was the verses of ice, but she only repelled it with the help of fire. It was incredible that our main character was able to block the attack with a streaming wall with ease, but was it really the source code? Because the person couldn't notice any magical information at all, the person simply couldn't believe it. But our main character couldn't believe it that it was a better blow to his opponent. Roger realized that if he was flying from such a weak attack, that everyone would understand that he was losing on purpose. However, his face showed that he was not fine. In his current state he was hardly able to attack better, so there was nothing left to do but how to attack is somewhat overlooked in prolonging the battle against someone who is not healthy. And so the next duel began. Roger believed that he was also losing in it, but already 2 victories in a row were in the direction of our main character. He was simply upset. Because why does everyone armor themselves so diligently, and then give out such words of attack? He simply does not have opportunity to lose with dignity. But the final was already beginning. 15 minutes remained from the start of the match. I really didn't think it was just in time. His mana was already running out. He absorbs mana even when he's just breathing. He thought it would be so easy to cope, but he was wrong. A little more and he will suffer from a mana deficiency. But as soon as she as the main character decided to enter his own office, he noticed that his pills were missing, although he was sure that in Allah he was here. There were shoe prints on the floor. It was as if some friend had broken into his office, but he didn't touch anything else except the pills. Of course, there was no time to get, or else they would make new pills, and he needed to go on stage soon. In an instant our character stood up. Now everyone was watching the finale, which everyone had been waiting for so long. Now there were the finalists, the main mentor of the second doi, thanks to his family known as Daven. His opponent has just become a new invincible legend against whom any attacks are useless, Roger. Of course, our main protagonist understood that a relative of the South must now be in front of him. In an instant the duel began. He understood that we would not be able to win, given the circumstances, so let it all end as quickly as possible. But the man who stood in front of him only said that Professor Roger was too magnificent, that a lot had been heard about him, so since they were connected by fate, they first needed to talk a little. At the same moment the man took out a bottle, or rather a box, saying that he knew all the secrets of his opponent. These were pills from his office. Now in an instant it was clear that our main character was in trouble, but how did he know his condition? Did he really see him taking pills? So, considering that all his opponents were aristocrats, someone clearly got into a fight. All this point our channel didn't say that now it's clear why all the opponents were dragging their feet so much, but who could to think that professors are so childish to poke around? Of course, the man who stood in front of him said that the real thing is not made by the one who bought everything. He said that he should have taken better care of the medicine, but Roger only asked to cancel the match and wait for the medicine, then he turns a blind eye to it. However, the person just started asking and then laughing, should he be serious or is he not passing out, that this is all a joke. Of course, Roger said that this was not a joke, that everything should be done as he said, that he was giving the last chance, that you need to think carefully about not being able to use magic yet. But the man is just a basement of commentators that an intense psychological battle has begun, saying that he is bluffing, and he thinks that he can easily scare him with his menacing appearance, that he will gladly show himself to be the best charm. In an instant, the shield was activated right above the professor. The magic barrier was activated at the 4th level. Our main character, having closed his eyes to all this, said that it was better to prepare an echo of memory in advance, while raising that the magic barrier is a special protective magic that blocks most spells, but attacking with magic for it will also not work. However, there was no point in thinking about it. Drinking, was he really going to stall for time? At the same moment, the attack occurred directly from under the barrier, which greatly surprised our main character. The aristocrat at this time said that his opponent's reflexes were very incredible, but it seemed that he served was not a lie. Of course, at this moment the commentators exploded and did not say that Professor David had summoned a familiar, which was very surprising. Our protagonist stood up, that in front of him was now a familiar. He realized that he was able to use magic instead of the owner. As it happened, in an instant it was noticeable that in fact the snake continued to fire charges. Of course, answering the call and a billion will require too much mana, then you will have to activate a homing attack. But this attack passed without a trace. The snake was also able to activate its magic, then repel this attack. Of course, the aristocrat was sure that he knew all the types of magic that he used, but he doesn't think that he came to be amazed. Of course, the surname of an aristocrat I have is not only attacked by magic, so what is it like? The feeling of the uselessness of all his great magic. Of course, Roger understood that now his mana was 0, however, people only understood that it was the same as before, but Professor Roger was only defending himself. Why is he not the same as in the beginning? The rector who was watching all this said that it seemed to her that Roger was not feeling well, that it was worth interrupting the match. But the man who was sitting with her only answered that there was no way to interrupt. After all, this is the final. After all, do they have the right to interfere in the duel? Then everyone agreed. The rector, who realized that she could no longer do anything, just got upset. She was very worried about the behavior of her professor. All the people began to see that Roger had been showing off all this time, that now he couldn't do anything, that it was the lousy nobleman who had done it. All the equipment on how he pressed his head straight to his hand, and Aris was so happy. Looking at him, he asked him to hurry up and attack. Of course, he thought that he didn't have a drop of mana left, which was very funny, but at that same moment something began to appear right in the air, like splits. Our protagonist continued to repeat something. The aristocrat did not hear anything. He asked to repeat it. With this video, that a certain hole appeared. Roger at the same moment told the aristocrat the video was too noisy. Now it was too late. There are some charges here. They stretched forward, straight, and destroyed it. Everyone around noticed a huge glow. But what is happening? Is this really the magic of light? There was no such list of abilities. What the heck is going on? Everyone saw that some kind of semblance had appeared. Roger only asked to give up while he could still use magic, and soon it would be very late. At this moment, he only asked the aristocrats to stand. He asked this creature to get out, etc. However, the hero said that if this magician suffered in front of him, then he would give another opportunity, whether this creature would arrange something to act of his own free will, and so on. The wave of light suddenly dissipated, and the winner also seemed to appear, still standing Roger. However, what happened to this light? What happened? Why is the aristocrat so unwell? Immediately the man asked to call a doctor, but our main character understood that he needed to hurt his legs as far as possible. As soon as the stretcher was brought, and then that very aristocrat was brought in, the man began to ask, because why is he in such a state? Of course, many did not understand what was happening, because the fact of the matter was that physically he was fine, that they needed to set up a few procedures. But our main character came in and said that he was in mental shock, that this was all will pass eventually. However, at the same moment they turned to him, asking how he to appear at all, and even if it was a duel, but he went too far. It was clearly clear that something was wrong. The Hugo began to gloat, but his man asked him to wait, because he has funds that are in the family medicine cabinet, and so on. Kilka, who was left alone, said that he would have to answer for what happened and so on, because how could it be possible to harm opponents so much during a simple exhibition fight? He hopes that he is satisfied with himself, but at the same moment the rector appeared, who said that Hugo himself suggested not to interfere at all costs. Another old man also appeared, who said that he had said exactly that. He had heard it himself. Of course, now the two heads of the tower stood now over-tightened. He was shocked, but the old man only approached our main character, asking his name as a fireman, and also said that he was very surprised by the date. Of course, as soon as they left, the old man said that it was very kind that he agreed to follow them, which is fair. But he is surprised that he had not heard of him before, especially that he is gifted with fire magic. However, how quickly did this crowd gather in this place? Were all these two really in this place because of him? Why were the reactors smiling like that? But the old man only continued to say that this place is noisy. However, they came to him, so they asked for understanding. The role said that there was nothing terrible about it, and then the old man began to say that he was grateful to him for being busy with the crowd instead of him. At the same moment he said that he wanted to talk to him about something, but however, if he needed something from him, then he had to ask at any time. Of course, our character realized that the sun is constantly shining. He sees right through that he wants to get closer for his own benefit. But even if he figured out this real motive in this short period of time, he immediately retreated after he realized that nothing would come of him just like that. This is not easy, because representatives of one of the 3 great dukes who are the pillars of the empire. He behaves so friendly and at ease, well, with every step and gesture she analyzes those around her. However, there was nothing more to do, it was time to join her other people. As soon as he came out on the step he flies in and notices Flora, but what was she doing in this spirit? Of course, most likely she was not just so here, did she really come to see her father? Flora was surprised. Our character said that the Duke is currently talking with the reactor, so it's better for her to come a little later. Of course, well, she said that she didn't come to him, but a very strange reaction appeared on her face. Does she really have a rather difficult relationship with her father? She immediately said that she needed to go, she must prepare for the next battle, but is she really participating too? Of course, our main character began to say that, given her skills, he would not worry at all, but Flora began to say that I don't care who forgives me. She definitely won't lose. However, if the teacher is interested, then he can come and watch, but if he is busy, no need. Of course, Flora was upset, but our hero thought that if there was time, then we could go. A little later, right in front of the fountain I met our hero. There was also another girl who asked if she could go to a place that is not so far from here, but didn't they talk about an urgent gathering? Our main character replied that it is quite difficult to get commoners into this city, so if it is not to attend the festival. By that time, one of the people on the stage greeted all the halimology teachers. He idolized everyone who came to see the golems, so their demonstration will begin the development of one of the townspeople. Of course, everyone thought that this was an ordinary head of metal, but in fact it was clear that this was not the case. As soon as the mana stone was inserted, the shape of the golem began to change, and of course, that same girl began to say that although he was not agile with his feet, he was able to destroy and move weights. Was he really used to develop minds? Now everyone was satisfied, so the man began to say that he could take other forms on his knees. Of course, the girl asked to immediately look into this, but she was asked not to get carried away. Khan asked, did she really come to get carried away? But our protagonist replied that he should not nudize, because sometimes it is necessary to organize unloading. Otherwise, who knows how she will do it herself. At the same moment a person appeared who asked to go through. Turning around, our main character noticed that it was a detective. He really didn't like what he was asking for. Where is the arena for a magic duel point? Of course, our main character asked to calm down. Because she was his, I didn't know for sure. At such moments it's better to block your mask with many light points. He immediately said that there were efforts nearby, and at the same time she used the magic of light on herself. He brought up that people are bad at recognizing those who have changed even a little, but he still worries if it will work on her. The detective, who looked to the side, said that if this is all true, then he is very grateful to him. However, turning to him, he asked if they had met before. Of course, she asked for forgiveness for such a sudden question. It seems very familiar to him. Of course, he never said that I didn't know that he was seeing this for the first time, and then said that it was time for him to run. She began to say that she knew that she saw him. Our protagonist began to worry because he really got caught. But the detective only said that most likely this was the same professor, because having examined him properly, she immediately understood this point. Our character exhaled. I wish he could just leave. I ignore her, but she may begin to suspect something if he continues to avoid. You need to behave naturally. He turned to her and asked why she came. But the detective only said that firstly, it's clear from his clothes that they are made of high-quality materials. Commoners usually he doesn't wear this. But she doesn't have goods to sell and a wallet with money, so obviously he's not bargaining. But also not an aristocrat, since she does not see the family coat of arms on them. If he would prefer to hide it, then it is highly probable that he is a fallen nobleman. But will fallen trust dress up like this for some festival? Having put everything together, she came to the conclusion that she was connected with the organizers of the festival, perhaps a teacher. Is this really the same Roger in front of her? Of course, she said, it is true that many people say that he makes a strong impression. Of course, to find out so much just from clothes was simply frightening. It was time to make a move. He immediately gave Tara along with hands, which greatly surprised the detective. Of course, he said that her interlocutors were a little more impressed. Is this really so unusual? I'm upset that a person, or rather Roger, was so indifferent. I've never met anyone like him before. Although no, there was still one person, Moriarty. By that time, the detective's friend immediately called her, saying that they might be late if they didn't hurry up now, because the fighting would start soon. Of course, the detective turned around and said that she had actually wasted so much time, so then she just activated her elemental magic, water magic. These are the words of one of the spirits directly to our main character, conveying a message that just in case he suddenly needs her, he just needs to contact her. Of course, it's a little offensive when I leave her without attention, but still she would be glad if someone turned to her. At one point this spirit turned into a business card. Hans thought that it seemed, but Roller was revealed, but Roger said that this was another annoying joke. That everything could definitely be much worse if she recognized him, or maybe she just wants to make friends, still attracted her attention, which was very infuriating. Of course, he felt weak from the magic. The girl knows for sure if she throws it away. And then he immediately turned to the con and said that it would be nice to lie low for a bit. He needed to get rid of the clothes that the con was currently wearing. Hands began to say that she took one look at him, and that was all. But our protogenesis made him understand that he had already heard everything, so it was necessary to understand our protagonist, because just one clue could help her find out the truth. Don't underestimate a detective like her. By that time, the girl from our main character's squad was already in full swing talking with all the mechanics, which even involved the students. Hands offered to take her, but Roger said that when would she be able to freely discuss her interests with others. Hands, looking at his friend and saying that looking at him now he is beginning to think that his sudden becoming a professor is just a simple vocation. Someone smiles as if he is happy for his pupil. Of course, Hands, fingering his fingers, said that he was uncomfortable in such a place. Unexpectedly for himself, he was jealous because this well-appointed academy would never suit him. But Roger only told him that he understands that in comparison with them, the students of the academy look like wonderful flowers that grow in a magical garden. But their troubles are not theirs, so why should I continue to just smile carefree? Hands breathed out a sigh of relief and said that if his friend said so, then he had nothing to add. But anyway, there is a small age difference between these children, so for some reason they are treated so differently. Roger asked him how old he would be this year, but Hands only replied that this year he will only be 24. Of course, Roger now understood, despite his shock, why he called him Big Brother, so he asked for forgiveness. However, our main character once again asked for forgiveness and turned away. This is the same moment he asked how the analysis of the going, quite incidental. But Hands only said that after researching the it turned out that it has gene properties, it seems due to the psyllium extract. In an instant, ask Roger if this plant really comes from one of the cities that lies near the fortress, because if so, then they should investigate it immediately after their affairs. Hands asked, but what he said before they came here, is it really true? Is it really considered the first order now? Roger replied that this was so Han asked if he was ready for the consequences, because he was close with that professor. However, even Hands that it was not worth asking. He even said that if everything happens like the scenario, then he should not feel guilty because he has already experienced something similar and also knows that there will still be innocent victims no matter how hard he tries. Immediately, memories from the past surfaced in our character's head. He looked at his hand, which seemed to be covered in blood, and then Hands came to his senses. By that time, he had already said that he only wants to say that they cannot hesitate, that if this is necessary for the cause, then he himself knows that if they do not kill the enemy, then they will kill them. They, who live in the world, walk side by side with death. Roger agreed with this, and Hands, despite everything, said that the attack is a pleasant truth of their work. It's a pity, of course, but to attack their reality. The third day of the magic festival has already begun, banquets in the sky. The old man said that drinking alcohol all day was very healthy, but Roger didn't think so. He said, why does this old man even keep messing with him? The role of the victim immediately asked the old man what he wanted, but however, if anyone was interested in his intention, he would say that he wanted a spectacle. Roger realized that most likely he considered him an interesting person, but the old man only said that he was an old man. That's why most things are amazing for him. He knows the world, so he asked Roger not to worry. Roger, drinking alcohol, understood that the old man was incredibly cunning, but by that time, Flora finally came to the banquet. Why was she there? The old man asked what it was, really Flora. Roger asked him again, was it really? Does the old man know who she is? The old man said that she was born with incredible talent, but how unfair it was. Roger asked what he meant, and the old man at the same moment said that she was being ignored by the whole family due to the fact that she was an illegitimate child. Roger immediately perked up while Flora realized that she didn't need to be afraid, she just needed to say hello once. The current she is no longer the same as she was when she lived with her family. She will show her father that the child that no one cared about she copes well herself. Now she definitely won't be afraid. However, at one moment, as soon as she wanted to approach her father, then in front of her were both of her father's children, who were clearly illegitimate. They started calling her names, calling her a mudblood. How dare he call them by name? Asks why she looks so terrible, and why does he look down on them so much? They immediately allowed the father to say that she had now arrived, but the father just turned around and didn't say anything to her. The same one asked, why is she there? Flora now couldn't say a word to me. She had to show them what had changed, but now everything is different. But why did she even come? At the same moment, Roger's hand fell on his shoulder, saying that if they had any problems with his student, now he would quickly solve everything. At this moment we understand what a religious order is. This is an order that oppresses half-humans, in the name of its one God, guided only by the scripture about the true man, which was written before by God himself. Such was the Church of Lumenses. However, it was that they not only shun half-humans, inhumans as they are called, but also that pure-blooded humans are considered the highest class. but half humans and their descendants are a niche. I simply divide everything into two parts of the church, not allowing any other opinions from outside. Whoever did not recommend anything to them, they will not take any of this into account. The old man said that it was hard to grow up in a family of such a church, which oppresses her all her life. However, if only she had been born into a different family, everything could have turned out differently. She could have become an incredibly joyful girl in life. Our main character realized that for some reason the girl is actually obsessed with her grades. She thinks that if she is recognized in the family, it can serve her well, or that if she remains a better student. However, it was clear from the outside that even if she became like this, then where were the guarantees that her wish would come true? With these thoughts, our main character got up from his seat and immediately headed in some direction. The old man began to ask him why he stood up so suddenly and went somewhere. But Roger was only silent. He continued to walk forward, raising that even if he interfered, nothing good would happen. Her life circumstances would not change in any way, period. She should just leave everything as it is, pretend to be blind and deaf like all the other people. But Roger understood that he simply couldn't do that. He immediately ran up to his student and said what we saw before. How can he even sit and do nothing after he found out her problems? The people who stood aside understood. They even most likely placed bets that the professor would still intervene in this matter, that he would try to help the Flora. Of course, they thought that he was a responsible teacher, despite his appearance, but the old man, who looked at it all from the outside, could not believe that some professor decided to oppose the head of the church itself. He actually realized that the professor was an incredibly interesting person, whom he was incredibly interesting to watch. Flora didn't understand what her professor was doing. Why was he next to her? Why is he trying to help or intervene? The head of the church immediately said that this is a family matter, which he very much asks the professor not to interfere with. However, he only said that it looks too serious for a family matter, so as a professor at the academy, he simply cannot stand to watch it all remain silent. Now the two families looked at each other. One of the daughters of the head said that if Roger himself was in front of her, then his yesterday's exhibition fight was simply magnificent. But is he really the teachers of their Flora? Because if everything is so, then they are very surprised that her considered an outstanding student, even though he is a pitiful half-breed. Of course, these words burned into Flora's subconscious. Tears appeared in her eyes. She thought that she was now burning with shame, because now everyone would know that she was a half-breed. The people turned to this very girl, sorry for 20. The girl you already said that her name is Katrin. She is preparing to enter this academy next year, and her abilities are rated very highly in this society. She immediately called upon the ice magic that her father possessed and asked what the professor thought about such demonstrative magic. But the professor only continued to remain silent. He said that as a professor, he believes that she lacks speed and the embodiment of their char does not reach the standard, so he takes away 10 points from her. Katrin was shocked by this remark. She asked again. However, our character continued to say that the formation is also quite weak, minus another 10 points. A serious attitude towards magic, minus 10 points, and so on. That the girl simply created 4 icicles, so what if this combat magic? Then there was not even lethality. Katrin simply could not find a single word, and the professor continued to say that it seemed to him that she had not made the slightest effort to even understand why she was using magic. Was she really ordered to do this, or is she really proud of it? Flora, looking at her professor from the other side, she had never seen him so aggressive. In short, Roger continued to step on the girl, saying that she still has the impudence to be surprised that Flora is an outstanding student with counter and skills. This is not at all up to achievable level. Katrin, as well as Flora, were shocked by all this. They just stood silently, while all the other professors, as well as aristocrats, made a fuss. They could not understand why Roger allowed himself to behave like this. They thought that his claims were simply ridiculous. However, does he think that he had the right to vote? Being a simple teacher, they said that this was too much for a fallen nobleman. At this moment, the old man came into force and asked to calm down. He said that a conflict of interest is inevitable, but there is no need to be so upset about it, and most likely Professor Roger also went too far. Roger asked for forgiveness. He said that he would take everything into account, but the head of the church only asked, is it really Roger himself who is in front of him? He said that of course his daughter acted rashly, because she doesn't mean much yet. They ask her to forgive. After all, Rogers is an adult after all. Of course, our main character said that he understands everything. However, the blame for the offense lies not only with the child. The head immediately turned and walked away, saying that in this atmosphere it was becoming quite boring, that he could no longer do anything about it, period. Now both children went with him, ran, and were not clearly afraid of being left without their father nearby. Everyone watched their heels sparkle as their feet sped away. Our protagonist, as soon as it was all over, looked at the Flora and asked if everything was okay. She was silent. She fingered her hand. She didn't understand what she needed to do. Should she thank him? But she flooded to thank him, because if she says thank you, then they will recognize everything that he said. But Roger just turned and said that Flora had to go. It seemed that her friends were already waiting. Now Flora only looked at how her professor wanted to go into the distance, and her friend, Cheryl, approached Flora. She immediately asked if her friend was okay, because if so, then it's time to go back. Flora just looked at the path so that it was under her feet and said that in fact they should return. However, at this moment we can notice that Catherine, as well as her brother, clearly did not want to let go of that same professor. They told father that he humiliated them right in front of Flora, in front of all the people. The son said that he should at least give a complaint to the academy and also call Flora to his place. But the head of the family only replied that there was no benefit from this because all they achieve with their complaints is short-term satisfaction. He understood that this very man, Roger, was a cunning man as well as an old man who had clearly come out in his defense. The academy saw everything, but did nothing, so are they really going to pretend that nothing happened? Of course not. They will just retreat for now, but only for now. The family does not forgive this. Not a single one is beaten. They will not forgive someone who treated them so carelessly. Our main character, as well as the old man, were already walking at a distance. The old man was surprised because he would never have thought that Roger cared so much about his students. Roger, in turn, answered that he did what any teacher should do that would work at this academy. However, he did not even know that the Duke was a follower of Werber. You are the one who endures the most. The old man replied that this is even too mildly said, because he is not just a believer, his faith bordered on obsession. So did our main character know that an unwanted child who is born from a family of believers is branded. This child would not have run away, this in participation. However, to everyone's relief, there is no stigma on her. This means the protagonist couldn't understand, because was it really the Duke's last father's mercy that put him in this? But the old man only replied that it was not kindness on the part of the father, it was the desperate defense of the mother of this child. Flora's mother, unfortunately, has already left this world. Roger didn't know everything about this, which he told the old man, but he smiled and said that simply illegitimate children are not discussed with outsiders. Families do everything possible for this. However, how does the old man know so much about this? The old man just smiled again and said that they have equal status with him, so he must know at least one weakness of the person from that church. He's not even sure that he will target him. And Roger understood why they were doing all this. They were hiding information about the Flora not for its own sake. The Duke wants to protect Flora from personal interests. So is this really what her father is like? But no, in fact, this is not so, because such a person does not even call a father. However, the old man only turned back to Roger and said that he does not seem to be a talkative person, so you can tell him a secret about this. However, time is already running out. It would be necessary to greet all other points. The old man went further, and our character realized that he needed to take a little walk. However, at the same moment he noticed that there were Setinus paper charms in the air. He took one of the scarabs and read that in addition to the second order, another order showed suspicious activity, so most likely Joanna Lovit began to act. He was sure that the letter said that she was the subject of a step at the last festival, so considering Esmeralda's words, when her identity was revealed, the letter precisely tells the truth, then the likelihood is that she is now acting for personal gain. Quite a high point. Roger rumbled the piece of paper in his hands. He was determined to closely monitor the situation. He walked into one of the buildings. The fourth day of the magic festival had already begun. It was practically a pharmaceutical laboratory. Roger walked there and realized that he could use whatever he wanted. After all, he is a representative of the teaching staff, so if one of the people in his organization saw this, she would go crazy with envy. However, he just needed to indicate in the journal what he was using and could take as much as he wanted. It's a pity Roger didn't come here sooner. By that time, Roger was met by one of the people he knew from the teaching staff. He clearly did not expect to see him here. However, what did our main character need here? Our character said that he had come to make medicine, which surprised the man very much. However, even if someone wants to, then first they had to be instructed by a laboratory assistant. He was somewhere in the zone for beginners. Our main character, despite Professor Chris, asked him, can he make medicine? I was very angry because he actually specializes in pharmacy. Do you know what a huge contribution to medicine? Not a word from his family. Of course, Roger didn't know everything about this. But, which really surprised Chris, he even thought that our main character was deliberately mocking him. I was worried. However, Chris really couldn't understand. Does pharmacy really understand this? He just started looking further at our main character and couldn't understand what he was going to use. He noticed strange ingredients that clearly made it clear that it was as if he was going to kill someone. This is exactly how it all looked from the outside. Chris noticed there were patricia leaves, chrysalis buds, all of this was deadly poisonous, so he shouted about it. Is Roger really going to try to kill someone? Of course, Chris understood that even if he mixed these powerful ingredients to neutralize the poison, he would get a drug with a huge number of side effects. Roger, turning to him, said that he was clearly good at this, but why then teaches the embodiment of charms instead of pharmacy? Of course, Chris Ridge turned away and said that it was none of his business. However, Roger said that he should not insist on an answer. He knew what to do, so he asked not to worry. Chris, turning away, thought that he was just bluffing. Well, okay, he just won't get involved in this. However, after a few seconds, he just turned and started looking straight in Roger's direction. He simply couldn't stop stroking this point, even after seeing the whole process. He still couldn't believe that without a single unnecessary reaction, in one press, he was making pills that replenishes Manhwa from all these ingredients. Chris immediately asked why he needed pills that restore mana. Yes, even the main character only admitted that it was for personal use. At that moment, Chris noticed that they were no different from his usual pills. Does he really have a disease that requires such dosages? Even as the protagonist looked at him, he realized that he knew his secret, but he thought that he wouldn't ask, considering that they used it in exhibition matches. Chris, who was shocked and also a little upset, said that he did not know that his actions would have such consequences. He only wanted to put him in his place, but did not think that anyone would get hurt. But in fact, to be honest, this is just a pathetic excuse. He committed a pathetic offense for eating worthy of the truth of a nobleman, so at that very moment he apologized. However, in any case, what he made negatively affects everything except in the performance of mana. This is even medicine. It was impossible name. Chris immediately said that his mana conducting system could be seriously damaged, or even completely destroyed, so Chris came up to him and said that he needed to use what could help him, a remedy that especially little regulated the drug of their family. He also put it on Roger's desk. Roger was surprised, because would they really give him the drug so easily? Of course, Chris said that he is not guided by personal motives. When it comes to a patient, after all, he is a representative of his kind. Our character was surprised, because he didn't even expect that he was such a person. Given everything that happened, Chris began to worry again. But Roger said that since they were giving it to him, he wouldn't refuse. Chris looked at him in surprise, and then asked, after all, this is often the powder of a magical plant for me to absorb poison. What is he going to do with it? Roger-ish, he said that now you shouldn't throw it away while putting it in this medicine. To be honest, the threat is quite real, so you need to be more careful. So their conversations ended. It was already evening on the street. Turned to the end, because how was Krollo doing there anyway? Hans replied that he was obediently sitting in his room, so since everything continued like this, our main character asked to follow him all this time. Of course, he prepared that very drug just in case. All that remained was to take care of Joanna. After all, if she really acts on her own, then this means that these are divided. He will take care of Esmeralda, but he needs someone to take over Joan. Of course, Sedna follows his decree, but only as long as they clearly correspond to the plans of the black color. Jonah is a student, so you can try to involve a couple of people. 30 minutes later, somewhere in the student dormitory of that same academy, right at the entrance by the door, there was a letter. One of the boys took it. The message was delivered. Roger, of course, didn't want to involve the students, but this is the only way he can monitor the situation so that Joanna doesn't do anything. Period. He thinks that Aiden will take the contents of the note seriously and will get down to business. Period. Even if he has to fight, then with his level, Aiden's skills will definitely not be able to lose. But alone he can act rashly, so he needs insurance in the form of other people. With friends he will not take unnecessary risks. It doesn't matter what he does, ask for help from other professors, or take care of that same girl himself. Everything will be arranged for him. All that remains is to visit one more place that he told the Khanate about. Now all preparations have been completed. By that time, the letter had been read. It said that suspicious individuals had appeared at the academy who were causing trouble. The last day of the festival, you need to find that same girl and take care of her. Many did not understand what this meant. They were sure that this was not a joke, quite accurate information for a simple joke. He remembers that he himself came to such a conclusion. Who sent this letter? Did he really get caught? Or is this a tip for the Liberation Army? Of course, the boy thought that whoever sent this was clearly threatening him. So if he doesn't want everyone to know his secrets, then he needs to do everything as it was said. However, what do they really want from him? Do they really want him to start working for them? The boy squeezed the letter so that it was in his hands and then leaned back on the bed, drawing some conclusions. Of course, he didn't want to join the Liberation Army at all, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, nothing would change. Everything was useless. He couldn't do anything. For now, he can do what he is told, so first he needs to get up and get dressed. Walking out the door, he realized that anything was better than trying to fix everything alone. Aiden immediately brought it to him, saying that something strange was happening. 2 other students stood behind Aiden, and Aiden showed him a letter that he found near his room and read. He said that they were good people who were up to something bad on the last day of the festival, so it was clear that many students also received this letter. Leo didn't understand what was going on at this academy. However, at this moment we can notice Esmeralda, who was clearly immersed. She did not want to listen to anything from the outside. She heard her head lying in her head. A reminder of what happened in the past, as her mother begged the church to leave at least her alive, no matter what happens, but they will simply leave the village quietly. Woke up, she screamed. She understood that she did not want to hear criticism from the lips of the nanny she raised. But soon it will all end. She's definitely sitting there for those people, killing him tomorrow. But is this enough? You see, this will happen after her place. Will she continue? My soul will finally collapse, and then she will never be able to become who she was before. Selena, her second entity, which she created in longing for the past, so to be honest. But she would like to continue it and be invisibly laughing and enjoying life with everyone. What should she do then? Should she really stop now? Well, as soon as I thought about it, the same spirit appeared, which began to urge her to not even dare to sit. Who killed her people? Who killed her loved ones? He asked her to sit there for all of them. Is she really such a kind girl? Esmeralda immediately began to cry. If he fell asleep, they turned into lights. The spirit behind her began to replenish. Her eyes became covered with fire. She decided that she needed to take revenge on everyone who had annoyed her in the past. The 5th day of the festival began, the last night of the holiday. Even more people gathered in the square. There were lights everywhere. Many people were throwing confetti, and Esmeralda continued to look for her goal, turning from one professor to another. This day had come. She constantly wanted to find that very person, while that very hero of the occasion was sitting in his room and shaking. Of course, he was very afraid, because Roger and Hans did not leave him any contacts. He thought that he had precisely on this. At that moment someone knocked on the door. It was Esmeralda, who began to look at the chair and asked if there was anyone at home. However, as soon as the girl got inside, she noticed that there was no one on the bed, only the window opened. She understood that she felt a presence, but now she saw no one. At this moment we can notice that a few seconds ago a lot of mice went to the guy himself through the window. He realized that these mice were the fact that the man was approaching him. He understood that if he followed them, there would be safety. He knew that the person will not leave him. Of course, Esmeralda, who was looking out the window, thought that he usually did not leave the room, so did he really decide to run away? If he still expected to escape, then it would be much more interesting, much more fun when he was going to resist. She asked that same guy to run away as far as possible, right to the very end. But at that moment Hans, who was looking from the binoculars, told her Roger that the mouse he sent pulled out their target, that his ability always helps out in such situations. Roger, who was standing on the roof of one of the houses, said that a good job was done, so if this is the case, then they will have to do so. He asked to get ready. The children, who gathered in a new composition of 4 people, said that going there was pure madness. They wanted to warn at least with the professor. The girl asked Leo to confirm her words, because he is always so proactive, so why is he silent today? But Leo either said that he thought that the Eads were actually right. He asked the girl to judge for herself, because what would they say when they were asked where they got such information from? The girl said that she would say everything as it is, that a note with information was thrown under their door. But the boy said that most likely he simply wouldn't believe it, because they don't even know who the sender is. Even if they believe them, it's too late to turn back. Of course, whoever sent him the note wanted him to handle everything himself, so even the fact that they brought his friends in was an attempt to keep him under control in case he went against his will. Everything was so clearly thought out that you can just do everything as quietly as possible. He only asked, "Is everyone ready?" By this point, in fact, they began to hear something strange in the distance. They noticed no people in hoods who were asking about whether they could act on their own. After all, if they were personally going to slam someone, then isn't it better or to coordinate this with their superiors? The person who was at the head, I said that in general this was a commotion at this academy in the interests of the first level. It was a girl who said that now is the right moment. Since everyone is busy with the festival, she asked not to be afraid, because this is all for the benefit of Black Dawn. Round glasses, black hair. They realized it was Joanna. The girl realized that they had not taken the notes, so she needed to hurry up as quickly as possible. But that he finally ran one of the buildings and thought that he was finally able to break away. In his movements he read with a slight. But at the same moment he noticed that a voice was heard behind him. It was the voice of Esmeralda, who said that he almost gave out, almost died right on the road. Crollo, turning to her with incredible horror in his eyes, did not say anything, and if she was not happy, or continued to joke at him, saying that they understood why he stopped, despite the fact that he ran away so well. She immediately looked at him and said that all of his closest relatives had already been burned to the ground, leaving only him who could not face this fate. She said he should have learned to run if he wanted to survive. Crollo, to whom he swore a little, asked, why does he need everything? Why does she continue to do this? Has she already done a lot? There was misunderstanding in Esmeralda's face, But the man only asked, because how low should he go to make her calm down? His family has not existed for a long time, she only needed to look at him. Is this really not enough for her? So what if he killed those trees? He simply taught them a lesson on the rights of an aristocrat because they to go against him. His Lyceum read horror, madness. He said that if I were just dirty people who didn't meddle in their affairs, then nothing would have happened, that it was all not his fault, but the fault of Saint Esmeralda. After all, if it weren't for her, then it wouldn't have ended so badly. Esmeralda, hearing this, was a little upset. She couldn't believe it, because is it really because of her? Is it really all because of her that happened? Is a person really sure of this? It infuriated the girl so much that she simply could not believe all the words that she had just heard. She could not believe that the person in front of her even to say such a thing. But the man immediately replied that it was so, that it was all her fault. He began to point his finger at the girl. It was as if traces of the remaining people appeared behind him, everyone she killed, period. He said that they lived quietly and calmly, and then because of her they were all killed. So even if it weren't for her, if only she had not been there, then none of this would have happened. They all died because of her. Immediately, many ghosts began to appear around, the outlines of people who were killed by Esmeralda. She began to say that everything was wrong. She fell on her knees, trembling appeared in her knees. But Crollo would only continue to say that it was she who burned everyone along with the village. Why she and when exactly she brought the situation to such a critical point, here only she does not have the right to vote. So many emotions gathered into Esmeralda that she simply could not keep them to herself. A huge flame began to gather around her, and then a point rose into the air. Roger looked at it all and could not understand what it was, a table of flames in the warehouse. But Hans immediately called him and said that it seemed that something had gone wrong, that at first he successfully led that same man straight to the witch. They began to argue and suddenly the witch exploded in flames and now the entire treasure is on fire. Thanks to fire extinguishing equipment, the fire has not yet spread. But it is only a matter of time. The mice have been incinerated and he can no longer control the situation. It is better for Roger to escape from there. But at the same moment Roger said that he needed to call Sheridan, most likely at the festival that this strange thing was about to happen. He was told that it seemed not, but judging by his reaction, most likely he needed help. Of course, help was needed. The girl only asked to give her a little time, or rather a reason. She also launched a lot of fireworks. People watched the air at them. Of course the fireworks arrived with a whole 30 minutes left, but why did they start to explode? But the girl who stood in one of the corners understood that fireworks were in no way inferior to an explosion, so she could make something similar when she returned to the shelter. She understood that her new property would work on all this, while Roger made his way further and further. I understand that for now he just needs to focus on what is happening in the area. He doesn't think that he will have time to run at such a speed to that very hangar, but he just had to take care of the fun to run in. So he cannot use his spells. By that time, as soon as he approached the warehouse, he noticed something unusual. Khan just noticed that at this rate, the flame will reach the festival site, where Roger's body is generally carried. But at the same moment, a strange sound was heard from the side. It was our protagonist, who was saddled with one of the golems and turned into a horse. Hans was shocked by all this, that he was rushing straight into the fire, but with the help of one good leap, Roger was finally able to get into the ashes. He noticed that same elemental, and then Esmeralda. The situation is much more serious than he expected. Of course, he had already met such a creature as Quasimodo. He saw how he continued to terrorize people. At that time, circumstances did not allow him to do anything, but now they are planning to fight Esmeralda. She is his cripple, and he is here to help her. Of course, the elemental understood him. However, it seemed that Esmeralda was very bad, somehow to another aristocrat. Something definitely went wrong. Well, what happened in this place? Of course, it was for the best, because this is the only chance to finish everything quickly. If he is suddenly called to wear, he can simply destroy the carrier and the two will disappear. But if he is called to summon, he will have to be taken hostage in order to influence his spirit. Our main character decided to simply use tranquilizers to capture Esmeralda. You just need to get closer and hit her. But it was too late. The spirit began to attack, which greatly surprised our character. At first he thought that he was attacking him, that this was something strange, but then it became clear that the spirit of the very beginning did not believe him, which clearly made it clear that the real battle would now begin. At this moment we can notice the evening forest. A detective is walking there. She thinks that the incredible silence is actually wonderful, but she just wanted to look around, but people continue to bombard her with questions, although all her colleagues liked it. However, at one moment she noticed thicker people standing to the side. They were wearing a strange hood. What kind of gathering was this? She decided to immediately hide behind one of the branches so as not to be noticed. She began to hear that the whole group of people was asking not to be afraid, that this was all for the benefit of the Black Dawn, and so on. As soon as the detective heard the word dawn, she most likely realized that this was the same Black Dawn that Moriarty controlled according to her arguments. She thought that she needed to follow them, and then she began to notice the children who also began to follow the same group. The detective thought that to begin with, he would quietly follow, so that if anything happened, then she could infiltrate this operation herself. While our main characters were fighting along with the elements, he could not expect that the elemental began to talk. He began to say that what a shame, that he should have immediately killed the person who is now in front of him, and then immediately attacked with his flaming fist about the ground, causing even more fire. Roger managed to jump away, but noticed that the elemental was blocking Esmeralda's visibility, and because of this it could not be used on the magic that was located. So it would be generally possible to think that a spirit could navigate so well in battle without a direct decree from the mistress. Such is the power of the First Order, the Black Investigation of Light Point. The spirit began to use more and more a spell that it had not shown before, so that our main character had to use his powers to somehow cope with it. This will obviously cost a lot of mana, but he definitely wouldn't be able to use the spell without that in magic. The spirit still believed that he was a persistent fly in the form of Roger would not allow him to have so much fun, so the point Roger continued the onslaught with his attacks. Understanding the whole situation that had developed right around him, he knew that now time was thinking for a long time. He needed to accept as much as possible faster, more rational solution. He didn't like all this, because the spirit was inhabited by food. Would he really have to resort to divine power again? Of course, I remembered he resorted to this. The risk would be too high, so he immediately asked one of the golems to protect him, to block the attack. The golem in an instant turned into a protective device. A threatening temperature was discovered in life, so he immediately put out his hands and began to block it. Such a good golem, judging by the words of our character, will be able to protect him. But the spirit only began to laugh, said that he even wonders how much the golem is enough. Then Roger realized that this was only at times, that when the reserve of protective forces in Gallia were depleted, he would not have a sponson left to fight face to face. The byproduct of the toxic substance that he had done could just be useful to him. He had to use all possible methods. He immediately lit his pipe. I understand that the mana inside the byproduct transforms the boundaries of the norm, that after consumption one must immediately sign up for the weapon. Otherwise the mana circulation circle will be damaged. But our main character was confident that he could handle it, despite all the excuses of their group members. His steady gaze was high, developed to a sufficient degree, so that he could definitely compete with everyone or with his opponents. As soon as he lit his pipe, he began to use 5th rank magic, which greatly surprised the spirit. This magic was called the ocean. In an instant a huge tornado appeared right above the elemental. The elemental was clearly scared. He did not know what to do. At this moment we can notice that the students were noticed, or rather noticed by the First Order. Joanna was shocked by the appearance of such people. But the students took out their magic wands, swords, and said that they were not deaf. They heard that they were trying to harm people and so on. Aiden said that even though they don't know the reason, it's still wrong, because it's still before Happy Holidays. Of course, the girl understood. She expected a lot to hear from the invited guests, but Happy Holiday, is he really serious? She became incredibly aggressive, and then started asking if he knew that his happiness was built on other people's bones. Ida began to say that this is not so, that she knows nothing at all, but your girl with glasses only mouth, saying that he has no right to open if he knows nothing at all about what is happening from the inside. However, even despite this, the girl is still trying to destroy them, and she will start with their squad, while taking out one of her phoenixes, which she can call upon, elementals. This magic was approaching Vaden quite quickly. He would not have time to do anything, but as soon as this magic was about to hit the students, the detective intervened and blocked this magic with just one spell. She smiled, saying that she really wanted to watch the development of events, but she could not help but intervene, could not stand aside when people were in danger. Of course, one of the girls in the squad began to understand that this was the same famous detective. But what about the green magician nearby? The detective was very glad that I recognized him. She said that she also had a lot of questions, but first they should settle the nickname and pressing problems. After all, she personally has a score to settle with these guys. The detective began to incredibly barely smile, talking and asking about them. Are they really members of the Black Dawn? As if they were eating the very insult that will now begin. Our main character, who used the golem's barrier, still understood that he was weak to reach accurately, because he used 5th rank magic, but could only tear off the elemental's paw, so he would have to use even more powerful magic. It was already too late. The elemental got angry. He had such a huge rage that he couldn't do it for a single second without hitting the barrier. An incredible flurry began. Roger was shocked, because why did the elemental begin to act so quickly? How was he able to grow a paw that had come off from him at the table in a short period of time? With the remaining mana, he will only be able to use magic of the highest rank twice, and he also needs to find time to complete this spell, but the golem definitely won't last long. Roger said that it seems, But all that remains is to use his last resort. He immediately took out that same potion and asked for forgiveness from his teacher. He was rising that the golem would most likely crumble after this, but this would allow him to survive the elemental attack. This at the same moment, this golem began to glow with red power, a red aura. However, the elemental was shocked, because how could he even be like a golem here? There is no pure strength of his. What did the human in front of him do? But he still won't defeat him with their pathetic tricks. That's exactly what he thought instantly. The elemental was given a very strong blow to the wound in order to accurately damage it and break it. But as soon as the golem broke, it was clear that our Roger had already hid in another place. The elemental lost sight of him. He asked him to come out of the shadows as quickly as possible and show up, but our main character was already at the top. He drew this huge or even a ship that asked to taste that same elemental. The kids, led by a detective, finally defeated that same squad, leaving only Joanna. The detective asked her to give up, because she was actually left alone, but the girl who was behind them immediately asked her friends to look back. She asked to look at the heavens, because there was a ship there. They all turned around and noticed that it was actually a huge ship, but they didn't think it was even possible. Joanna, who thought that this was still a chance, began to run away to the side, and the detective chased after her, taking the umbrella in her hands. No one could understand Joanna's motives, because why did she immediately rush the ship? Are there really representatives of the Black Dawn there, or someone like that? The detective realized that okay, after all, the main thing is that this spell does not reach the walls of the academy, because if she is mistaken, then these are the same charms from the ancient book that she read once. A spell developed by Wandering Wizard, it reached rank 6. It was called the Titanic Icebreaker. By that time, the elemental could only use one rope, despite the way the ship was approaching him. He cursed the roller for what he had done. But it was too late. The elemental had already been defeated, and Roger took Esmeralda in his arms. He immediately stuck the second sewer into her neck so that she would sleep soundly. The spirits were connected with the consciousness of their master, so that quasi-mode will soon disappear. But as soon as Esmeralda begins, he will regain strength and appear. He definitely needs to seal it so that get rid of it completely, and the sealing ritual requires the soul of a living being. Roger understood that for now this was the only chance to get rid of Quasimodo and Esmeralda, but is there really no other way out? Our protagonist immediately felt that Esmeralda had touched him, but had the tranquilizer really not taken effect yet? Esmeralda at that moment was simply trembling with horror. She began to say that she needed to run. After all, if she lost consciousness, she would no longer be able to control Quasimodo. Roger did not understand what she was talking about, but then it became clear that Quasimodo was still alive. He was still in a physical condition. But what actually happened? How was he able to avoid such a strong attack? Kvesimo only replied that it was too close. However, it was not clear what struck the 6th level magician, and he had already recovered. That is, the summoner has lost control and the monster is now independent. Esmeralda lay passed out. It became noticeably red and, which was associated with the world of ice, and to these mods, cancel the memories. It was an island of memory. It was quite interesting, most likely the same who absorbed magic repeatedly increased hatred and thirst along with his blossoming contract. Although most likely it's just a cryptite with spirit traits, but who cares what it is? Quasimodo should have him to join, and in return he would receive what he wanted to wish for. Now it became clear that for some reason he is able to move without greatness and without command. Esmeralda, in fact, is only the master, and the commander in mind, which then just stuck on, like a leech. In fact, it was he who controlled her. Elementary, in turn, said that in the end she was just the First Order only used her point. He laughed. He realized that it was too late, so since he somehow disabled her, then he will be able to use his powerful full, which this is the end. Of course, it's so active. Who approached this place, she understood that everything was bad, that behind the cover of the flame she felt echoes of magic and an icebreaker, but the fire blocked visibility. She didn't know what was happening there, but it was only noticeable but that it was getting stronger. She wanted to put it out, and also shouted to the children not to approach the point of the weapon. In fact, I tried to deal with the knee. I understand that it won't last long. At this rate it's definitely impossible to do without a ritual. Will he really not be able to protect anyone again? Silena, who came to her senses, said that everything was fine, that most likely Roger was hesitating precisely because of her. But she didn't care anymore. She was just doing everything that he had in mind, and while she was sleeping, she felt and realized everything what he did. I wish it all turned out to be just a nightmare, because she would have been so happy in her last days, but she had enjoyed her own power for too long. Roger, who turned to her and immediately presented his hand to her, said that everything would end so. As soon as she wakes up, she wanted to tell him something final, but didn't have time. But Roger grabbed her and said that he would start the summer, or not a nightmare, but it's time for her to wake up, period. For a moment, the elemental inflicted its last damage, destroying the shield, but noticed that there was nothing there, so the elemental began to look for people. Elementals began to appear in the area, who clearly wanted to help their mistress. Of course, our main character needed their help to especially protect her, so he asked to distract the spirit for as long a period of time as possible. The spirit believed that nothing would work out with these little insects. It became noticeable that these spirits were actually strong. She, the same protagonist, used the ninth node, the true foundation, a balanced but powerful foundation, the root of the entire being, the building and also reproducing element. The elemental thought he was baking. He forgave him. Don't even think about getting in his way. But it was already too late. The elemental disappeared into the air as if he had simply been blown away by the wind. Of course, using such powerful magic is very exhausting. You need to be careful, otherwise you simply won't be able to restrain your divine power. But at that same moment he noticed Esmeralda behind her, who asked him why he saved her in the first place. But when she gave birth, he only said that he didn't save her. He just didn't like how the creature looked down on him. Esmeralda said that he was making a bad liar. However, the spirit appeared again. He said that no one dares to save him, and then she immediately grabbed Miranda in her arms. He, too, absorbed her, pushed her inside himself. It was very strange that he was able to rebel after such a spell. Where was the limit of his survivability? But the elementals said that he needed more power. He would also suck as much power out of it as possible. Our protagonist fired a charge of energy from him, but it was such a weak attack that the spirit only began to laugh. Can't Roger really use anything else now? The spirit immediately swung at our main character. He understood that he would not be able to resist anything. He realized all his helplessness. He understood that he was in the worst possible situation. There was nothing more that he could do. However, looking to the side, he noticed that same aristocrat. He realized that he had been lying all this time. He realized that he could seal the elemental with the help of the aristocrat's body. The elemental at this time continued his attacks. He thought that he would finally be able to turn our main character. He immediately blocked all the exits for him with his hands, but then one of the hands fell off. It was Joanna, who asked to return Esmeralda to her. The spirit was surprised, but now it was clear that he could not regenerate his arm, so it seems that he also did not have much strength. This was a chance. Of course, two said that the girl should not have interfered, because the elemental is carrying out her revenge. Does she really want to stop the savior again? Jonah asked the spirit to, but the spirit only said that she could not save anyone. She could not even save her family. But now some man appeared. He said that she could not save anyone and claims that he himself is their savior is completely wrong. Now we can notice that this was the same artist who said that it seemed like he was on time. He was finally able to find out the name of his savior, for which he was very grateful. After talking about external events, Jerome immediately decided to face the past face to face. He had already started at home that he had lost his way, but thanks to his spirit he could not get lost. The elemental did not like such long conversations, but at that moment both mages began to block his attacks. The artist realized that now was not the best time to talk, despite his condition. He was still able to blind the spirit to what lay ahead. He also placed the spirits in that very space, said that he knew that his speech sounded bravo, but he would have to leave the rest to them. The elemental was very angry about all this. He said that the magic that was used on him was just a childish prank for him. He would definitely burn everyone. But looking to the right, he noticed that now Roger was already able to activate his spell. He raised the body of an aristocrat and took out several chains from him, and then that it was Piro who bought him enough time to completely change the situation. Roger showed a sign of determination and said that now we need to end this. The elemental could only scream. He fell to the ground, trying to escape from the chains. He could not verify that he was tied to another person. He shouted that this was impossible. After all, he already has a contract with Esmeralda. He cannot tie him so easily with someone else. Of course, he told him that he was well informed, but he didn't see the full picture, because ordinary contracts could be rewritten by a more powerful entity, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it if he was weakened. The elemental continued to scream. At the same time they got you from Esmeralda, I shouted 2 times that she needed him to stay sane. He asked not to let their connection fall apart, asked for help, but Roger, as well as Joanna, were extra ahead to help. Esmeralda, who had come to her senses a little, began to take out shades. She took them out as if she had taken out her soul. She shouted about the elementals taking everything. Now only Selena was on the ground. The elementals screamed. He said that now he was being carried back. Why is Esmeralda doing this to him? Are they already gathered with him? Numbers screamed that she was ready to die along with the spirit in order to now end it all. Joanna did not want to lose Esmeralda. He said that you have no spirit and she was with him if she came closer, but it was already too late. The flame was now burning the elemental, the flame that devoured the souls. This was the end that approached the mob, so that if in this way it was possible to at least a little atone for his guilt before the inhabitants of the village, then now she was glad. Esmeralda was really glad that now the guys might be a little sorry that she would meet soon. In time, he broke the threads and asked why she was smiling so much. Now it was clear that Esmeralda they were going nowhere, and Roger shouted if years, because doesn't she think that it will become easier if she just dies like that? He asked her to stop deceiving herself. Now the spirit of the elemental also scattered through the air, the power began to leave, many souls of the killed villages began to fly out so brightly that everyone saw it. If she really saw that the Quasimodo energy was running out, that the souls of the inhabitants were finally freed. Roller, looking at Esmeralda's spirit, said that she was becoming a spirit, and Esmeralda, looking at her hands, said that it was so, because she was connected with this elemental for a very long time. But it's okay, because from the very beginning she knew that it was so and it will happen. At the same moment Esmeralda noticed her nanny, she immediately ran to her and asked for forgiveness. She said that she was weak and that because of her everyone died, but the nanny replied that everything was fine, that it was not her fault, and most likely her daughter, whom she raised, was very difficult at that moment. She regretted that she could not support her, so she asked to leave together. Esmeralda burst into tears, and then the two souls went to heaven. Have the half-destroyed souls really returned to normal? Because salvation is the end for the soul, which was forced to wander aimlessly on the earth all this long time. This moment is still far away, but it will come the end and the journey of the fire. That's what he was thinking about now. The girl noticed that everyone finally dispersed, and the sculptor could not believe it, because is it really over? But of course it wasn't over. He immediately turned to the girl and said that she should listen to our main character, and Roger started saying that this girl should leave their academy right away. The girl didn't understand why he wanted this from her, but our main character told her that for Black Dawn she died here today, the second order, so he asked her to leave and not come back. He was immediately the first to ask if he could bring her out without being noticed with his magic. Pirate replied that of course he could, that he could rely on him, and that he would do so. Joanna asked him what he was doing here at all. The artist said that he thought the professor still had something to do, so they just needed to go back. The girl asked where they were going to go back, but the artist only replied that he did not return to their native village, where they came from before. By this point, our main character was already sitting next to his girlfriend. He saw that she was still breathing, although she assumed that this was possible, but did not even really hope. Perhaps, but not only the body, but also the soul. At the same time, as soon as the girl woke up, she noticed Roger in front of her. She was very surprised by his appearance, and our character only told her that the specialists would soon arrive. He asked her to hold out a little longer. However, the girl only asked, why did the person in front of her save her? She said she did terrible things, so even if it was her alter ego, it's still her fault. However, Roger only said that then what about the promise to her? The girl forgot about the same promise, but I reminded Rajali that next year they promised each other that they would sit down again for the festival. By this time, the fireworks finally started in the city. They both looked incredibly interesting to them all. Of course, our character understood that this was his reason for saving her, and tears came to the girl's eyes. Looking at the fireworks, she agreed to do what she promised, or rather celebrate the next holiday together. Of course, the fire finally started to end. Then they sang the specialist that the professor had picked up. The professor, despite the concern of their students, said that she was fine, that no one should worry, but the detective, who was also nearby, only looked after our professor. She understood that including him, a group of professionals was found there, and a member of the Black Dawn disappeared somewhere. She felt the climb of the fire and the very professor walking in front, which brought a lasting impression. Could it be just an accident? The detectives were immediately distracted. She was called to the side, so there was nothing left but to go where her name was, Roger, who was already somewhere on the academy grounds communicating with Hans, who told him that his mice had disposed of evidence at the scene, for which Roger was very grateful. Of course, he was glad that the members of his group had been successfully hidden, that he would finally be free to concoct something for Traitor about what had happened. So he sat down on one of the benches and exhaled. He thought that since they had dealt with the rest, he could exhale. Behind him, a certain person appeared from the trees, which the protagonist could not feel our presence in any way. He certainly heard this voice earlier. It belongs to the very person with whom Quasimodo spoke, and the memories that he caught during the memory breakdown. He turned to him, that is, to the one who is below him by rank. The man actually realized that this was the Zero Order of the Black Dawn. The man, still standing behind the tree, said that he was just looking at the festival, and it was such an exciting turn of events. He was quite surprised, but does Roger want to tell him what's going on? Of course, no one told Roger that the Zero Order was going to attend this festival, but does he really know that it was he who killed the mods? But he found out. He wouldn't ask such questions. Our main character was clearly worried. He assumed that something was acceptable, but he doesn't really know what exactly happened, so you just need to calmly answer the questions. He also asked the Lord on the Lions of the Order to ask for attention, as it is unexpected at the meeting, which instantly decided his speech. I immediately told him that he'd told me beforehand, but I didn't have to worry about it, so first, Roger told me that the First Order, Esmeralda, or the goat, was dead. When he laughed, he realized that he was a different species from them, so he needed a master, but how did he die? Our protagonist understood that it was simply impossible to tell the truth, but you can quickly build up a lie based on it, so he said that the experience was sealed by the genius itself. The person was a shocker, because of course he was a spirit, sealing techniques worked on him, but something doesn't add up, because was it really just standing there when her spirit was attacked? You yourself are really here, does he really have such skills, or could someone have helped? Roger, who felt not okay, I realized that the man was just like that on all sorts of pizza, so he decided to lie further. He said that the exact circumstance was unknown to him, but he only patrolled the outskirts of the academy. There he came across the same person who seemed to be running away from something, but it seems that those who pursued him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo, the First Order. And even before the incident at the bank, Esmeralda personally requested support from him, so he met and established his identity. The person just thought about it, he understood what he was talking about here. But should it have been realized today, what happened then? Our character said that he assumed that Black Dawn would be discovered because of Esmeralda's obsession, so he followed them, made these events worse, and then cornered the emergency, went to extreme measures. Using the soul as payment, he used a sealing ritual, which he could not foresee, so the goat motes did not manage to fulfill their dream. He was dragged into the seal together, as the souls are connected, the First Order, and met their end there. If Roger interrupted the ritual, it was immediately revealed, which is why he did not stop Darinin. He could not do anything, so he apologizes. This person was sure that it was a surprise situation, because a cornered mouse bit the cat, but how did Roger escape from the incident in the first place? Our main character replied that after everything that happened, he immediately approached Esmeralda. She was alive, but woke up as a different person, so he was able to pretend to be a lifeguard who pulled a colleague out of the fire. The person was still surprised, because the soul split and got off was unexpected, but does she want anything, remembers the alter ego. He replied that he had asked, but she had no idea how she ended up in that place, so if he wanted to, he would get rid of her a little and quietly. But the person replied that he didn't need to, because it didn't matter anymore. Even if she remembered something, it was definitely nothing. It's not worth it. They don't need any extra excitement right now, they've already used his power enough. This situation was a relief to our hero, but the man kept saying that in any case, the position of the First Order is open again, and he will soon hold a meeting of the top leadership. This information surprised Roger again, because if this is all true, then very soon he will be able to see all the First Orders, but he does not even know where they usually gather. The man immediately asked if he still had the things he gave him last time. Judging by the context, you can understand that this is important for the meeting, some key, something risky. But you will have to tell him one thing. Even the main character told her that he should apologize for this, but do the person remember that the train on which he got to the academy was a terrorist attack? Roger immediately said that he had lost an hour of his luggage in the brawl. The man sat and listened at first, but then said that there was nothing to be done about it and immediately handed over a new box, saying that they would see each other on the spot. He was very happy that everything went so well, but at the same moment the rector called him. She asked what he was doing there. Did they give him first aid? Roger said he was right behind her, just dizzy, and then he moved. The rector asked him to be more attentive, then said that he would help him get to his place. Well, as soon as Roger he left the salon, he just fainted. Now we could see that our character was lying in one of the wards. The rector was next to him and said that she was very scared when he fainted, but is he feeling better already? Roger replied that it was exactly like that, so the reactor had to say that it was strange to believe, but did the professor really plan all this? So also the students, or the point our main character, who got out of bed, said that everything was just right, because even the incident on the bank case happened because of him, as well as Jonah. Reactor looked at him and asked if he remembered the incident with a very powerful stone. Roger replied that he only remembered, but was immediately told by the rector that it seemed that these two were somehow connected with the intruders who wanted to get this stone. I wondered why she would think that, but the rector only said that Roger probably had a hunch himself. Roger said that the only words that the same noble said were that he was doing all this for the good of Black Dawn. The headmaster looked at the professor and said that they found out that those who were hunting for the almighty stone were also related to Black Dawn. These people had already put down their roots in the academy. The professor said that they should be calculated by all means to ask for it, but the rector said that it was not worth it because 2 people are finally safe. So that's enough for the professor, and despite all these crimes, no one has suffered so much yet. The rector was very happy about this, but immediately said that it was time for her to go ahead. There was another woman in the next bunk, and Roger breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that he didn't seem to be suspected, although he doesn't think that the rector fully trusts him. But they are also needed as leaders, so she won't take action even if she suspects something. They are in good standing with the professor, so you need to check the hidden items. He hopes that he still has them. He realized that this was most likely the order that had been given to him, as well as the amber stone that had fallen after Quasimodo. The stone was in place, but the box from the Zero Order was also nearby. Inside there was a ring, well, a 300-kilo magic seal. It is built in such a way that magic is activated constantly putting on. Judging by the structure of the seal, this is some kind of dream magic that is transferred to the consciousness of the carrier in the dream reality, but who generally makes appointments for dreams, although it is quite a smart decision. After the mod's death, the first 6 Aries remain, excluding his 5, one of them is Victor, so if everything goes smoothly, then you will find out who the others are. This is a representative meeting. By that time, a detective finally came to the rector, who the rector expresses great gratitude to because she not only supported the spirit of the holiday, but also helped to identify suspicious individuals in the academy. Rector called her over to express his gratitude as well as listen to her version of yesterday's events. The rector thought that it would be better to make sure again, but the detective only said that he would be happy to help us, but in return she would have one request. Most likely, he agreed to this request because apparently they continued their dialogue. They realized that because of this there was still a fire, nothing could be seen, so nothing is known about the fire. Rector looked at the detective, realized that her testimony did not seem suspicious because she was chasing a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization and did not lead her to the scene. As soon as the wall developed, there were only professors, and the one who led her to them turned out to be one of the students to Professor Roger. She didn't see any inconsistency with Professor Roger's statement. On the contrary, his condition speaks for itself, but she knew that she was definitely missing something. At the same time, the detective asked about the same Roger, but who was he? Rector replied that he was a retired academy professor, but what was the big deal? The detective understood that she would be withheld information from her, but she herself doubted his suspicion. She only said that there was nothing in it, she was just a little interested in him. The rector replied that he was a very interesting person, but it remains only to trust the testimony of Professor Roger since he is the only witness to all events. The rector put a mug of tea on the table and said that she was very grateful for the detective's cooperation, but what was her request? The detective said at the same time that she would like to personally interrogate people who were in contact with the organization, who flew intrigues in tone because she herself is hunting for them. So the conversations passed. Our main character, who was still lying in the ward, could not fall asleep because her students came to another professor. He told the professor that she should be more firm, not necessarily listen to each of her students. But the professor just laughed. She said that she was causing roller skating trouble, that it was because of her that he was in this situation. But at that moment, the door opened. It was Flora who came with her friend. She said that she heard that Roger was injured, but it was too late because other students also came in. It was Aiden and his company. In addition to all this, the other students themselves came. Everyone was happy, but it was very noisy. Mugrasp looked at all this and thought that he was right, but it was for the best because it seems that he was not in vain being an understanding professor all this time, and then he even noticed Freydon, who entered so pathetically. Many people thought that all this was very strange, but the student only approached our main character and said that they had not seen him for a long time. After a short period of time, everyone now exited the building. They said they were very happy that their professors were all right, that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but where did the guy who came to see Roger go? The girl replied that he said that he was leaving, you just need to give up on him. But most of all, she is surprised that for some reason Roger does not remember why he says that they have not seen each other for a long time, because he believes that this is the first conversation with him. That student only said that it seems that he was wrong, and the girl was very angry, because he did not understand what he was thinking at all, was talking some nonsense, and then just says that he was wrong. The princess was clearly dissatisfied with the Dark One, that no one can know what is in the head of a lone wolf. Aiden, also the group that was standing at the back, introduced the princess right there. Of course the princess was immediately very happy that she was called Big Sister. Of course it was difficult for her to address them earlier, even though they went to almost the same lectures. She also started to press her hand, saying that it's incredible to see that he can now hand her over to his little sister and so on. But many people got tired of it. Flora, who was standing behind, just glared at everyone. She understood that because of this annoyed student, she could not agree that time, and then this crowd around and the word was not given to her to speak. But why did the same lone wolf behave like this with the professor? Because they said that he hadn't seen anyone for a long time, who he was talking to for the first time. It's a little strange, isn't he one of those who don't even know friends in the hospital? Roger, who at that moment went outside, or rather to the balcony, noticed that the same lone wolf was standing right behind him. He turned around and asked if he was following him, if he had something to do with him, because he personally had nothing to say to him, so he asked to leave. Of course, Lone Wolf immediately began to enter further. He said that at first he thought that he was imagining when he first met him about the case when he was given a book without attribute magic. This book could only belong to one person, the owner of the same one without attribute magic. But that person died, and he could only give his book to him. Wasn't it too brazen to show up here after all that had happened, what he had planned? Roger said that he should have hidden his face better then, although who would have thought that he would remember much here? It was his calculation, so it had been a long time since Roger and the Wahlberg pup had seen each other. Roger, looking at him, said that then he was a great child, usually, but now he looks like a real aristocrat. He did not break well. How many years have passed? 10, 12. But the puppy, I told you that he had had enough of his useless chatter. He asked me to tell you what he was up to. But Roger, or was it forced on him? What makes you think there's any good reason for him to stay at this academy? The guy started to get angry, asks, after all, really here does not understand the essence of his question. Is Roger really so hard-headed? Because it is most likely he is the killer of Renee's mother. Clearly, this guy was asking for an answer to his question, as well as to stop playing the complete. But Roger said it was all very ridiculous. Why would he do it at all? The guy didn't understand what he was saying, but Roger said that it was all in the past, and it seems that he just misunderstood something. Roger turned to him and told him that he wasn't here because of the events of 20 years ago. The guy asked, so what does he need then? But Roger went on to say that he didn't need this interview, and why the constantly questioning him, and he decided to keep quiet, even though he had seen everything that happened that day perfectly well. The guy immediately got angry. He said he wasn't like Urusiplas, but Roger or Shell smiled, saying that was a very nice excuse. Even the main character turned back to the beautiful view that was opening up to his eyes, and then said that here you can do whatever you want with your conclusions, although he knows so well that he will not. Aiden, I understand that this is all true, clenched his fists, then walked to the side. On the way, right on the street, he met Renee. He also said that he was just going to make breadcrumbs, but what was this girl doing there? Renee said she'd forgotten something. But the guy just said she was right on time if there was something he wanted to tell her. Renee asked if there was anything he wanted to say to himself. She already began to hear something very interesting. But as soon as the guy remembered the very picture that he saw as a child, he immediately decided not to tell anything. He turned away in disgust. But that's why he asked himself, after all, what would happen if he said everything about it? That the professor she trusts so much is actually the one who killed her mother and erased her memories, but no snails at all. It's an absurd story. He doesn't want her to get hurt, that's all. Renee, looking at her friend, could not understand what he wanted to do, and then he understood that he could not do anything. That the professor was right, he knew that he would not say anything. So he would have to admit, as long as he could not destroy the professor, but asked him not to relax. After all, the wolves have never let out a chance to corner their prey yet. That sitting on one of the benches just pressed his hand to his face. He knew that this clueless thing would make him worry. At that moment, Roger was already sitting on the bench. It was lunchtime. He called Hans and said that at least something had happened, but it wasn't about that right now. Did he find out what he asked him to do? Hans replied that they were trying to expose that fire for the consequences of the fireworks malfunction, so Roger understood that the rector was trying to hide everything. He even said that he had heard that several members of the Black Dawn were caught in the square. Did Hans know anything about it? He said it looked like it. But they were still being held at the academy, and he was being questioned by a blue-haired Taliati, most likely the detective. The rats had seen her and the rector go down to the interview room together, but it would still be okay if they turned Roger in. Roger just let out a sigh, realizing that he couldn't hide forever anyway, but he didn't care. He would solve all the problems as they came. All Hans had to do was agree to all of this, then rest and say that this incident was already being handled internally anyway. But did Roger really want to get rid of the first one? Roth said that time was running out, it was too early to relax, but everything was going more or less according to his plan. But at that moment Hana asked him if he could go out. Khan said that he had something to discuss with him about the underground business accounts, and also prepare himself because the conversation would be very long. By that time, a man opens up to our evil, who will kill all his close associates. He says that this will not work, that all his people share the fear of the entire Silver Sun with everyone, that they cannot deal with some vagabonds from the alleys. He immediately pressed a pistol to his mouth and asked if Temelin even understood who he was. In front of us was the head of the Silver Sun, Karlon. Temelin said he understood, but it wasn't the acorn dogs he was talking about, it was the mistress who gave us orders. The leader asked, after all, not already the type who blocked the shop competitor, of course, I heard on it. So maybe he was being asked to kill him, but what did anyone know about him? The guy didn't say what did you mean, that his name was Master, but nothing else. One of the people started shouting that when they broke up, one of them shouted out a name, James Moriarty. As soon as this information was said, a person standing next to him was shot. The person said that the young man won this lottery, that now he will take Temelan's place Temelana. He also went up to the man and asked for his name, and as soon as he found out, he asked him to continue the case, because very soon he would take on this case himself, that it would all cost a lot, and then asked him to carry the corpse that now appeared on the floor. The leader immediately turned to his bodyguard, as if talking to himself. He thought it was some big shot from the kingdom with James's name on the reactor. It seems that someone just uses this name to conduct their illegal business. Perhaps he even knows something, considering that the guys asked for his help and he, taking the wine into his own hands, realized that while they would clean up all these mangy dogs, they would need to buy a couple for now, and it will scare the survivors so that things will get better. The man said that everything would be prepared, but the leader thought that it would be very interesting for him to see how everyone would hold out. The time was approaching when Borod met Hans. He asked him if there were any problems with the business, but Hans said that everything is going well, but some competitors have helped him somewhere recently. Roger asked to tell us more about this problem, but Hans said that it's just that when the business is growing, the nearest competitors start to sit down or write complaints, so what do they do? Are you quiet? Hans started shouting that was why they were taking so long to get them out, and then suddenly the bottom was laid, that something was definitely going wrong. Of course, they probably aren't planning anything, but Hans has a hunch, has Roger ever heard of the Silver Sun? If not, then they were the ones who formed an underground gang just to run an illegal business, but soon grew up and organized a whole criminal corporation. And there are no money interfering with merchants, actively expanding the trade in stolen goods, do not disdain and dirty work, future bandits, and so, the rat noticed how a small group of their competitors became the headquarters of the Silver Sun. Of course, this was very suspicious, so Roger knew better than to ignore it. But Hansa, looking at Roger, saw that he was constantly shaking his leg. Is he okay? Roger even broke out in a cold sweat. But Roller only said that after last night he was very busy, even forgot about one very important thing, that there was a chance that his mistress found out where he was. At this moment, we actually see a girl who finally woke up. She definitely smelled his blood. She couldn't understand why her student did this. Did his parents come to the corner? If so, then how should she be entertained? That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.